Excited.
Nikki, is everyone signed into PrimeGo?
It should be nice to get back in City Hall. I'd much rather be standing in front of you. So you could see my eyes than
Easier
on a
that
computer,
way.
but yeah.
Alan, I don't think I have any audio. It says it can't detect the camera, which is fine. But
Okay, Francis, we don't have Griner, Greenwell, or Hammond in PrimeGov.
I heard that. I thought I was. Let me do some checking.
thank you, Nikki. Zach, can you hear me okay?
Sounds like you're being picked up on another person's microphone, Francis. Say a few more words for me.
Testing, testing, testing.
I can hear you. It's very faint, though.
Excuse me, can you tell if I'm in PrimeGov now? PrimeGov now?
Yes, we can see you now. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Are you picking up all that buzz noise?
Yes, sir. It sounds like it's coming from Francis's computer because I just muted her.
Zach, can you hear me now?
It's about the same, Francis. I can't hear you, and we have some background noise coming from your machine.
Testing, testing. Zach, can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
You can? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna turn the volume up.
Alan, I am going to mute Francis because right now she's got a lot of background noise coming through.
Nikki, is there anyone else that needs assistance getting into PrimeGov?
I don't think so at the moment, Amy.
Okay, just let me know if you need help with any.
All right, we're going to get going. Thanks for joining us for the City of Oklahoma City's video conferenced City Council meeting. We have a few announcements to make regarding this virtual meeting. If the video conference is disconnected at any time during the meeting shall be stopped and reconvened once the audio connection is restored. If communications are unable to be restored within 30 minutes, items remaining for consideration will be continued to later today, September 29th at 1 o'clock via teleconference, unless we state a different time. The agenda and documents are located on okc.gov. Anyone wishing to speak about an agenda item, public hearing, or to speak under citizens to be heard, please call 405-297-2391 or text 405-219-7927 or email cityclerk@okc.gov to be allowed to speak. When recognized to speak, press *6 to unmute your device. Speakers will be allowed up to 3 minutes to comment. All right, we're going to get started with an invocation. Is Pastor Dwayne Rogers on the line?
Yes, I am.
Welcome, Pastor. We're glad you're here. And let me fully introduce you. Pastor Dwayne Rogers of Wildwood Christian Church will bring our invocation today. Pastor, proceed when you are ready.
Good morning again to each of you, and to Mayor Holt, thank you for the invitation to come and share on this beautiful morning. Let us go before God in prayer. Lord, we are grateful that you have given us this opportunity to come together as citizens of this city. We thank you, God, for those who have been elected, empowered, and God, those who have now will be making decisions on behalf of this city. We pray, God, for the agenda that will go forward, God, that it will be one that would unify us as a people. So much that is happening in our world and around this country, Lord. We pray for peace, unity, and God, and a sense of rest as we come together, God, to not just hear, but to listen, to be compassionate, and to live out the moral compass by which you have designed for our daily living. I pray, God, for each person who joins now this call. I pray, God, for those who lead this city. I pray, God, for their families, and I pray, God, that all that is done and said, God, would glorify you as we work out in Oklahoma City to be the example to the country and to the world of what a place of unity looks like and thrives to be. In your name, we give thanks. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Pastor Rogers. All right, I call this meeting of the City Council to order. And we begin with, we have some items from Office of the Mayor. Why don't we handle the more ceremonial item first, and then we'll go back to item A. So we'll start with item 3B. This is a resolution of commendation for Tracy Lane on his selection as the September 2020 South Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club Employee of the Month. And to learn a little bit more about Tracy, I would ask the clerk to please read this proclamation or resolution.
Whereas Tracy Lane has been a city employee for 31 years and is a collection and distribution operator in the line maintenance division of the Utilities Department. And whereas Tracy resolves sanitary sewer system issues in emergency situations for the city's wastewater collection system and frequently answers questions from residents about their sewer lines. And whereas Tracy was on a service call not long ago when he patiently took time to explain to a curious child what the sanitary sewer line equipment is used for and how it operates. And Tracy was recognized for his kind actions by the child's mother, who wrote a heartfelt appreciation to him on the city's Facebook page, noting her son is on the autism spectrum and rarely interacts with strangers. And whereas Tracy is well known among his coworkers as someone who is friendly, courteous, energetic, and he goes out of his way to help others. Whereas Tracy Lane is hardworking and dependable, an invaluable asset to line maintenance, and always has the city's best interests in mind. Whereas this council desires to recognize Tracy Lane for his dedication, professionalism, and commitment to the residents of the city of Oklahoma City. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and council of the city of Oklahoma City that they do hereby thank you, commend Tracy Lane, September 2020 South Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club Employee of the Month.
Thank you, Francis. And that was a great story about Tracy. Are you on the line, Tracy?
She is here, but she needs to *6 to unmute.
P. Tracy? Tracy, if you'd push *6. Is he still there?
Yeah.
Is he still muted? Zach, are you able to forcibly unmute him?
Okay, I'm moving him.
No, sir. I'm trying to
Okay.
prompt them to.
Tracy? Francis, what'd you say you were doing?
I moved it where he could control his own button.
He's still muted. Okay. Well, that's a shame. Maybe he stepped away or something. Okay. Well, Tracy, I want you to know how much we appreciate you and That was great to learn a little bit more about your service to our city over 31 years. Thank you so very much. We do need to vote on this. This is a resolution, so we would take a motion virtually to handle that. Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. That's probably going to be all that's voting today for the most part, Francis. All right, passes unanimously. Last call for Tracy. All right. Well, again, Tracy Lane, Employee of the Month. We're very grateful for your service to our city, and hopefully we'll get a chance to cross paths soon. All right, well, we will move on to item 3A. This is an economic development update from our friend Roy Williams, president of the Greater Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce. And Roy, I saw your face there, so I know you're here, and just proceed when you like. And thank you for your service to our city during this very difficult time. And this will be one of the more interesting economic updates I think you've ever delivered. I'm anxious to hear it. So go ahead, Roy.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. Thank you. Well, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Mr. City Manager, thank you. It's always a pleasure to come here. Unfortunately, the pandemic kind of delayed this. In fact, it was last year, the last time I addressed the council, so thank you. There are 4 areas I want to touch on, and I'll be brief. But as you said, I think it's some pretty important information. The first is the pandemic response. Our team at the Chamber has been working diligently since the outset of the pandemic to identify business needs in our region and resource those needs to the extent possible. We immediately created, and we still maintain, an online resource page that aggregated very important information for businesses, and we push that information out on a very regular basis to the business community. We held a series of 6 teletown hall meetings to bring immediate information to businesses starting in late March, including calls with health experts, legal and funding resources, SBA loan experts, and guidance on the new small business continuity programs, as well as calls with Congresswoman Horn and Senator Langford. We then followed that up by expanding the frequency of our Enlightened Education series. We moved to a weekly format and pushed that same type of information through multiple virtual platforms. And we maintained weekly events through May, moving to bi-weekly in June and back to monthly in July. And these sessions are free. We conducted a series of 5 surveys of business who keep a pulse on their status, their ability to maintain operations, and identifying their needs. The surveys provided vital information to support the development of the small business loan and grant program. I want to applaud the council for your strong support of small business during this period. The small business continuity program was a critical step in providing some gap funding that has kept many businesses open. But I also believe the mask ordinance you passed has played a critical role in making our businesses safer, which brings customers and keeps our economy in motion. We received input on both sides of the mask decision, but the overwhelming majority of businesses support the ordinance and its implementation. So we appreciate the partnership as well with the city and the Alliance for Economic Development in the development and execution of the Small Business Continuity Program, along with First Fidelity Bank and the IT team at American Fidelity. At a time when it was easy to feel helpless, this effort to create a new program that could actually make a significant difference was very necessary and very successful. In addition to the survey outreach we completed, our staff made an extensive one-on-one outreach to businesses, which continues to this day. The number of instances of individual outreach exceeded 10,000 in just the first 6 weeks. These calls range from just a check-in to encouragement for attending a virtual event or accessing a resource to a full consultation to help a company maintain operations. We've also helped to support the city's efforts to push information about business operation regulations and the mask ordinance. We helped to provide creative for the Mask Up campaign and other resources to extend its reach. And I'll cover a little more details about our response as I cover CVB and the economic development efforts. The second thing I wanted to mention was our diversity partnership. We recently announced a partnership with the Urban League of Greater Oklahoma City, Inc., aimed at creating a stronger dialogue and engagement of the Oklahoma City business community around issues of social justice and anti-racism. We plan to work together on 5 priorities: initiating a business community conversation about anti-racism. Second, establishing a diversity council and business community working group. Third, creating leadership and mentoring programs. Fourth, developing an annual research publication that tracks and reports on diversity and economic equality in Oklahoma City. And fifth, launching an ongoing initiative to increase minority supplier networks and employment. Work is underway on the first 2 priorities and planning on the development for the final 3. Our leadership understands the importance of a diverse and inclusive community and is anxious to be an effective part of the anti-racism movement. We could not have a better partner in this work than the Urban League, as they have decades of experience in this work and shared goals around workforce development, criminal justice reform, and more. Third thing I want to touch on is the hospitality industry, which was previously, prior to the pandemic, the fastest growing sector of our economy, and it has been hit hardest by the pandemic. Our team at the Oklahoma City Convention and Visitor Bureau has faced some of the toughest times and most difficult decisions as collections declined and a reduction in staff was unavoidable. Supporting the industry and being as aggressive as we can be is of paramount importance, as we know there are thousands of residents who depend on the visitor economy for their livelihood, and we take this responsibility very seriously. The good news is that interest in the convention center is strong and it's growing. We're working right now with both lookers and bookers. We anticipate the event business returning in 2021 and 2022 and beyond, and we are booking new business. We really want to express appreciation for the city's willingness to work with us as well on equine events during the pandemic. It's been very fruitful for our city, and the shows are seeing record numbers of entries. We look forward to an expansion of the quarter horse show this year with 21 days of activity, followed by an expanded national reining horse show with 10 days. These events are operating with no spectators and no issues of spread or health concerns. These events are good for the horse industry and definitely for our hotels, restaurants, and for the city's tax receipts. In fact, between May and August of this year, the city hosted 83 events with over 414,000 attendees, which also included sports and equine events, among others. These were all executed with masks and social distancing, as well as enhanced cleaning practices. And we know of no transmission or spread due to any of these events. The impending completion of the convention center is a significant watermark for our city. We're very focused on marketing the center to produce solid activity. As you all know, the president of CVB, Mike Carrier's last day with the CVB is tomorrow on the 30th. Mike's leadership with the organization will be a tough act to follow, but we've engaged a national search firm called Searchwide with extensive experience and contacts in the industry to help us find his replacement. Our plan is to have a successor announced by the end of the year. In the interim period, Michael R. Burns, the current vice president of sales for the Bureau, will serve as its interim president. His 40 years of experience in the industry, and in particular his experience at Destination Cleveland, as they introduced a new convention center and headquarters hotel in the market, make him a solid choice to keep our program running during this interim period. Fourth and finally, a little bit of economic update. On the economic development front, the pandemic has slowed some projects, but overall business activity is strong. Over the course of this year, we worked with projects bringing 1,553 new jobs to the market. Expansions have slowed more dramatically with only 105 new jobs from local expansions that we have assisted and another 443 jobs we've recorded on interviews. Overall, there's a planned capital investment for all of these projects of nearly $150 million. Specifically, we're seeing a lot of activity in shared service operations and in the aerospace sector. Our marketing outreach has changed dramatically due to the pandemic and decreased trade show and event activity. Our team, however, has implemented more content marketing strategies in connection with virtual events, disruptive direct mail programs to key decision makers, and stronger relationship building activities with consultants. On the retail front, we are definitely seeing less retailers making moves right now, but many of our projects are still moving and we're continuing to see new interest in the market. We've seen some projects that were on the books open successfully, such as Flick's Brewhouse, and we're continuing to work our relationships for future growth. Another congratulations to the council on the recent plan for the potential reuse of the Cox Center. Our team has met with Prairie Surf Media and look forward to working with their team in any way that we can facilitate their growth here. In fact, we have an upcoming event focusing on the film industry in October. With COVID, we're hearing anecdotal reports about an influx of residents returning or moving to the area. I've shared with a number of you a personal conversation I had with a local U-Haul rentals facility, where that individual shared with me that in just 1 week's time, 140 families moved to Oklahoma City and turned in their rental trucks. That's just one in multiple ones across the community. Finally, our staff is working now to compile information from data sources as well as surveys of realtors, moving companies, and others to try and quantify the impacts to our area. And we're hopeful to have more information for you in our next report. So Mayor, that concludes my report.
All right, thank you very much, Roy. Any questions for Roy?
Yes. Hey, Rory, how you holding up, buddy?
Good, how are you?
I'm all right. So a couple things stood out to me from your presentation, and thanks for, well, presenting. I'm excited to hear that you all are working with Urban League and doing specifically the anti-racism work. A couple suggestions, and maybe you all are already heading in this direction. It's been pretty heavy on my mind recently. I don't know, I know ULI did a book club on the book, The Color of Law. I don't know if that might be something worth you all's time. Are you all familiar with that one yet?
Not me personally, but perhaps some of the other people working on this maybe.
I consider it a spiritual sequel to Boomtown, but it's the history of segregation across the country at every level, local, state, and federal. And I suspect you all would find it very, very useful in productive conversations in terms of addressing specifically the systemic legacy of white supremacy laws, of Jim Crow laws. And I have to say, I've been very impressed with the number of people who seem to understand what that means when we talk about systemic legacy, systemic racism. I'm also, concerned because a lot of folk really don't understand it, and don't just not understand it, but dismiss it. And I think until we address it, we're going to be in the same sort of cycle. So I would imagine you all as business leaders could just be incredibly helpful as thought leaders as well. And then related to that book, and like I said, ULI would be a great resource because they've done a book club on it very recently with developers, with just local folk. But I would be very interested in hearing you all's perspective when it comes to the kind of housing crisis, especially hearing that last bit of information you noted about new folk coming to our city. We already know we're top 25 now when it comes to population. But I just keep playing in my head that Journal Record article from about a year ago from Kathy O'Connor talking about, remove the two coasts, and all of a sudden you start finding out the crisis we're in when it comes to housing. And so something I would be interested in hearing more, again, especially from the business community. I'm so happy to hear what work you all are doing. But I'd be really interested in hearing a little bit more from you all in terms of possible remedies and solutions when it comes to addressing kind of the wealth gap that exists. I keep citing Forbes, for instance, where they talk about that wealth gap between black and brown folk, excuse me, and white folk, because of that history of you know, a lack of access to home loans, lack of access to the GI Bill once upon a time, that helped create a thriving middle class, and unfortunately left behind way too many black and brown folk. And I just, again, I think from the business sector, you all just have such a opportunity in front of you all to help our city close that gap and move folk in from rentership to home ownership, particularly here in the urban core. So I would love to hear more as the weeks go by about ways you all are able to help us as a city and a city council think through issues like displacement and moving folk into home ownership. I think those would just be incredibly useful conversations when it comes to this anti-racism discussion that you all are having, and as I'm sure you're aware, a lot of folk in the country are having. So that housing component's very strong in my head. That's
Thank
it.
you. Yes, those are all excellent points, and certainly will be on our agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you again for your update.
Thank you. Any other questions for Roy?
Yes, I have a couple.
Go ahead.
I also wanted to thank you for the efforts that you have when it as pertaining to Urban League, because obviously with what has taken place in the pandemic, we realize that a lot of businesses have been left behind, including the ones in our communities that are waiting for some type of economic relief for their business. So as you talk about those 5 points when it pertaining to Urban League, and you said you're developing, you're in the works with the first 2, would you walk through what that is and who we're talking to pertaining to those first 2 points?
Yes, let me grab it. It's on my desk. Hang on, Councilman East. The very specifics of that first one include a number of things which we're getting ready to launch. The first is how to have difficult conversations. And again, these are directed toward businesses, how to have difficult conversations about race in the workplace. So we're going to do some workshops on that. How to recognize implicit bias in yourself. Encouraging participation in the Urban League Equal Opportunity Day. Recognizing and removing bias in the hiring process, how to create a diversity, equity, and inclusion program for your organization. This is either businesses, including nonprofits, whether you employ 5 people, 50 people, 500 people, or 5,000 people. How to source minority business suppliers and create lasting business partnerships, and how to create opportunities for cultural awareness. So those are the first 7. It doesn't mean we're limiting to that. We're in constant communication with the Urban League to think about, okay, what else, what other things? Because we know as we begin doing these things, there will be other things that come up and we will include it. So those are the 7 things we're going to start with in that first one. In the second one about creating diversity councils, we're in the process of developing programming and support 2 different councils. One would be an Oklahoma Consortium for Inclusive Excellence, which would sort of be mid-level managers, and then also an executive roundtable for inclusive excellence, meaning a roundtable where they can share best practices, learn from each other, and then share those practices with other businesses. So those are the sort of the working parts of what we're getting ready to launch with the Urban League.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Roy?
Sorry, one more thing. Sorry, Mayor, or actually, thanks for letting me jump in one more time. On that housing note, Roy, something that's been very strong on my mind lately is thinking about, and I know it's not going to come to any surprise to you to hear me say this, but transit and having that sort of affordable, attainable housing along transit lines. So that'd be something else I would just encourage you all to think about is the upcoming Northwest BRT on Classen and Expressway. I know there was already a realtor group that was doing a survey about what residents would want to see along that. So you all might touch base with them. And then, you know, MAPS 4 has 2 more of those BRTs. And I know you and I have talked a million times, if not a billion, about the Regional Transit Authority and, you know, train connecting our metro. And I would imagine along such lines, I know I'm thinking 10 years out, but I think we got to start thinking that kind of far out here. But just thinking about transit-oriented development and housing along such lines, because the folk who often need that sort of affordable housing are going to also need access to transit, as you know, to get them to their jobs and to schools. So just thinking aloud, and I cannot stress enough how I think what an important partner the chamber is in these conversations.
Yeah, we are very involved with ACOG, who is really fostering the regional transit plan. So thanks for your concern about that. It's very important.
Okay. Anything else for Roy? All right. Well, Roy, thank you again so much to you and your team. And we really appreciate the partnership we have with you. It's meant a lot getting us through this pandemic. And I feel like all the indicators are, and we'll hear more later in this meeting from our economists, but all the indicators are that we're turning the corner, and it's no small thanks to the hard work you guys have put in. So thank you again.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to do something somewhat unusual. I'm going to pull up a particular council member who had something he was going to bring to items from council that involves another person, and that other person is available and here in the building now. And I don't want to make that person wait 4 hours. So Mark Stonecipher, I am bringing up your item from council today. I think you have essentially Mark Stonecipher's Employee of the Month to present, and we'd like to go ahead and do that now to accommodate that person who is kind of in semi-retirement now, if not full retirement. So they're not going to be here normally. They've come for this particular occasion. So Mark, you are recognized.
Thank you very much. Rick, are you here?
We want to get Rick Smith in, Francis.
Nikki, can you get Rick on the computer?
Probably the problem, Mayor, is I told Debbie to tell him he was going to be at the end of the program.
Oh. Well, I was just told he needed to, I'm sorry, we had a miscommunication. I was told otherwise just a few minutes ago. That's why I was told he was ready in front of his computer and we were going to do this now. All right, Rick, can you hear us? Rick Smith? Oh, Rick, hello. Okay, Mark, go ahead.
Thank you. Hey, Rick, how are you today?
I'm good, sir. Thank you. How are you?
Well, I just wanted to, now that you are retiring, I wanted to recognize a couple of things that how you have affected and helped me as a city council person. And the one thing I'd say is that when we used to operate at City Hall, on Tuesdays, I would try to get to City Hall between 6 and 6:30 a.m. And many of those mornings, I'd ride the elevator up with Rick because Rick always gets to work really early. And we had some wonderful conversations, just what's going on in City Hall and what's going on in the practice of law. And so some would say that, that Debbie Martin is the first one to turn on the lights on floor 3. I would say that Rick Smith was the one that always turned the lights on floor 5, was the first one to always do that. Rick's been an employee since August 5th, 1982. He's worked with 5 different municipal counselors. He's been 38 years in the litigation division. And I think it's important to note that during that period of time, Rick handled over 309 federal cases and 179 state cases. And this morning I got up early and I got onto Westlaw, and I looked at Rick's career on Westlaw. And even though, Rick, you're retiring, I think you will go on for years and years and years in the published opinions that exist because of your work. Westlaw informed me this morning that you, working for Oklahoma City, representing Oklahoma City as lawyer, have over 166 opinions. And the reason I wanted to recognize that, everybody on the Horseshoe, is because Rick, when it came to municipal law, not only made the law, modified the law, expanded the law, corrected the law, And in those opinions, it will go on for years and years, the work that Rick has done. And so I just wanted to take a minute to thank him. He doesn't take credit very often. He always has a smile on his face. For years, he was an instructor at numerous police academies, training legal compliance. And so, Rick, we've got a resolution that's coming to you thanking you. Several of your friends helped put the resolution together, including retired Chief Bill City. And I have 3 questions of you, Rick. Number
Yes, sir.
1, are you still going to get up early in the morning? Number 2, what are you going to do with your spare time? And number 3, will you still bring us on occasion some treats from Brown's Bakery?
I still get up early. I don't know what I'm going to do with my spare time, but unfortunately, we're moving back to Virginia on October 13th, so I'll have to send the treats by airmail, I guess. There's some here that Francis was nice enough to bring today, and you're certainly welcome to join in if they're still here when y'all are done. Thank you for those kind words. Obviously, you as a litigating lawyer know that we can't do this without the support of our spouses. I wish my wife could be here today so I could thank her, but because of COVID, she didn't want to come down here. So I'd like to thank my wife. I'd like to thank the support of the council, past and present, for all the support they've given me. I wouldn't have been as successful without that. I'd like to thank the support of the city managers, including Mr. Couch and Mr. Berry and Mr. Freeman. I'd like to thank the support I got from the municipal councilor, including Kenny Jordan and Diane Lewis. And most of all, I'd like to thank my friends, Craig Keith, Francis Kersey, Debbie Martin, and Wiley Williams. Thank you very much. And thank you for moving this up. I thought it was going to be in the front of the docket and I'd made plans, so I apologize.
Hey, Rick, enjoy your family, enjoy your time off. Tell your wife thanks for 38 years of great work.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rick, and I echo Councilman Stonecipher's gratitude. Appreciate you very, very much.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that concludes items from the office of the mayor. We did try to make contact with Tracy Lane, but we're again unsuccessful. So we will move on to item 4, which is Journal of Council Proceedings. And we have items A and B we can take with one motion. Looks like we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 5, request for uncontested continuances. We have a listed item here, which is 9B. The city manager, I expect, has some others.
Yes. So starting on page 7, item 7, AB2, staff has requested that we strike this item. On page 15.
Wait, I'm sorry, what was that first one?
The first one was 7, AB2. Then on page 15, item 9A7. This is a request to defer this item to the 13th of October, and this was at the request of the applicant. On page 16, item 9A18. This is a request also to defer to October the 13th. This is at the request of Councilperson Hammond and the applicant. Also on page 18, 9G1, under dilapidated structures. Item B, and this item is stricken from the agenda because the owner has removed the property. It's at 34 Southeast 21st Street. Item 9H1, under unsecured structures. These items will be stricken from the agenda. Item G, 108 Northeast 28th Street, the owner is secured. Item J, 1609 Northwest 34th Street, the owner has secured. Item 9I1, under abandoned buildings, all of these items will be stricken from the agenda. Item F, 34 Southeast 21st Street, the owner has secured. Item I, 108 Northeast 28th Street, the owner has secured. And item L, 1609 Northwest 34th Street, the owner has secured. That's all the items I have.
All right. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Okay, item 6 is revocable permits. We have item A. This is a revocable permit with Friends of Multisport for 24 The Hard Way 2020, October 16th through the 18th, in Bluff Creek Park. Councilman Stonecipher.
Your Honor, this is an event that occurs in Bluff Creek Park. Really fun event. The athletes have a choice of a 24-hour race, a 12-hour race, or a 6-hour race. Which one do you want, Mayor? Time I'd move the item for approval.
All right, we've got a motion. We'll do that virtually. Motion and a second. Cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. Thank you, Councilman. Okay, item 6 is a limited revocable rowing and paddle practice use permit with the River Sport Foundation, which is a new one on me. I would be curious to hear how that works exactly. We haven't ever had a river permit before, but Councilwoman Nice, you want to lead this?
I can lead it, but I'm not sure what a paddle permit is either, other than to paddle. So I'm expecting this to see more people paddle boarding, I'm thinking, and rowing. So with that, I will move for approval.
Okay. All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, we're going to recess the council meeting. We're going to convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority, where we have items A through G we can take with one motion. We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll now adjourn OCMFA, convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority, where we have items A through C we can take with one motion. We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. We'll adjourn passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCPPA, convene as the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust, where we only have claims and payroll, but we'll vote on it as well, if we can get a motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilman Stonecipher, have you voted? Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust and reconvene as the council, where we find ourselves on page 3 of your printed agenda, item 7, the consent docket. We have presentations we will hear relating to item U, item W2, item AL, and item AW. Are there any further items that anybody wants to pull out for separate discussion or even a separate vote? Okay, hearing none, we will proceed in order then with the presentation. Yes.
Thanks for your patience. It's a lot of pages to flip through sometimes. Yes, and you can hear those pages. If I could, which items did you say they would be discussing?
U, AL, W2, sorry, that was out of order, and AW.
Okay. If possible, I'd like for us to just hear, not to pull out separate votes, but just hear a little bit more about item Q and R. It's more like for the public to kind of hear a little bit more about what I consider very vital services.
Okay.
And then U, which goes with V, so they're going to present on that, you said. That's great. And then I'd like to hear a little bit more about item X, the restriping, please. And then AJ, it's a Ward 2 project. I'd like to hear a little bit more about it, please.
Okay.
And then I don't believe our the public safety ordinance, that's not in here. That's later, right?
Yes, you're talking about the ordinance currently in court?
Yes, sir.
Yes, no, that's an individual item. Yeah.
Okay, I thought so. Just wanted to make sure it didn't sneak past me. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yes, I got, oh, Mayor, I'm sorry. I was told we would have a presentation on BJ through BM. Is that happening?
You say BJ through BM?
If not, I would like someone to speak on all of those.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, then, hearing nothing else, we will take it in order as requested, and that starts us then with item Q and item R, which Councilman Cooper wanted to hear more about. Mr. City Manager, do we have a staffer who can speak to those items?
Yes, Jared Shaded with the Planning Department.
Hello, Councilman Cooper and City Council. This is Jared Shaded with the Planning Department and Oklahoma City Homeless Services. We coordinate these programs on behalf of the city. Item Q is for our annual allocation of the Emergency Solutions Grant. We did receive another allocation of this year for people who are in this their current situation for reasons related to coronavirus. This is the other allocation that we receive annually that individuals do not have to be impacted by coronavirus. It's for anybody who's in the current situation, being homeless or possibly about to be evicted for any reason. These funds can help people remain in housing for helping with rent, utilities, things like that. If they've received a notice of eviction, they can help rapidly rehouse people who have immediately become homeless. We also have an allocation for our new outreach program with Mental Health Association, as well as some funds go towards shelter, and then another allocation that goes towards legal aid to run a clinic at the day shelter and assist survivors and victims of a domestic violence to help them basically with any legal issues they may have facing eviction related to that, or to find rehousing services or any other legal issues they may have. The item R is a housing program that provides similar services to people who they don't have to be homeless as reasons related to HIV/AIDS. It's just they just have to have HIV/AIDS, or they can assist them or their families. They don't necessarily have to be homeless either. Have to be within the lower of 80% area median income range. This is the only grant we have also that can assist with mortgages. And if I can answer any questions related to those if you have any.
Yeah, first, just again, well, first and then last, like, just thank you for the work you're doing as always, and particularly as it relates to these. Would you mind walking us through a little bit about this mental health association program as it relates to homelessness? This is fairly new. This is within the last few months, am I correct?
No, we've had it for about a year now. We allocated this would be the second year we've allocated towards it. We began it about a year ago.
Could you kind of walk us through how that works, please?
Yes. Well, I mean, at the time we granted it to them, we were in need of improving our outreach. Our outreach resources were running a little low. We're actually doing better, and we could still improve those resources, but right now we're doing better than we were, partially because of this program. That year when we put the application out, we did single out the need for outreach programs, and we got a lot of applications in. Some were specific towards certain populations or certain parts of the city. Theirs was the only one that was basically for the entire city and for all populations. And so that was the one we allocated towards. Now, this was the first allocation of funds they received from, I think, any program for this project. It was more like seed funding to get it off the ground. Obviously, you can see the allocation is quite small. It's not enough to support this program if they're going to run it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and have multiple people. They're not quite to that level yet, but they're getting there. We just hope to get off the ground. They've been able to round up a lot more funds to operate this program since. They were Homeless Alliance also, through another allocation, has launched another outreach program, and both those programs together, along with our VA and the police homeless outreach team, have been they've been kind of the tip of the spear on our outreach through the entire coronavirus pandemic. When some others had to close down or actually switch over to doing case management, they were doing basically a survival outreach for people out on the streets, basically providing meals so they wouldn't be moving around, going from meal site to meal site or other locations. And also a lot of those meal sites were closed. And also since then now been going back to doing housing intakes and trying to get people back off the street again. They've been a great provider up to this point. We're hoping the program can continue to expand so we can have it 7 days a week.
Yeah, thank you for that. How much does it cost for like annually for one of these case management workers to do that? Well, how much does it cost for someone annually to do the outreach? And then how much just for a case management worker generally, whether that's someone at the diversion hub or it's someone with Mental Health Association or Homeless Alliance?
That would vary depending on the organization. I mean, for this particular project, I'd have to talk to Sheila to see how much for each individual person. I imagine the people obviously who are running the operation would maybe be getting paid a little bit more, but I'd have to get specifics from her for this specific project. And for other ones too, again, it does vary. It can be between 30, it can be maybe around 30 a year for some organizations. Some are higher, some are lower, regrettably.
Yeah, thank you. And again, as I said in conclusion, thank you for the work you're doing. I really appreciate you. I heard a lot of these concerns when I was knocking the doors in each one of these organizations speak to the concerns I heard. So thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay. We will then move on to item U, which we have a presentation, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, Kim Cooperhart with the Planning Department is on to discuss. Actually, item U and V are related to the 4th year of the Western Avenue bid. Kim?
Pardon me, I was not unmuted. Good morning, Mayor and Council. We have what's actually about the 14th year of renewal with Western Avenue, because we had a first 10 years, which was their first generation, and now we're into this second generation. What you have before you today is a request for a hearing where Council on October 27th would adopt the assessment roll. And the assessment roll is a list of all the property owners and the amounts that they owe for the coming service year. You also have with you in item V is an ordinance introduction. And the way that the state statute reads is that the city is authorized to invoice the ratepayers, and the ordinance is the mechanism that allows us to do that. So that's why there's 2 items. It's the way that the statute is worded, and I know it can sound a little confusing. On October 27th, there will be a public hearing where council would be requested to adopt the assessment roll and do the final reading of the ordinance. And we would also present the annual service contract for the Western Avenue Association to provide the services.
Thanks, Kim.
You're welcome.
Okay. Item W2, we have a presentation there.
This is final plans and specifications on the clubhouse at the Jimmy Stewart Golf Course. And Eric Winger is going to give us a brief presentation on this item.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is Eric Winger. I'm pulling up a presentation for this item here in just 1 minute. Can everybody see this now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this item is the final plans and specifications for the James E. Stewart Clubhouse. This is a new clubhouse to be constructed at Frederick Douglass Boulevard and Northeast 10th here in Oklahoma City. It was a $3.4 million project, and it's funded from 2017 GO bond funds. It's also been a partnership project between Public Works and the Parks Department. When we look at the current facility and the history, currently it's a shared clubhouse and recreational center. It's 40,000 square feet. It was built in the early 20s. You may recall, we've also got the Willa D. Johnson Recreational Center that's also in plans to be constructed. So there'll be separate facilities moving forward. The current facility also is home for the First Tee program for Oklahoma City Golf. The new facility will be a clubhouse only for the golf center, 6,700 square feet. And as I mentioned, the separate recreational center for Willa D. Johnson. The architect is Miles and Associates. The budget is $3.7 million. It'll include a new golf clubhouse, multi-purpose rooms, restaurant space, locker room, retail space, and also offices. And this is what that'll look like in a site plan. So the street on the left side of the page running north and south or up and down is Frederick Douglass Boulevard. You'll see Northeast 10th at the top. You can see some of the golf course holes that are in the green space to the right, but the brown building that you see at the top center is the new proposed golf clubhouse. The former center, which is the gray area that's lower left, is going to be demolished. But the new center will come with new parking and all the amenities to serve the golf function there. This is zooming in just slightly on that plan. Again, you can see the new proposed parking lot. You can see the orientation of the new building and then the cart paths and things that lead out onto the course. There is an existing building that's the gray box just south of the parking lot that will be retained. I'm not sure of its specific use, but it's something that'll be maintained and not demolished when the center opens. This is a rendering of the front entry that you'll see there, just modern architecture, new features. This will be that front vestibule that leads you into the center. And then this is the floor plan. I know that some of this is a little bit small, but hopefully you can read some of the amenities, and I'll just kind of highlight those. On the lower left is the new golf shop. On the lower middle is the dining room, and then also the banquet area. On the lower right, there's a folding partition between the dining room and the banquet area that will allow that space to be opened up to make it a larger space for events if needed. In the upper right is the kitchen, and the upper left is the locker rooms. And again, this is about 6,700 square feet. So moving forward with council's approval, we'll be bidding this project in October, November of this year, with construction beginning in the spring of 21, with expected construction completion in 22. There'll be temporary facilities to maintain golf course activities while it's in construction. And with that, I can answer any questions you might have about the project.
Any questions for Eric? Okay, thank you, Eric. That brings us to item X, Councilman Cooper.
Yeah, I was just, I'd like just kind of a description of this. I know well, yes, just a description, better understanding for anyone who's following along what this item means for the city.
Councilman Cooper, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead, Eric.
Councilman Cooper, this is Eric Winger again, Public Works Director. So this item X is a new contract. This is a citywide striping. So this is a contract that will provide for, as funds are available, for striping of city streets. So it does not have specific work contemplated, but it is an amount up to $2 million as resources are made available to stripe city streets that are in excess of what city crews are able to complete. So Action Safety Supply was our low bidder on this project, so we're recommending award of the contract to them. And then we will be issuing work orders from the Public Works Department as street striping needs are made notice, or ones that are inspected and needing repair. But at the same time, we would be looking for additional funds. We do not have the $2 million available today. This is, again, a contract maximum to be spent as those funds are available.
Thank you. Craig, I thought you seemed like you were about to say something too.
No, I was just going to introduce Eric to respond to the questions.
And he did such a good job of introducing himself.
He did. He's got it great. Yeah, because we've got a couple more items, and I think it's going to be the Eric Winger show here for a little bit, because you got another question on AJ, and Eric will be responding to that one.
Yeah, I would just, as we are able to secure these funds, I'd like to keep learning more, largely because, you know, I'm already planning a conversation with Ward 2 Traffic Commissioner Rob Littlefield just to talk about crosswalks and these sorts of things. But I'm also just interested in, I know I cannot be the only Oklahoma Cityan who drives, and sometimes at night or when it's raining, the lanes. Like, it's just very difficult to see some of the striping on some of the lanes. And so that's just something I've been thinking about quite a bit. So I'd be curious as this goes forward, how we are able to identify which priority roads, and how residents might be able to contribute, you know, and be able to say, hey, here's a street that I've noticed where we have these sorts of concerns. So
the council, we do receive these frequently from the Action Center. So our residents are calling these in, and we do maintain an active list of street striping needs. There are also other streets that are self-referred that are identified by city staff, whether they're just crews that are working in areas or that we do some limited inspections. And I think what we find is that we have a very long list of streets that do require striping. So I think that's acknowledged, and this contract will help us get there as those resources, the funding for street striping is identified.
Thank you.
Okay. Next item is AJ, Councilman Cooper.
Hi, Eric Winger. Take it from there.
Happy to assist. So, Councilman, this item, AJ, this is a resolution increasing the not to exceed amount for the engineer that's currently working on pavement and bridge approach improvements for the bridge on North May Avenue from 38th to 40th. We originally scoped this to have that work done, and the engineer identified several additional needs during the design process that increased the estimated cost of construction. So the action today that we're asking is that we exceed the amount that was contracted in that unit price contract, which had a maximum $1 million construction cost, to a new estimate of $1.65 million. We think that SRCB's knowledge and experience on this project lends them to continue the work on this, although we're asking for permission to proceed. Some of the things that are on this project is it would be a project that would be bid. It's one that's anticipated to be done at night to limit some of the impact to traffic in the area. And the engineer would also assist with a number of the inspections. But this might be a bridge that many are familiar with on North May. It's quite rough. It's in deteriorated condition and needs to be replaced.
Yes, it's something I hear about quite frequently from the neighbors in, you know, Mayfair West or Mayfair Heights or Maypen. So I'm glad that attention is heading this direction. I think I saw sidewalk infrastructure as well as part of the conversation, at least looking at that possibility. Am I misreading that?
There may be some associated work that's in the vicinity that they would take into account. It's not specifically a sidewalk enhancement project. It's really more for the road project. But if we do get into impacting the sidewalks, or if we get into impacting other features of the area, I mean, we would obviously address those while we're there.
Yeah, that'd be fine. And I know at some point MAPS 4 is going to have a conversation with us about on-ramps and off-ramps. So maybe that can complement some of the work you all are doing. Other than that, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you. And I believe that brings us to AL. Have I kept track correctly, Mr. City Manager?
That's correct. So Eric Winger is going to give us a quick presentation on, this is on the study that was done on a plan for the use of street development impact fees. So Eric.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. There's quite a bit of information that's in your packet on this today. So this is not a new item. So I'm going to do a little bit of a history on impact fees, but today what you're going to find in the item that we're asking for your approval is the approval of the 14 final reports for each of the streets impact fee benefit areas that are going to allow us to proceed with additional projects in each of those areas. As you look at street impact fees, this is again, it's a joint project that Planning and Public Works have been working diligently on. The impact fees are actually used to assist a lot of our bond program work. It's not anticipated that street impact fees address all the street and traffic needs citywide, but they definitely help supplement some of those needs that weren't identified in bond issues in future needs. Included in the background, we're talking briefly also about the financial highlights and some of the project updates today. So this is the history of the streets impact fees. Dates back to January of 2016 when the original ordinance was introduced. It was adopted in April of 2016 and it went into effect January of 2017. The original engineering studies began in September of 18, and the council approved, and we started about $5 million in preliminary projects in July of 19. So this is part of that history. We have been working on this for some time, but these final reports did a more comprehensive review of each of the benefit areas to allow us to proceed with additional projects. When we look at the financial highlights, and this is through September 10th, 2020, these are the 14 different benefit areas. You'll find their name on the left. You'll see the collections to date. You'll see the obligated amounts and the unappropriated amounts. So the collections to date are total. You'll see that some of the benefit areas have collected much more money than others, and that's just the fact that there's additional development in certain areas of the city than others. On the obligated amounts, these are the amounts that are obligated for those early initial projects that I mentioned. There's 11 projects that are underway. This funding of the obligated also includes the reports that you see here at the council. The unappropriated, the 10.5 is monies that are available. You'll find that we're able to actually in several of the benefit areas proceed with additional projects. And so with council's approval of the final reports today, we would begin initiating 12 additional projects in those benefit areas that have funding to proceed. This map highlights the different benefit areas. You'll find that they don't specifically align with city council wards. They were identified with the assistance of planning with a nexus that the fact that the development fee that is collected in those areas needs to be spent in those specific areas. And so that's how these areas were highlighted. Something that I might just mention, 4 of the benefit areas are in a single ward. Most of them are in multiple wards. And C1 has the highest number of multiple wards. C1, which is right in the middle, it actually covers 6 different wards for Oklahoma City. We look at some of the examples of some of the improvements. Now, the projects cannot provide for, as a part of impact fees, for maintenance. They have to provide for capacity enhancements. And so that can include widenings. We can do reconfigurations of traffic lanes. We can add traffic control devices. There's also, in some cases, the addition of turn lanes. And if we look at all of the reports, this is a traffic impact fee project map. Those that are identified in green, those are those initial projects. There's 11 of them that are in design, pending construction. The blue are the future ones. Those are the ones that have been identified on these new reports as funding becomes available for us to proceed with additional work. I think you'll mostly see that these are in high traffic corridors. And again, there's several enhancements that need to be done across the city. I won't spend a lot of time on each of these individual slides, but just wanted you to see that we are looking at each benefit area individually. This happens to be C1. We're tracking individual projects, their status. Again, the green is the ones that are in preliminary design. The blue are the ones that are in future design. But we were looking at these for each of the benefit areas. We're tracking cost estimates for each of the projects as we proceed ahead. And there's a report that's included in your packet today that highlights each of the areas and each of the projects with its estimated cost. So I just go through each of these. These are just some of the highlighted projects, and I know I can come back to these if you have any questions. Can also provide the additional information as needed. The intent of the final reports is that they allow us to move forward several years, if possible, with the number of projects that are basically ready to go. One of the benefit areas, actually with today's approval, will maximize all of the projects. This is going to be benefit area N6. All the projects that you see on this slide would be fully funded, including all of those identified in blue. But moving those forward, what's anticipated is we complete all the projects in a report. An engineer will be engaged again to then look at projects in addition to these. We would bring future reports back to the City Council for consideration and approval. Many of the areas, though, don't receive funds quite as quickly just due to lower development rates. So it's anticipated that some of the reports, especially some of the rural areas, perhaps it may be several years before the report needs to be updated. So this is a copy of the report on the project list that's in your council packet. Again, it's color coded. It's color coded to show that the yellow are the initial projects, the green are the ones that we're going to be recommending. There's 11 initial, there's 12 additional that are ready to go, and that would occur just as soon as the council's ready to approve the reports and allow staff to move forward. And with that, I can answer any questions you have about streets impact fees and the final reports today.
Any questions for Eric?
Thanks, Eric.
Okay. Then that means we will move on to item AW.
So item AW is a joint resolution with the Economic Development Trust for the development of the First National Center. Many of the items, including the allocation of funding from the TIF, have been approved previously. And this is just an update with some amendments on these agreements. And our authorization has already been provided to issue debt. This authorizes us to go forward with the closing documents on issuing debt associated with this project. Brent Bryant, our finance director, is on the line to give us an update on this item. Also on the line is Wiley Williams, who's done a great deal of work getting these documents together, working with the developer's attorneys. And then Gary Brooks is also on the line. So I appreciate everyone's work, including Joanna McSpadden with our economic development staff. So Brent, why don't you give us an overview on this item?
Sure, thank you. Item 7AW this morning is a joint resolution between the City Council and the Oklahoma City Economic Development Trust as it relates to the First National Center. This resolution authorizes multiple things, and I'm going to go through that. But first, I'm going to give you just a project history. The City Council approved the creation of a TIF district back in 2016. We carved this TIF district out of the downtown TIF district number 2 with the goal of redeveloping this historic facility. In 2017, as we typically do with most TIF projects, the first thing that we do is allocate budget to a project, and the City Council allocated approximately $45 million, 40 of that being ad valorem and $5 million being in sales tax to support the project. The First National Center is composed of really 3 components: the parking garage, which is approximately 170 spaces, the residences, over 190 units, and then the hotel. Overall, this is a $287 million redevelopment project. And to date, the developer and all of his investors have spent approximately $75 million on this project. The first thing that we did after we allocated the funds and went and created the TIF district is the developer wanted to work on the garage. So they came to us and we allocated, the City Council approved, and the trust in 2017 approved an agreement that would provide $17 million to that project alone, 14 of that from ad valorem and 3 of that in sales tax. The way it is structured is as they create the increment, we'll provide those funds back to the developer to support the finances of the project. There was one key factor though in the agreement that said there's a primary lender, then there's a leverage lender. They were having trouble initially of finding a leverage lender. And what the city did in our initial agreement in 2017 is we said that if they could go find a lender, if that lender wanted out after construction, we would do that. We would take that lender out. So that is contingent on, but that's a contingency type plan on that agreement. Today, this garage is 75% complete. What we're seeking today with this resolution as it relates to the garage, Gary and Charlie Nicholas have added a new partner in the project, and we need to recognize and approve that change in ownership. In addition to that, the amendment will confirm that the principal developers will be guaranteed the trust's takeout loan if we decide, or if we end up taking out a loan to support this project. The other part of this project is in March of 19, the City Council and the Economic Development Trust approved an economic development agreement with the Hotel LLC and the Residences LLC, what we also call the the tower project, and this totaled of approximately $28 million. In addition to that, the hotel EDA provided that the trust would provide an incentive loan up to $25.5 million to support the project. At the same time, the city council and the trust approved a loan with JP Morgan Chase to provide, in which the JP Morgan would loan $25.5 million to the trust, and the trust would then turn around and loan those funds to the project. This loan will be secured by a minimum annual tax payment. It will be offset, and the minimum annual tax payment will be attached to a deed, attached to the deed of the property that will be in the form of a covenant that will provide the city security. As if the developer foreclosed or if the property was sold, that covenant would stay with the property as long as there was any outstanding debt. One thing that we allow to do though with this loan is any of the ad valorem taxes that are generated by the hotel and the sales taxes, the general fund portion of that at 2% that would be received that would be generated there would help them offset their annual debt service payment. This also provides personal guarantees, again, by the developers, and none of their assets are in trusts. They're personal guarantees. They're not tied up in LLCs. They're personal guarantees, and we feel very comfortable with that. In addition to that, the first thing that we're going to do to protect the city in the $25 million loan, $25.5 million loan initially that we set up, we're going to create a debt service reserve fund of about $2.85 million. That is the maximum annual debt service for 1 year. And that will go in a reserve fund on day one. In addition to that, ad valorem taxes from the residences each year will go into that reserve fund to help that reserve fund grow. In addition to that, the city will charge the developer a 75 basis point spread above our borrowing costs at JP Morgan, and that spread will also go in the reserve fund each year. Upon that reserve fund reaching 2 times funding, we will start rapidly paying down the debt as quickly as possible, similar to when somebody makes an additional principal payment on their mortgage or their car payment or something like that. So we feel like we've structured this to protect the city on various fronts. And what we're seeking today to do is eliminate the residences as a co-borrower on the agreement. Initially, the developer was going to have one borrower for the project. Subsequent though, that fell through, and now he has a separate borrower for the hotel and a separate borrower from the apartments, or the residences. So we're focusing solely on the hotel. In addition, and so it provides the incentive only to the hotel as it's developed. The resolution also authorizes and approves the form of the documents needed to close the loan. Like I said previously, the loan was for $25.5 million. Subsequent to that, we determined that the only need for the project was $25 million. But right now, the TIF district has $450,000 on hand. So we're going to lower the borrowing for Oklahoma City Economic Development Trust down to $24.5 million. And then, and that's what we're accomplishing today. In addition to this, the resolution authorizes city staff or city and trust officials to execute the necessary documents. And we're looking for a closing in early to mid October. And as Gary mentioned earlier, the garage is scheduled to open sometime in the first quarter of 21. It's 75% complete, and the tower will open by the end of 2021 and is approximately 40% complete. I can't say enough how much hard work Wiley Williams has. This is a very complicated deal, and he has done yeoman's work on this, and we're grateful for his diligence on this project. And we have Gary Brooks on the line, as the city manager said, that could answer any questions you have, or I'll try to answer them along with Wiley. So.
Any questions for Brent or anyone? Okay. Thank you all. All right, Councilwoman Nice had requested some further explanation on items BJ through BM. Mr. City Manager?
Yes, these are all police grants, and the majority of these are grants that we receive each year. And Chief Gorley can talk to those. There's one of the grants that he'll talk about that is a new grant with a new program that's been initiated in the department. So I'll let Chief Gorley speak to these.
Thank you, sir. Wade Gorley, Chief of Police, Police Department. The first grant item listed is a grant that we apply for each year called the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant. This particular grant this year will be used to fund 2 positions in our public media, public information office. And the reason behind this is a lot of agencies our size have civilian employees that specialize in social media and also digital media, such as broadcasting things on YouTube and putting together presentations. We haven't really had a position to do that in the past, and it's become more critical recently. And after talking to people in the community, this is something that they'd like to see us do a better job with. So this grant this year will be used to fund these positions. Originally, they were going to be added to our budget, but with cuts due to COVID and some of the other issues going on right now, we weren't able to do that. So we could use this grant to fund those positions. The next grant is the Victims of Crime Act, or VOCA. This is a pass-through grant from the District Attorney's Office. And this is a grant we also apply for regularly, and it funds personnel in our victim services, to include a bilingual person in there to help when victims come in. These victim services employees are stationed in our downtown headquarters. And when victims come in and they're interviewed by detectives and they realize that they're in need of services, it could be, assistance with anything, just getting help through the process. But also sometimes too, they do things like help people find food assistance, rent assistance, those kind of things, anything that can just help a crime victim out to get through the trying times that they go through whenever they are a victim of a crime. So that's the second item in VK. And then BL is also a pass-through grant from the Department of Homeland Security. This is an item that our bomb squad uses to help determine suspicious items that they find. They can bring a portable X-ray device out, X-ray the item very quickly. And a lot of times this leads to not having to shut down large facilities for extended periods of time, because they can quickly deploy and use this to safely determine what the device is. These particular X-ray machines, we're in the process of replacing some older equipment that we have. We have one of these now, and we will actually purchase this X-ray machine and then be reimbursed by the the Oklahoma Department of Homeland Security. And then the last item, which is BM. This is a COPS grant that we just applied for this year. This came about as we were revamping our wellness program at the first of the year, and we had a consultant come in to help us through that process. This grant just happened to pop up, and we were able to apply for it. And there's several things that we'll be doing with this grant. And some of the things, one of the primary things that we'll be using this money for is for the development of a smartphone app that will allow our employees to access department wellness resources, wellness training, and reference material. Also, it has a self-assessment tool. And this is not just for employees, this is for their families, spouses, children, retirees, so that we can reach a broader base. And it also allows us to push information out through video technology through this smartphone app. The grant will also help pay for training in suicide prevention for our wellness personnel, so they can be better trained in how to recognize, and when any of our officers may be struggling or thinking about suicide, they'll be better able to help them. And then it'll also include training in psychological first aid for our wellness unit, the Gottman method, which is a training to help people get through marital issues. That's one of the things that we really want to target as part of this program with our wellness program is trying to lower the rates of divorce that often occur in law enforcement. And then also too, there's another training program called the Road to Mental Readiness that they'll be certified in and receive training on. And again, all of these are just designed to help our employees and their families deal with some of the stress and trauma that we deal with on a daily basis. And all of this too, with this COPS grant, is in line with the council resolution that's looking at officer wellness. So we're real excited about this one. This one was one that just kind of popped up on our radar and we were able to apply for, and we're very excited and proud that we were able to obtain this grant.
Okay. Any questions or comments? All right. Well, hearing none, that concludes all the requested or scheduled presentations on the consent docket. If there's nothing else, we can proceed to motions. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes on the entire consent docket. Passes unanimously. All right, the concurrence docket, item H is where we now find ourselves, and we have items A through R we could take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Maybe not. There we go. Passes unanimously. Okay, that brings us to item 9, page 15 on your printed agenda, items requiring separate votes. We're going to have a bunch of planning cases. So we're going to start with 9A. These are ordinances on final hearing that were recommended for approval at Planning Commission. 9A1 is at 1414 Southwest 89th Street, going from O2 to C1. Councilman Greenwell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, this is an application on final hearing to rezone property currently zoned as O2 General Office to C1 Neighborhood Commercial District. There are no protests. It was approved unanimously by the Planning Commission, and I move for approval.
All right, let's do that digitally. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9A2 is at 11319 North County Line Road, going from AA to R1. Councilman Stonecipher.
Yes, this is an ordinance on final hearing. It's to rezone from AA Agricultural District to R1 Single Family. It went before the Planning Commission on August 13th of 2020. It was approved by the Planning Commission. There are no protesters, so I will move for its approval.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Second, there we go. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9A3 is at 1868 Lowry Avenue, going from I2 to I3. Councilwoman Nice. Oh, and Councilwoman, we do have the applicant available for questions.
Okay, I'll go ahead and allow the applicant to describe what we're going to see in this place.
Okay, this is Derek Baumgardner, engineer.
My name is Derek Baumgardner with Chickasaw Telephone Company, and we are using this as a storage facility yard for materials for fiber optic communications installation. So we would be storing like manholes, handholds, rock, some duct, poly pipe, or PVC on the yard, just as a temporary storage while doing projects in town.
Will you have a facility, like a building for your storage, or will it just be fenced in?
It will just be fenced in. At this time, there's really not a need for a building.
I'll go ahead and move for approval.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9A4 is at 9001 Southwest 44th, going from R1 to C3. Councilman McAtee, and we do have the applicant available. Councilman McAtee, you are muted, I'm told. There you go. Oh, you muted again. There you go.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry for the interruption.
No worries.
The applicant is present. If he would like to come forward and give us a brief overview of what he intends to do when zoning is approved. It was unanimously recommended by the Planning Commission. So if you would.
All right. Kendall Dillon.
Yes, good morning. This is Kendall Dillon with Craft and Toll representing the applicant. And this is a rezoning application for a 5-acre parcel that sits at the northwest corner of 44th and County Line. The site is currently zoned R1, and we are requesting that it be rezoned to C3 to build a couple of retail buildings. We feel like that this site is very well buffered. If you were to look in the staff report, you'd notice that the property to the north and the west is currently vacant, and that property is owned and controlled still by the applicant. The property south of 44th is currently vacant C3, as well as the tract that lies at the southeast corner of County Line of 44th. Immediately east is a residential subdivision, the Kings Ridge West Edition. However, there's a large common area and a pond that sits on the east side of County Line Road that adjoins our entire frontage. So if you look at this side, it's very well buffered. As mentioned in the staff report, it's in conformance with the comp plan. Staff's recommended approval, and Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval as well. So would ask for your approval and be happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Thank you, Kendall. And also, there were no protests. Is there anyone here to speak to this item?
No, no one else has signed up to speak.
Thank you, sir. Then unless the council has some questions, I move for approval.
All right, let's do that online. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9A5 is at 25 Southwest 50th Street, going from R1 to R2. Councilman Stone.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an item that provides for infill about Southwest 50th and Santa Fe area. No protest. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended for approval. So with that, I will move to approve.
All right, got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9A6 is at 500 South Cemetery Road, going from R3 to PUD 1755. Councilman McAtee, no one has signed up to speak on this item.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a down zoning from an R3 to an R2. It was unanimously recommended by the Planning Commission. There are no protests. I move for approval.
Okay. We've got a motion coming and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9A7 was previously deferred, which brings us to item 9A8, which is at 4320 North Military Avenue, going from R1 to SPUD 1224. And Councilman Cooper, we do have the applicant two representatives of the applicant as well as a couple of protesters. I'll turn it over to you first.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to hear, in the order you just described, from our applicant, if they could give us an overview of this proposal, and then from the protesters, and to my fellow council members and mayor, I would pay close attention because we're going to probably get down in some weeds here. So I really appreciate your consideration of each side's perspective on this particular application. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we've got, on behalf of the applicant, we have Jared Smith and Klaus Ryman Philippe. And I don't know who wants to speak first.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Klaus Ryman Philippe. I'm the applicant on behalf of Jared Smith. And essentially, Jared Smith is seeking to rezone a series of lots basically centered around Helm Street and Military Avenue. And really in a nutshell, we are seeking to reduce the lot sizes slightly to allow for in development area 2 and 3, one additional development parcel in each area. And then for area 1 to allow for additional houses that mirrors a little bit the development approach across the street, across Military Avenue, where you have kind of a cottage court type development that's existed for several years. So that is, we are also seeking to allow for accessory dwelling units on the lots located in area 2 and 3, just one per development parcel. So that is really, what we're seeking today, but I'd be happy to field any questions or concerns you might have.
Okay. Well, maybe now we will move to the protesters, and that begins with Rachel Bundy. And is Rachel on the line?
I am on the line. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes. And if you wouldn't mind stating your name, address, and keep your remarks 3 minutes or less. Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you. This is Rachel Bundy. I reside at 1144 Northwest 43rd Street. So area A is immediately in our backyard proximity. We've been residents here for almost 13 years, and I'll try and just be concise and bullet point. We've learned a lot about Plan OKC. We understand that this development really is in line in a lot of ways with what Plan OKC is trying to accomplish, but it is it's very frustrating as a resident because there are a lot of parts to it that that the neighborhood and that the current residents feel pretty strongly about. We are against the increased density. We appreciate that they are still doing R1 properties, but they're increasing these lots from what would have been 11 dwelling units to potentially 28 dwelling units. Splitting it up or having, these 3 different parcels in one spud, I think complicates this because area 1 in particular is a very kind of different type of development than what you would see in areas 2 and 3. I think that area 1, they only want to have 25% green space there, which does not follow R1. I'd like to propose that they do 50% green space in area 1. They've also described area 1 that it's going to be similar to the military court style and approach that's across the street, but there's really no language in the SPUD to follow that. The military court apartments are small. They are duplexes. They're about 600 square feet per unit of duplex, but based on their SPUD, they could have 6 35-foot tall buildings in area 1, which is not in keeping with the military court style. Also, this SPUD, Plan OKC is about infilling property, and they're demolishing, I believe it's 6 different homes. So this is not just an infill. It is demolishing homes in our neighborhood, in an older neighborhood. Many of our homes are 90 to 100 years old. And really fundamentally, this is setting a huge precedent in our neighborhood that developers will be able to come along, buy up our properties for reasonable, which are already reasonably priced currently. And it really just gives the developer the advantage. It makes our lots more valuable than our homes. And it's going to allow, the next developer to come in and, buy up, these chunks of land and just tear our neighborhoods down. They aren't able to really share a design intent. And I know design intent is not required to build a new home in our neighborhood, but we would really like to see some kind of design intent due to the significant amount of property that's involved in this spud. We're not just talking about one home that's being designed and built. We're talking about potentially 28 dwelling units. This is a significant portion of our neighborhood. We're also concerned with the safety at the intersection of Helm and Military, because we're, again, significantly increasing the density there. There's no stop sign, no yield sign. With the dog leg turned, it's just kind of an unsafe intersection. And Helm Street is labeled there as Helm Street, but it's really an alleyway. It has very minimal traffic on it. It's not really set up for two-way traffic. So safety is a concern to us as well.
Okay, thank you. Cassidy Smith, are you on the line?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Cassidy Smith. I am a resident at 1216 Northwest 42nd, and I am the president of the Home Farm neighborhood. As Rachel said, we've learned a lot about Plan OKC, and we know that Enrich OKC discusses a historic preservation plan, and we're not protected by an overlay, and we understand that, but we just wonder, like her, what could occur if they really did this. We do feel like it should have been 3 separate spuds. I live directly across from Area 3, which is on the 1200 block of 42nd, closest to Classen. We do understand, and as Rachel said, our homes are at an attainable and affordable price right now. We've seen this happening in Douglas Edgemere. I was in a house recently. I saw the house go for over $700,000 in what is supposed to be an attainable area near this upcoming BRT. And I have heard realtors and developers say it's great. We're coming into these areas and we're bulldozing blocks down to build what we want. And we feel it sets a really bad precedent when you look at things that have happened in the past, such as Okura. Our neighborhood's blended, and we're known for being friendly, and we do have concerns about working folk being able to hop onto the BRT and get to their jobs right now with this development. I know that pricing is not something that can be maintained in this, but like I said, we do have concerns with the density and the cost of these, because when we ask, are these attainable, we're told, well, they're attainable if you rent out this back garage, or they're attainable if, and I'm sorry, but $400,000, because there are homes going in, new homes, there's 3 on 1 lot going on in another area of our neighborhood. $300,000 to $400,000 is not attainable for somebody in this area who is moving in, who is needing to take the BRT to get to work, and it shouldn't be contingent on having to rent out a garage apartment. Our concerns with Military and Helm stand, and we also just feel like the overall integrity of this project has not really been defined. As Rachel said, there are no design aspects that we've seen. What are these going to look like? What does this look like? Does this mean that we're going to see other blocks in our neighborhood wiped out? Does this mean that we can expect this to happen in all of Ward 2? There's just a lot of unknowns to this, and we've tried, and we've met, and we've had these discussions. We've voiced all of this, and we just feel like where this project stands right now, it's just not sustainable for our neighborhood, especially with as many houses being built as possible. We feel like that's a lot of homes that could just sit there for a year or 2 years without being sold, or empty lots that could sit there without being sold or built on, and to demolish, 6 houses to do that, when there are people who have been living, and especially 3 of them right now, there are 3 people renting in these houses. We feel that's not exactly helpful to our neighborhood. If this is supposed to be helpful to us, I mean, we are revitalizing, but I just don't think this is the way that we should be doing it.
All right, thank you. Councilman Cooper, back to you.
Thank you, and thanks to the residents, and thank you to the applicant for taking time to walk us through that. I think before I voice my perspective on this, I'd like to maybe hear if any fellow council members would like to add their perspective just from what you've heard. Perspective's just been a word on my mind pretty heavily lately, and I feel maybe I'm a bit too close to both the applicant's perspective and the resident's perspective. So I'd like to hear some fresh perspective from those of you outside of the situation. If you wanted to share just where you're at right now, just kind of hearing what you heard.
If I may, I just really have a question to one of the questions that was raised from the residents. Is there a reason why we decided to use all 3 parcels under this one SPUD instead of doing it individually? Was it cost effective for you to do that? Was it more cost effective to do it this way, or to walk through the process with the neighbors piece by piece and obviously area by area?
This is Bob.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I think the applicant should address that probably. It's not unusual to use the SPUD process to include multiple tracks. And it just requires 1 fee, but the applicant could probably address why he chose to do it that way.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilwoman Nikki. That I'm sorry, nice. That is exactly why. I mean, it was a matter of efficiency and cost. To do the rezoning effort is not inexpensive. I think it's $1,800, and as you know, it's a long process, having to go to planning commission, city council, meetings with the neighbors, and we actually had continued this from the first planning commission meeting to continue speaking with the neighbors and try to find a compromise on this. So we, it's really a matter of efficiency, I would say.
Hey, James, I'm just curious, what is the condition currently of the properties in question?
Yeah, thanks. It varies. And actually, maybe if it's okay, Councilman, while I've biked this area very recently, in fact, and have a pretty good knowledge, maybe I could turn your question over to Helm Farm President Cassidy Smith and then Rachel Bundy, since they're right there, and hear their perspective before I add mine. So. Can Cassidy or Rachel hear me? Are they able to speak still?
No, Francis, are they there?
Hi. Yeah. So, Councilman, your question was what the lots look like right now?
Yeah, both of these, or all 3 of these parcels.
Okay, yeah.
I'm just curious what the current condition is.
In area 1, there is where that the driveway drawing is, there is an empty lot. And then there's a home, and that home was lived in as recently as probably during the pandemic, probably March, April. Area 2, there are 3 existing structures that the developer has actually purchased, and there are families living in them. And then there are 2 empty lots. And then area 3, there are 2 homes currently standing, and then 2 empty lots. And each home has had somebody living in them within the last, even within the last year. While they might not be the most ideal homes, we have seen homes across the street and on my side of the street that were in complete disrepair and restored.
Thank you.
Applicant, a couple of questions. This is Mark Stone Cipher from Morday, please.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, number one is subject number one, is that behind the parking lot? Is that number one?
Yes.
And then is number two on the west side of Military Avenue?
Area 3 is on the west side of Military Avenue, and then Area 2 is on the east side of Military Avenue and abutting Western.
South of the parking lot.
Yes.
Right? Okay. I guess, can the applicant kind of fill me in on the history of this? And what I mean by that is, how did you find the property? How much have you invested in the property to date? What sparked this? And I think the one thing that I know about this area, having attended a long time ago Oklahoma City University, this part of town seems to be revitalizing, especially for young families and workforce persons. And so I'm kind of interested in the fact that there is some development to allow other people to move into the neighborhood and enjoy what Western Avenue seems to be offering more and more every day, with new places to go, from coffee shops to restaurants to shops.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I'd love to respond to your question, also to some of the neighbors' comments, but I think I'll turn this one over to Jared Smith. He's probably better to answer this as the owner of those properties. So, but Jared's on the line. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, Klaus and Councilman. Yeah, as far as the kind of how everything came about, I've lived in the neighborhood and area for over 10 years now, and have always loved that area and have loved to walk to Western. And the interest came about when several of the properties were owned by one particular owner, that being all of Area 1 and Area 2. And then what piqued my interest is these neighborhoods that have accessory dwelling units, garage apartments, and then being capped by two streets, being Northwest 42nd Street and Helm Street, and the ability to be able to come in and revitalize what these vacant lots that have been vacant for quite some time, and come in there and actually utilize that, like I said, that end cap of Helm Street and 42nd Street, to put an accessory dwelling unit, because I've had those for quite some time, and they're very amazing and helpful, and especially during this pandemic when people are wanting to have separate offices or separate spaces in their dwellings now, so they could use as an office or use as a workout area or whatnot, or for a substantive income. So as far as a rental, so as far as that goes, I mean, it just kind of worked out. And then the other two vacant lots on the far west side, I had reached out, as I do in multiple areas of Oklahoma City. I reached out to that lady and attained those two vacant lots, and then just so happened to be able to pick up the other two as they were for sale. So it just kind of happened like that. And then pertaining to the spud all at one time, it was just one of those things that we felt that is a simple spud, as far as just shrinking lots and then adding the accessory dwelling units on Area 2 and 3. And then in Area 1, it's just, for what we have, it makes the most sense, especially mirroring what's across the street.
Just on clear, the subsequent owners either had this land as vacant lots or rentals. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, they were all except for, I believe, the one on the corner was all rental property and vacant lots. Correct.
And then if you develop, How far are you away from the grade school to the north?
I believe the grade school that was there is about 2 blocks, I believe. I believe it's on 45th or 6th.
Looks like it's up in the top of that picture that's a part of the application. And so there's adequate grade schooling for additional development, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all the questions I had.
Did anyone else have from council? I think I see Councilman McAtee.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I heard you mention very briefly something about people getting together with meetings. What type of a study between the applicant and the residents has gone on as far as how to come to an agreement that would benefit both sides?
Yeah, absolutely. So we, I couldn't tell you the exact dates, but we, applied for the SPUD, had a planning commission date set, and maybe a few weeks before we received some protests. And so we had a initial discussion with the neighborhood. Clearly the neighborhood wanted some changes. They weren't, they weren't supportive of the SPUD. So we decided to continue it from that first planning commission hearing to allow for additional time to discuss with the neighborhood. And we had one additional formal meeting that was kind of a larger, kind of Zoom format neighborhood meeting, which I actually thought that second meeting went pretty well. I felt like we had kind of a path to where we could get to a compromise. And, we worked hand in hand with planning commissioners, specifically Commissioner Powers, because this is her ward. And, trying to get to a place where everyone, even if everyone was 100% supportive of it, it was something everyone could live with. And we made several changes to the SPUD. Really the SPUD language now is probably far more complicated than it really needs to be, just because we added so many clarifications and modifications. We added a provision for permeable paving to allow for permeable paving. That was something that the neighborhood requested. The big change really is we changed the lot coverage area for areas 2 and 3 to 50%. And this kind of goes hand in hand with some of the neighbors' concerns about the cost of living, which we share that concern. Accessibility for the average resident to live here. The intention with this is to shrink the lots from what's currently allowed. Right now, it's just zoned R1, no other kind of protections or overlays. So right now, anyone could build, however large a house they really wanted to. With the SPUD, we're allowing for smaller lots, maintaining the same lot coverage, which would result in a smaller maximum house size that you could build. So we're actually, in some ways, making it more restrictive in that regard. The resulting development would result in smaller houses than you could build right now. And the intention behind accessory dwelling unit is kind of as Jared implied, but anytime you can add diverse housing options. So, if let's say you're a waiter that works on Western District, and maybe you can afford, a small apartment, but you couldn't afford a house. We're adding, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I think 11 accessory dwelling units, which would provide kind of that mix of housing that makes this neighborhood more accessible for average people. You can, if you can afford the house, you can purchase a house, which would be smaller than what would be, able to be constructed now. And if you can't, there's still available places to live that are more affordable from a standpoint, from a rental standpoint. So, I think we, in a roundabout way, we've addressed the neighbors' concerns. I think I'm not sure if they really see it the same way, but I feel like as far as the housing size. We actually added some design guidelines. We said that houses must have porches and they can't have garages facing 42nd. So we kind of went to a length to kind of maintain the pattern of development that's there, just making small modifications to the lot size, really, and accessory dwelling units. And so that's kind of, that's kind of where we're at. We made those changes. We felt like we were making those in good faith. Again, we work hand in hand with the planning commissioners to get to a place where, hopefully everyone could live with it. And the planning commission saw that as well, and it was passed, recommended for approval at planning commission. So, we've kind of gone through a series of talks in the neighborhood. We've made a lot of changes, and I just feel like I'm not sure that we could make changes that would still maintain the integrity of what we're trying to do and make the neighborhood 100% happy. And that's kind of where, honestly, that's kind of where it left at planning commission. There's a discussion of continuing, and Chairperson Cravens stated that he didn't see why we would continue because he didn't see what any additional discussions would lead to on top of what we've already done. So that's kind of where it stands. As I understand it. I hope that answers your question.
Well, what I'm trying to get a feel for is how close are the two sides right now? Are you close enough to, with a tweak here and a tweak there, come up with something that you both can live with and move forward with? Or is the gap so wide that there's no room for negotiation and no desire to come together for a common solution? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Well, yeah, I feel like we have tweaked it, we've changed it, we've modified it. We've tried to come halfway. I just don't think the neighborhood is willing to meet us halfway, I guess is, I'm not sure that we could change anything else that would satisfy the neighborhood's concerns, but.
And I can touch on that as well, Klaus. As far as, at the in front of the planning commission, I'm not exactly sure who it was, but I mean, one thing that, as far as on our side, it's like, we're already putting a ton of restrictions on what is now an R1 lot. The reason this even came about as a spud is like, hey, let's not just go in here in these lots and build, whatever we can here. Let's try to shrink these down and try to make them more attainable, more affordable, fitting to the neighborhood as far, and especially the area one. I don't feel, and we don't feel that, what we have is very reasonable. I mean, right now, with that spot, I mean, it's 6 units and that's it, where, in the actual neighborhood and in other areas, I mean, we could have easily tried to squeeze in, 12 units there, or at the very minimum, 10, to make those houses a little bit smaller, and to continue to do this. But, we feel that, we've put a lot more restrictions than what is there now, in just the regular R1. So, I mean, that's kind of how this all came about is, this developed, and, we looked at it as in, how can we make this, better, or develop this into what we think would be great for the area.
Thank you.
Is there any other council member who has a perspective which they would like to add before I throw mine into the room? Okay, let's do this. Thank you, everybody, to the neighborhoods, to the applicants, to the council members for adding your words. It helps me. So, I have pulled up both a satellite map of this area on my iPad here, my work iPad, and then I have the SPUD right here in front of me on my laptop. And, Councilman Stonecipher and I have gone on a tour of the ward together. Councilwoman Nice and I have hung out in the ward together. And I look forward to showing the rest of you all around once we are able to do so safely. But what I'd like for you to know, if I haven't made this clear in previous council meetings, is when I look at this map, this area, please know that Classen and Western are just, I mean, I love all of Ward 2. I just do. This area is how I fell in love with Ward 2. When I first graduated Choctaw High School 20 years ago, a friend of mine, her parents purchased a house right there at 36th and Western. And it's still there, older home, probably about 100 years old. And there was nothing. I don't even know that Cock of the Walk. I think it might around that time. And then Bruno's Furniture Store. But Western Avenue was not the sort of Western Avenue we heard Kim Cooperhart speak to earlier, that's about to have this assessment role and all of that. And it was me being in that space and watching it over the last 20 years that allowed me to say, I think these series of Northwest neighborhoods is where I can call home. So my eye is heavily on Classen and heavily on Western. And kind of going back to what I said earlier to Roy Williams with the chamber, I'm deeply, deeply concerned about attainable and affordable housing. I am, as you all know, a strong advocate for the bus rapid transit that our city has secured in terms of a federal matching grant that's going to go along Classen. And it is my strong belief, kind of going back to Councilman Stonecipher's words earlier, that the neighborhoods along Classen, as that BRT comes into existence, that those neighborhoods have the opportunity to do infill. They have and we as a city have the opportunity to revitalize existing housing structures, particularly with the maps for housing dollars, revitalize those structures so that working class and working middle class and middle class folk can afford those homes. So that's my vision. And it's my vision that the people who live in these homes and in these neighborhoods are able to walk to places like Western Avenue for the coffee, for the beer, for the restaurant, for the shop. Same over for the pho and all the stuff that Classen has to offer, the Bradford House. So that's my vision for this area. Walkable, pedestrian friendly, bike friendly, and it's the residents. A lot of the residents spoke to me about this. There's a New York Times video where I'm knocking doors in Woodland across Classen, and the #1 issue someone said was walkability. And they mean to be able to walk to these places. So that's the vision for me. And because of that, I have my concerns, having listened to the neighborhood residents and then just thinking of my own vision. I think my concern, and I think a way forward for us, and I've mentioned this to Klaus yesterday, I am curious to see if this is something we can't work out today on council. I think I have 3 requests, and if we can pull these off, I can support this this application. If not, it's going to be very, very difficult for me to do so. I'd like to break it up. I'd like to break up the 3. I think, I've known Klaus for about a year now. He was one of the folk who introduced me to The Color of Law, the book that I also recommended to our chamber president earlier. My hope here is that what we could do is that if we can do one of these areas at a time, and specifically I'm looking at the area 1 across from Military Court, and then the one here on the southwest corner. I would imagine either one of those to me, area 3 or area 1. I'd like to start with one of them. And I think we have an opportunity if we take this one at a time, that we have an opportunity for Klaus and Jared to really, truly introduce themselves as neighbors to the folk over here, and to be able to demonstrate that the fears that the residents in this neighborhood, but quite frankly, residents all across Ward 2 when I was knocking doors, and more recently as I was reading Boomtown with my UCO students, they brought up their fears about displacement, about gentrification, about homes in the urban core finding themselves under construction and not matching the character, not verbatim matching the character of the architecture, but even complementing it. So my students brought that up unprompted. So this is a concern, and I think that we have an opportunity here for the two applicants to really truly introduce themselves to the neighborhood there and show them, like, here's what we're talking about, here's what it looks like, here's how it complements. And I think what that sets us up for is to revisit, either in one future spud or two future spuds, the subsequent areas. And I feel like we hashed out a lot of the concerns here so that we wouldn't have to go through such an arduous process if we were to revisit this in two separate or one separate spuds down the road. So that would be one request that I have, is let's break this up. It is dramatic to do 3 at once. That is dramatic. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, I'm saying it's dramatic. And so I think by doing this piecemeal, we get to, I think we can get to a pretty healthy relationship between the applicant and the neighbors. That would be my first request. My second request would be to amend this to, codify into language saying, let's ensure that the square footage matches the average square footage of the existing neighborhood. I think this is somewhere between 1,800 and 2,000 square feet. I think this would go a long way to saying that toward the neighbors, like, hey, we want to be part of the neighborhood. And again, we're here to complement what's already there. Again, not match it in every detail brick by brick, but complement, excuse me. And then finally, I know that
James, can I ask a question about number 2?
Oh, yes, please.
1,800 to 2,000. Are you saying they can go below 1,800?
Oh, yes. I mean, I think going below, I think is fine. I think the so much of the concern is, what happens if someone moves in and just builds this giant home, and even with an accessory dwelling unit, my income is pretty public. I work at a public university as an adjunct and for council. I probably will make less than $30,000 a year this year. If I wanted to go buy a home that was $700,000 or $500,000, good luck getting me that loan, number one. And even if I had an ADU attached to it that I wanted to rent out, I couldn't have afforded it in the first place to be able to rent it out to complement my income. So I think that's the neighbors' concerns, is that if the smaller in terms of the square footage, that we have a better chance of having an attainable, affordable housing there, Mark. And then finally, as I noted, one of the residents is very excited about this permeable pavement, permeable parking, and I share those, especially as Adapt OKC is coming online for us. I know the language right now says we could allow for it, but I think it would make the residents feel much more confident if this was like something we could say, yeah, this is something we'd like to see there. So those are my 3 asks: is the permeability, the square footage cap, and then the breaking this into let's do one spud at a time here. And again, it could be that we find we do the subsequent 2 as one, but I just see this as a way to really have the applicants introduce themselves as neighbors. And it's my belief, maybe I'm an optimist, I've been called worse in my life, but it's my hope here where once this, if area 1 or area 3, and those are the ones the neighbors really pointed out to me, and I believe area 3 is right across the street from neighborhood president Cassidy Smith, but this is an opportunity for the applicants to truly show the neighbors, this is the product, this is what it looks like. And I think from there, they would have bought enough goodwill to proceed. And I also want to say to the applicants, I really do appreciate what you said earlier in regards to someone could have just come in here and just, they could have built anything. And I do appreciate the attentiveness. And to Councilman McAtee, your earlier question, there was in terms of the process, there was an initial Zoom meeting between the neighborhood and Commissioner Powers and the applicants. I was there for that. And then I just bowed out and let the neighbors and the applicant really have those conversations with our commissioner. And then it went to planning. I think I had that one subsequent meeting before. And then I asked for a follow-up meeting last Thursday with the neighborhood. And that's how I came to these three things. There was a big gulf there, you all. There was a big gulf even after that planning meeting. And a lot of the neighbors feeling, quite frankly, defeated after that planning meeting. And I felt it. I saw that meeting. And I was creating my syllabus as I was watching that meeting. And I felt that level of deflation. And so I reached out to them and said, what if anything can I do? And this is where we arrived. And even this is not their perfect vision by any stretch of the imagination, as I'm pretty sure it's not the applicants. But I do think that what I'm suggesting is enough of a give and take that I think we could move forward in some productive ways here. So those would be my request, is to amend this in that way, and for the reasons I stated. So I guess my question is to the applicant, and again, I'd like to hear from Cassidy and Rachel too, but is those three sort of requests, is that something we could address today in public?
I'd like to hear my thoughts.
Oh, who is that? Is that Councilman Stonecipher?
I think, what I had a power surge. My computer went down for a minute and I had to reboot, and I missed a little of a discussion. But the point is that I think Commissioner Powers had meetings with the neighborhoods and the developer. And I think that the developer has made a substantial investment on what is just basically a large portion of it, just vacant lots. And I think that if you slow down the development and you break it up into three, you may completely kill the development because of a cost factor. In other words, if you're doing all three, you bring in your dirt contractor once. You do in your person to lay the roads or the sewer or the infrastructure once. To bring them in on three different occasions raises the cost of the project and may cause it to be where it's not profitable and it doesn't get done. And that's not helpful, because then we just end up with a bunch of vacant lots sitting there for a long period of time. And so I have concerns about breaking it up from the developer's perspective and whether this makes this a viable project. If you do break it up, I would be interested to hear the developer's thoughts on the square footage and the third item. But that's my big concern, James, is that I know Scott Cravens, I know Commissioner Powers, they're pretty knowledgeable on this stuff, and I know they both voted for this. And so that's the way I'm leaning right now, to vote for it as is, but I would like to hear the developer's thoughts.
Yeah, this clause, I guess, Jared, do you want to jump in and I might add my thoughts as well. Whenever you, but I would agree with your sentiment. I don't know if splitting it up.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted now, Klaus.
Oh yeah, okay.
Okay, yeah, sure, and definitely, and thank you, James, on expressing your concerns on that, and trying to come up with that. As for the splitting it up into three different, I guess, developments, as you would see it, it absolutely would kill the development. As in, there's no time frame on that. There's no guarantees on that, and that's just a bunch of unknowns for that, as far as Councilman Cooper, I definitely, applaud you in that. It's just that as far as splitting those up just doesn't quite make any sense at all as far as a development goes, especially area 2 and area 3 being, the same structure of development and not being any different. So I just don't see how that would help out on any of that. As far as the permeable pavement, we did put in the SPUD for the option for that. It is, very interesting in trying to find ways to build green and do things in that manner. I'm very knowledgeable about this neighborhood, about the areas. As far as putting that into, I'm not sure if you're wanting that to be, to where that's a must and put in the language that we would have to, which I do think that if there are, curved streets, I do think that that's an issue there. So I don't know exactly, someone would have to clarify that as far as that goes. And then as far as the square footage goes, it's hard for me, like I touched on earlier, for me to go in here and spend the amount of money that I've in trying to make this something that is good for the neighborhood and something that is, ultimately good for me as well. As far as putting a square foot, maximum or limitation on an R1 already, I just really don't see what the reasoning is for going in and changing and limiting already an R1 development. We did work with the neighborhood on that as far as, the lots and the 50%. So I think we've already limited ourselves, as I touched on before. We have already put, substantial limits on what we can and can't do over and above the R1 restrictions now. So that I don't know if I answered any of your questions, Councilman Cooper, but you can touch base on that, and then Klaus, if you would like to as well.
No, I agree. I appreciate your comments, Councilman Stonecipher, and I agree. As far as the square footage, we are essentially limiting the square footage or reducing the square footage from what is currently allowed by shrinking the lots, but maintaining the 50% lot coverage, which was specifically something that the neighborhood had requested for areas 2 and 3, and that we added in black and white to the SPUD language. And really, this kind of goes back to another comment you had about Planning Commission and having worked with Commissioner Craven's powers and Commissioner Pennington. And actually, Commissioner Pennington made a good point during the Planning Commission hearing, and he was saying it's not fair or correct to impose, additional restrictions on the lot that is kind of allowed as a baseline. And specifically, for example, with the square footage, in effect, the way the SPUD is written, it does limit the maximum square footage from what would be allowed currently if it was just developed, someone just took a lot and built a house on it. So in a lot of ways, we've already added restrictions to this above and beyond, and included concerns that the neighbors had. That's something that we kind of discussed in Planning Commission. Really, the Planning Commission hearing, a lot of these things kind of got hashed out, and ultimately they voted to approve the SPUD or to recommend approval rather, because it met the city standards. The City of Oklahoma City staff have been supportive of this from the beginning. It's in line with the comprehensive plan for Oklahoma City, and I think it's a win-win for both the developer and the neighborhood ultimately. So yeah, I'm not sure if adding those extra provisions really achieves anything necessarily.
James, could I make another suggestion?
Is that Councilman Stonecipher again?
Yes, sir.
Yes, go ahead, please.
In light of the 3 requests that you're making and not really having an opportunity to think those through, especially with the benefit of legal. Maybe pass it to the next meeting, and that gives us an opportunity to sit down with legal and the neighborhood and talk to neighbors and make sure what we're doing, if that's what you want to do, it's your ward, is something that is legal and is something that could be sustained in a district court action.
You know, I would be okay with deferring it and letting finding out more from our legal team, and then I think what would have to happen during that time period is the applicants and the neighbors would have to kind of discuss this as well, would be my guess. I mean, I can just say
I think that's a good idea. I think that's a great idea.
That would be my request, would be for that to happen. But yeah, I mean, these are kind of this is the compromise I feel the most comfortable with right now. And so, yeah, Kenny, you're following this. Is this just ahead of time? Is it, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but does it sound like that is something we could do in terms of breaking this up in that sort of way? Or is that just something we have to look at a little bit longer?
One thing, James, you may want to do is discuss this with Kenny as your attorney, where the attorney-client privilege is protected and not make a record. Maybe it's better to defer it one meeting.
Yes, we can get with James and discuss it with him. And so I agree you should defer it for one meeting. It'd be the best option.
Okay. And then after we meet, I'd like for Klaus and Jared and maybe a couple representatives from the neighborhood to discuss this. That would be my preference. I don't know how Klaus and Jared feel, and I don't know how Cassidy feels, but I'd like to hear from them before we vote to defer it.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
So I guess I'm just for some clarification, how would that work? I guess so either we agree for it to be continued for a few weeks, or there is a vote today, or I guess what is just kind of where the, how technically, how does all this work?
Yeah, so I see it like this, and Mark, correct me if I'm wrong. I see it as, I think there's really, two paths forward. We can vote on it as is today, and see where the chips fall. Though I will be honest, I can't, as is, I can't support it.
Hey, James.
Yes, who's there?
It's Cassidy. Rachel and I actually both have work meetings at 11, so we're going to defer to Kevin Bundy and possibly Joe Tolliver.
Okay, thank you both.
Thank you.
Let me just say this to the applicant. Here's your options from my perspective, and you get what you pay for. You first have to get a motion, then you have to get a second, then you have to have a favorable vote. And that's your assessment as to whether you can do those three things. The other thing is we can move to defer it for 2 weeks. That gives James a chance to explore his 3 requests, not only with you, but the neighbors and legal. And maybe we can come up with something that's really positive that works for everybody.
Yeah, no, I think, I think we've had a good discussion today. I think that sounds not unreasonable. I think that's reasonable to defer for 2 weeks, allow us to, continue the conversation. Maybe there's something that we can find some common ground on, yeah, I think, we would be okay with that.
I would like to, as the developer, step in here. As this whole process has gone and we have continued and met with little to no concession on neighborhood size, besides wanting to limit square footage and wanting to have a design review process, and having things that are just not usually there. And as far as an R1 development, it just, as far as continuing, I guess I am fine with that. It just, as it stands right now, and as being a developer and a neighbor and have lived in the area for a long time, I mean, this spud is not outside the realm of anything but exactly what the comp plan seeks in this particular area. So I do know that there are concerns, and I do realize that change is scary for neighborhoods and people who have lived there. But it just, as far as, I don't know if I don't really want to use, just limiting development and halting development. And as was stated by Councilman Cooper in our first meeting with the neighborhood, that this particular neighborhood has been skipped over. It just, I guess it's just hard for me to just continue and really not see any goodwill on that side as far as developments go. And it's already become an issue with other people that, that have reached out to me. And this area is loved by many because it is walkable. It is in the center. You have Western, you have Classen, and all these issues, and limiting what can be developed more than what the R1 could be now. I just don't know that that's what the intent would be for a neighborhood to come in here and be, become, I guess, hard to work with, which, on the corner there was approved, that there's 3 houses being built. And like I said, Cassidy had spoke to that. I mean, that was approved. And I would like to make note in this area, especially the area 1. I mean, we have, limited that in a way that, really doesn't make sense. Like, I would say most developers would come in and seek that area as something that should have a lot more density, especially with how Helm Street runs down, the middle of this entire project. So, I am okay, I guess, with continuing that. I just don't really see what the point is, because splitting it, it doesn't make sense to me in that realm. Limiting square footage, I don't see or understand what that would be. And then, as far as the permeable pavement, like I said, I'm not sure we have that in there. I guess there's no way that as a developer, that I would, we don't know what happens, and there is a lot of risk here. So handcuffing me or limiting me to something that may not be resellable or stunt the value of the property as is very hard for me to do. So that's basically all I have to say.
I just have one other. Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
I feel your frustration. I've dealt with this issue on many occasions, and sometimes there are people out there that just want to say no matter what. And that's why we have zoning laws, and they're there to protect you, and they're there to protect the neighbors. And so I know it's frustrating for you to have to continue this, but I think that this would be helpful. I'm not talking about continuing it a month or 2 months, just to the next meeting, so we could have a little more dialogue.
Yeah. Anybody else on council want to say anything before I make a motion? Okay. Then I would like to make a motion to defer for 2 weeks, and if we could, for staff to go ahead and set up a conversation between me and legal, and then for staff to following that meeting with legal to arrange a meeting with the applicant and the neighborhood leadership within that 2-week period. And let's pull the Band-Aid. So that motion to defer, please.
All right, we've got a motion and a second for a deferral to our next meeting. Cast your votes.
Mayor, I'm having a problem with PrimeGov.
Okay, how would you like to vote on this deferral?
Yes.
Okay. Passes unanimously. All right, that brings us to the next item, which is 9A9 at 1300 North Blackwelder Avenue, going from R2 to SPUD 1228. And in Councilwoman Hammond's absence, Councilwoman Nice will lead the discussion here. And we do have the applicant here to speak, Councilwoman Nice.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I will go ahead and ask that we hear from the applicant, just so everyone is aware of what's happening.
Okay. Is Jeff Struble on the line?
I am. This is Jeff Struble. I'm the builder and developer. My address is 1111 Northwest 15th Street. Been working in this area for 20 plus years. We have a corner here on 12th and Blackwelder, track 1. We are putting in trying to do a pocket community with 10 houses that will kind of share a common space, so we can try to make the houses a little bit more affordable for the neighborhood. And then behind track 2, we have 3 townhouse buildings that'll have 4 townhouses in them. The townhouses will all have the street facing part of the building will be a front door, and on Blackwelder they'll all have street facing fronts to them. Down the street we dead end into McKinley Park, which is a great park in the neighborhood, and we are 4 blocks from the Plaza District, which is a really walkable district. Like I said, the neighborhood is really excited about this, and we passed through City Council unanimously. So Planning Commission. So we're here to answer any questions or concerns from anybody.
Thank you so much. I did talk to Councilwoman Hammond, and she asked me to go ahead and push this through. So I will ask for approval.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilman Stone, looks like you've got it figured out.
Did.
Passes unanimously. All right, item 9A10 is at 2359 Northwest 10th Street, going from C3 to SPUD 1230. Councilwoman Nice for Councilwoman Hammond.
Yes, has anyone signed up to speak for this?
They have not. In fact, I'll go ahead and make a blanket statement that for all of the remainder of the planning cases, we have no one who has signed up to speak.
Okay,
go ahead.
I will go ahead and ask that we approve this application.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. Item 9A11 is at 3924 North Youngs Boulevard, going from R1 to SPUD 1231. Councilman Cooper.
Yes. I know no one has signed up to speak, but is the applicant present and or their representative?
I don't know. I'm not sure, like, if they haven't signed up, Francis, do we even know how to find them? Yeah. So if no one signed up to speak, we don't know what name to look for to pull them in, I guess. Yeah. To answer your question, Councilman.
Yes. So there were technical evaluations that went along with this, and then the planning commission with approval. So I will move it as well.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9A12 is at 3931 Northwest 8th Street, going from R1 to SPUD 1232. This item was deferred from September 1st and the 15th. Councilman McAtee.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. For the record, the applicant was called away last meeting on a medical emergency. He and I have talked. The technical evaluations that go with it is agreed to. The communication tower not being used, being eliminated, he's agreed to. So I told him that the imposition for him to take off again work to come down, that I would see if there was no objection that this was passed. Hearing no objection, I move for approval.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, 9A13 is at 3121 North Pennsylvania, going from R1 to SPUD 1233. Councilman Cooper.
Thank you. David Box, are you with us right now?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind just speaking to this application? And I believe after a conversation you and I had last night, you have an extra thing we would want to add to this.
Absolutely. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. It's a bit of a unique application in that this building, if you've seen it or driven by it along Pennsylvania between 31st and 30th, was certainly built as a commercial building. There are several uses in this area that are former houses, especially along 23rd Street, that were later converted from a house to an office or commercial. This was never intended or built as residential, but for whatever reason, when the zoning ordinance came into existence, it zoned this piece of property R1 single family. It is surrounded by commercial. It has always been commercial since the building was constructed. My client acquired it and realized the error, so we've come back through this SPUD process in an attempt to zone the building in the manner that fits what it has always been used for, and that being commercial. So it's consistent with the comp plan. Planning Commission did recommend approval. There are 2 TEs that we agreed to and 1 additional technical evaluation that Councilman Cooper and I discussed last night. Along Pennsylvania, there is a strip of grass, and he asked that we plant some bushes or greenery or some sort of landscaping that would be aesthetically pleasing. My client does agree to do that. I do want to make sure that we don't have the ability to run drip lines, but we'll plant some hardy bushes that will be able to survive there. So my client's happy to do that. He said, give me 2 weeks and they'll be there. And so with that, we'd ask for your approval with that addition. I guess what it would require is an amendment before the motion on the ordinance.
Yes, and thank you, David, for working with me on that. So legal, how would I go about doing the amendment, have the greenery here?
I'll answer. You could simply just make a motion to amend to add the additional TE.
All right. Yes, I'd like to make a motion to amend the additional TE, please.
All right. We've got that coming up here on Prime Gov. Got a motion and a second for the amendment. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
And then I'd like, sorry, go ahead, Your Honor.
Nope. You're going to make the motion for the approval?
Yes, I'd like to make the motion to approve as amended, please.
All right. Motion to approve as amended is made and seconded. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Item 9A14 is at 824 North Phillips Avenue, going from PUD 1367 to SPUD 1235. Councilwoman Nice.
Yes, I know we just heard from David Box, so we'll ask for him one more time to speak to this development that I believe our city can actually be excited about pertaining to wellness and caring for our residents and those who probably won't belong to our city that are working through cancer treatment.
Yes, thank you. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is an exciting development. This is over by the OU Health Science Complex, and it is a facility that will allow for adults that are seeking cancer treatment to have a place to stay while they're seeking that treatment, both here and in other parts of the city. We spent a lot of time at Planning Commission to get our design right, to our site plan, working with staff, and ultimately led to a staff report that recommends approval. It's certainly a development that is consistent with the area. When you drive that area, this is going to fit right in line with what you would expect to see over there. Planning Commission ultimately did recommend approval of this item unanimously, and that's where we find it today. And so I'd be happy to answer any questions. We'd ask for your approval.
Are there any questions? If not, I will move for approval.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9A15 is at 3500 Southwest 119th Street, going from AA to SPUD 1236. Councilman Greenwell.
Your Honor, yes, I am pleased to present this item, an ordinance on final hearing with a proposal to change zoning on Southwest 119th from AA agriculture to SPUD 1236 simplified plan unit development. This is for the continued expansion of Mid-America Christian University. They're a great asset to Ward 5 and to the city of Oklahoma City. And again, I'm pleased to make this as a motion for approval.
All right.
Can I ask a question real quick? This is Jody Allen with Mid-America Christian University.
Oh, sure. Okay. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Sorry, Mr. Greenwell, or Councilman Greenwell. When we received the SPUD, I just have a question. I'm kind of naive to this process. So if this is not doable, then we're good. But in the SPUD, when we submitted it, it shows 60% brick masonry on the building. I was going to see if is it possible to have amendment to make that 50%. We are proposing an athletic building on that facility, on that space, and part of that may be expanded at a later date. So I just didn't know if that's even possible to change that to 50%. If it's not, then we're okay with whatever you guys go with.
Well, let me ask for some guidance from our staff to see how they respond to that. Craig, I don't know who the appropriate person is to ask for some input or guidance with our staff.
Bob is on, and then our attorneys are also on.
This is Bob Teeter.
Okay, yes, Bob, please.
A change from 60 to 50 is really not a problem with staff.
Okay.
And you could do it just like Councilman Cooper did. Just you have to do an amendment first and then vote on the case.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And yes, so I'd first like to make an amendment to this item to reduce the brick requirement from 60% to 50%. And so I'd like to make that as a motion.
Okay. Let's bring that up on PrimeGov. There it is. This is a motion to amend. We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, back to you, Councilman.
Well, something that I should have mentioned before suggesting that amendment, they have gained national attention with some of their athletic teams, both men and women, winning national championships in their divisions over the past several years. So again, they're a great asset to the to Ward 5 and to the city of Oklahoma City. So now I would like to make a motion to approve the application for a change in zoning.
All right, motion to approve the application as amended. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, 9A16 is at 12 Northeast 102nd Street, going from SPUD 1060 to SPUD 1237. Councilwoman Nice.
Yes, I will ask for the applicant to speak on behalf of some of the clarifications, just so we have an understanding. I know we had protests and there was a concern as far as medical marijuana for this development. So I'll just ask that we clarify that that is not a use and that our neighbors are comfortable now moving forward with this application.
Okay, do we have the applicant on the line?
Tim Johnson.
Okay, is that the applicant?
Yes.
All right, Tim, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. This is Tim Johnson, 1 East Sheridan, Oklahoma City, on behalf of the applicant. So this property was rezoned a couple of years ago. We have come back with this new application because there's a portion of the property that's not going to be developed in the immediate near future. And the owner wanted to allow the ability to store and sell sod from a portion of the site. So we added that use unit. That's the only use units we added. And the neighborhood did file written documents with the staff. They were concerned that it was going to include medical marijuana. We have specifically excluded that from the document. And there was no neighbors that showed up at PC, and we have a unanimous approval there.
Thank you very much. So with that clarification, for that on record, I will move for approval.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item 9A17 is at 10549 Northwest 10th, going from SPUD 769 to SPUD 1238. And it appears Councilman Griner is with us.
I am.
All right, go ahead, sir.
This is just a change to the SPUD to allow personal storage. It got staff approval and unanimous planning commission approval. And so unless there are any questions, I will move for approval as well.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9A18 was previously deferred, which brings us to 9A19 at 4641 Northwest 63rd Street, going from R1 to SPUD 1240. Back to you, Councilman Griner.
Yeah, this one's a little bit more complicated. There were some protesters on this one. I don't think, according to the mayor, anybody signed up for today, but this is to change kind of a strange little area that's zoned R1 into a multifamily use. I'm not a huge fan of it, but I've asked numerous people if there is a legal way of denying it and have yet to get a good answer. So that's where we're at. And so in the PUD or in the preliminary plan, there is a plan for having 56 units, which is a 22 units per acre. But it's not actually written out in the master design statement. So I've already talked to David Box about this, and I think that what his client has agreed to is to put in a max of 64 units, which is more than what the plan, you know, what the preliminary drawing says, but at least it's better than nothing. And so, David, is your client still good with that?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, so I think we're going to have to make another amendment like we have on the past few ones. So I would make an amendment to add a TE, putting the maximum allowable units at 64.
May I ask a question before we take that vote, Councilman?
Sure, go ahead.
Yes, I was looking at the opposition letter that we have, the letter of protest, and just to clarify, does this young lady that is opposed, does she realize that it's only 1 story, or is that in the TEs and the requirements as well?
No, isn't it max of 2 stories?
It is max 2 stories.
2 stories.
Yeah, the concern was one of the protest letters has an image where they photoshopped a very large kind of urban style multifamily right up against the fence.
Yes.
We have set a max at 2-story, which their neighborhood can have 2-story homes. Additionally, we have set, in fact, Ms. Lankett, if you could go to one of those exhibits, we have intentionally set back the development 15 feet from the property line. And then at the time of Planning Commission negotiated that setback will be full of trees. One of the Planning Commission members asked that we reduce the spacing of the trees. So the trees will be required to be 20 foot on center. And then he asked that at the time of planting, the trees be at least 12 feet tall, so that the day that they get planted, we are already above the fence line and providing that visual buffer, all of which we agreed to and were added as TEs at that time and put into the SPUD.
And I'm be sure that this lady is aware of that. I'm sure she probably still may or may not have been pleased with even that, but I was just curious.
Sure. So we had a meeting prior to Planning Commission that had, I'm going to say 12 to 15 people. I think there was a lot of misinformation about the application before Planning Commission. When we had the meeting, we were able to show exactly what we're going to build, show the density, show the buffering and all the landscaping that we're going to build. And that number of 12 to 15 was reduced down to, I think only 2 people showed up at planning. We then had a subsequent meeting on Zoom with a few other neighbors prior to city council meeting. And my impression was that everybody was, I think, willing to accept what the development is. It is a bypass parcel. It is a unique parcel in that it's really narrow and, kind of skinny long. The idea that you're going to put a single family home there, the development costs just don't allow for that to happen. And so our belief is that the reduction in height, the increase in landscaping is going to make this perhaps the most compatible development that you might be able to have here on this strange lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, I apologize for trying to speed through that. I value efficiency, so I forgot to ask if anybody had any questions.
Okay, any other questions? If not, I believe we do have a motion and a second on the item, so cast your votes. This is on, okay, yeah, I kind of lost track. This is on the amendment, right?
Correct.
Okay, passes unanimously. Okay, so we're back on item 9A19 as amended.
Yeah, I'll move for approval whenever it comes up. Yeah.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Cast your votes on the item as amended. Passes unanimously. All right, item 9B was previously deferred, which brings us to item 9C. This is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval to close a portion of Southeast 89th Street between Southeastern and South Pole Road. And this was deferred from September 15th. Councilman Stone.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a request basically to close the easement between Pole Road and Southeastern. The request is made by BNSF Railway, who has a railway yard over there. There's been no protests, and it was recommended unanimously by the Planning Commission and staff. So with that, I would move for approval.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right. This brings us to item 9D. So 9D1, 9D2, 9E and 9F are kind of all related. And we did hear at a previous meeting, a presentation about this item, about this issue, which is the new Downtown Business Improvement District, City of Oklahoma City Improvement and Special Services Assessment District number 6. Let's begin here with, in order, with 9D1. This is a public hearing regarding the assessment roll. And we do have several people who have signed up to speak. So we'll begin there with Jeff Todd. Jeff, are you there? Can we see him?
There. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Jeff.
Hello? Yes, this is Jeff Todd.
Okay, yes. Please state your name and address and keep your remarks below 3 minutes. Thanks.
You bet. My name is Jeff Todd. My address is 211 North Robinson. I'm here as a representative for Lifestyle Hospitality at Bricktown LLC and Bricktown Garage Parking LLC. We filed a written objection to this, and basically my clients respectfully request that the City Council consider the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on businesses within the Downtown Business Improvement District that's ongoing. It goes without saying that businesses have suffered an unprecedented negative economic impact because of the pandemic. My clients submitted the objection, not that they're opposed to the assessment under ordinary circumstances, but request that the City Council consider a temporary waiver or reduction to assist the businesses in the district to assist in their recovery over the next few months, and obviously, hopefully things will return to normal. And so that was the basis for the objection. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Todd. Okay. Next up is Avis Scaramucci. Avis, if you push *6, it should unmute you so we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, Avis.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank all of you so very much for the opportunity to speak before you this morning. I would like to just discuss a little bit of what the bid does and why I think it's so important. It provides services and amenities over and beyond what the City of Oklahoma City could normally provide. So in particular, the bid provides advocacy, maintenance, marketing. Great examples of that are brochures, maps, beautification. We recently just had a drive-in movie theater night. We saw Jurassic Park and had a great turnout, and actually there was a bump in business the last hour before the show started. Recently, the bid was a partial sponsor of our beautiful new Flag Plaza in Bricktown. Certainly, I must give kudos to the driver of this, and that was the Parks in the City of Oklahoma City. There was also private donors, but the bid also came in and paid for part of that. So I know that, well, and I must say, this might be little known, but during the quarantine, the bid actually provided some security, additional security in our districts, which I think is important. I do know, because I'm here every day, there has been a tremendous financial impact, a negative impact on all of us in the district, including Bricktown and all of Oklahoma City and all of the state. But I would respectfully suggest that perhaps there is no better time than now that we support the bid because of their leadership, their amenities, and their ability to help us move forward in a positive way. So this morning, I would ask your approval to renew the bid. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for everything you do, Avis. All right, next up will be Kathy Bridges.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, go ahead, Kathy, and state your name and address and keep it to 3 minutes. Thank you.
My address, Kathy Bridges, and my address is 101 North Robinson. I'm with Cornerstone Development. We participated in the bid since 2012 when we began construction on the old Mercy Hospital site for the Edge Apartments. And also in 2012, we purchased the Stewart Metal Fabricating Facility in Bricktown, and that site has been remediated and is now the Steelyard Apartments. And we support the bid. We've benefited from the communication and participation in downtown events, just along the lines of what Avis was saying. You know, sponsoring events to support all of the different districts, and the bid supports during good times and bad. And we appreciate how the bid helps to define and maintain each district's character and promote the branding. With Bricktown, as Avis was saying, it's the most visited and recognized downtown district. And we support the bid so that the next decade for Bricktown, as well as all the others, will be the most successful in its history. And we understand that businesses are feeling the impact of the virus, and many are focused on survival right now. We get it, we see it, and they're hesitant for any assessments. But we feel like it's critical that we continue to invest in downtown. This is working, let's keep it going. We need to support it in the good times and the bad. And thank you for allowing me the time to share our feelings.
All right, thank you. Next up is Chris Fleming.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Chris. I think you know the drill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. Without sounding like a broken record with the last two folks that have chimed in with Avis and Kathy, you know, I think the bid has proven its worth in COVID times, maybe even more so than pre-COVID times, you know, in the crisis that's resultant, and how they've pivoted and provided additional services and been a conduit of information and been, you know, boots on the ground when maybe there were no boots in downtown at all. I think, you know, they've been good stewards of resources. They've lived up to their mission and their responsibilities, you know, in the contracts and in the past. And I would hope that council would vote to on this contract and on the additional items that are around this specific item as well. So appreciate the consideration and also appreciate the bid's work. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Chuck Wiggin. Chuck, are you there? Chuck, do we see Chuck? Is he muted?
He should be able to.
Okay.
He's unmuted.
Okay. Well, I guess maybe he stepped away. We will move on to Jim Perrick. In there? Okay.
Hello, Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Hi.
Name and address.
Jim Perrick, 13729 Hillhead Drive. You guys have heard me speak well of the bid before, and so I just wanted to touch briefly on Jeff Todd's comments in protest. I think that the bid staff has done a very good job of being a steward of the ratepayers' money, particularly this year, particularly related to the pandemic. in that the bid has had a couple of positions that they have not filled. And to save money, as well as events that have been canceled, the funds related to those events have not been spent on other things. And they've done a number of other items to reduce expenses, and those reductions will go straight to ratepayers next year by reducing the bid budget. And so I just wanted to make a comment that I think that the bid and the staff, the bid board and the bid staff are very cognizant of the issues going on right now and have taken steps to address it. And with that, I would just recommend approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, that concludes those who signed up to speak, which I believe will conclude our public hearing on item 9D1. That brings us to item 9D2, which is the resolution adopting and confirming an assessment role for the Downtown Business Improvement District, et cetera. What does the council wish to do? And of course, if there's any comments or questions on this whole issue, feel free to jump in now on that.
I do, after listening to Mr. Todd, and I'm sure that's maybe something I should have asked when I had the update. But as far as a temporary waiver or assistance, is that possible for some of these businesses? Or maybe someone can explain what the process has been thus far during the pandemic for some of those business owners if they've had relief or help.
Who can speak to that, Mr. Seaman?
So I've got, Jane Jenkins is on the line. I've also got Lacey Kelly and Joanna McSpadden from our Economic Development Division. Generally with this, it's that businesses can access support and assistance depending on their size through our small business continuity program or our other federal programs that are available. The issue with the bid is just having full funding to be able to support the bid so that the bid can continue to provide the services in the downtown area. So we haven't provided waivers in the past. The council has the ability, I don't know about the ability to waive that. We may have to get someone from the municipal council's office to help us with that part of it. But the real issue would be changing the assessment would then change the budget for the bid and the bid's ability to provide those services in the downtown and Bricktown area.
Is the bid controlled by state statute?
Yes, it is controlled by state statute.
We were going to amend to have some reduction or abatement. We'd have to have statutory language that would allow that, I think.
Yes.
Mr. City Manager?
Yes.
Yes, this is Lacey Kelly with the Economic Development Program, and our attorney, Wally Williams, can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that in the companion item, the ordinance, it allows for the property owners to make arrangements with our treasurer's office to pay their assessment in 10 equal monthly installments using an ACH payment. I know it's not a temporary waiver, but perhaps, you know, rather than paying the whole amount within 30 days of the invoice, businesses could set up to pay 1/10 of the assessment over the year period.
Thank you, Lacey.
Thank
and
you, sir.
to that point, have these businesses been aware of what that option may be? Just curious.
I believe when the assessments are sent out, that information is provided. Is that correct, Lacey?
I'm not sure about that. I think that maybe Jane can speak to that.
I do know that we have several businesses that that use that method of paying their assessment, and so my assumption is that they are informed through the city when their assessment bills go out that they have an opportunity to pay in installments through the treasurer's office. Because I do know we have several property owners that take advantage of that.
So it sounds like from hearing both sides of that maybe we need to be a little more intentional of making sure that information is included for our bid partners so they understand what their options are, if possible, as we move forward in this process. for the upcoming bid as far as the fulfillment of this bid for the next year.
Lacey, I'm sure we can work with the Treasurer's Department to make sure that it is up front and center, that they have several options for payment.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be happy to work with the Treasurer's Office to make sure the information is either included on the invoice or as a special insert into the envelope.
Correct.
Thank you, Denise. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions before we proceed?
I can't help it as our resident film professor, just that you all showed Jurassic Park the way that you did downtown, and just reading Boomtown with my students right now, we're at the part where downtown is dead and nothing's down there. So seeing life down there just reminds me of that quote from Jurassic Park, life finds a way. So thank you all for, you're welcome for that. Thank you all for coming together to honor our downtown and its history and keep it going for us, even in a pandemic.
All right. We'll take a motion then, I guess. This is for item 9D2, adopting and confirming an assessment roll. We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we'll proceed to two more related items. We have 9E. This is an ordinance on final hearing, adopting and setting the assessment roll year 2020-2021 for the Downtown Business Improvement District, etc. This is the ordinance companion to the resolution previously passed. Do we want to take a motion on this? We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And finally, 9F. This is a resolution approving a sole source professional services agreement with Downtown Oklahoma City Partnership for the Downtown Business Improvement District, etc. Basically, this is the agreement with Downtown Oklahoma City Partnership to operate the bid. Obviously, they've done a fantastic job for 2 decades now, and we're very grateful. So we'll take a motion on that. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right. Thank you. I know that's been a lot of work, so congratulations to everybody involved. Thank you, Jane, and your team. Okay, 9G1 is a public hearing regarding the dilapidated structures here listed. Is there anyone who has signed up to speak under this public hearing, Francis? No one has signed up. Oh, go ahead.
I do want to, on item C, I'd like to defer that 2 weeks.
Okay.
The owner of the property is in the process of selling it.
Okay. All right then. We'd like to maybe bring up an option for Councilwoman Nice to motion to defer item 9G1C for 2 weeks. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item is deferred.
Thank you.
Having previously established that no one signed up to speak under this public hearing, we'll proceed to item 9G2. This is the resolution declaring that the structures are dilapidated. Would we like to make a motion on that item? Understanding that it excludes those items previously deferred or stricken. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9H is the public hearing regarding the unsecured structures here listed. Francis, has anyone signed up to speak? No. No one has signed up to speak under this public hearing, so we would entertain a motion to adopt the resolution found in 9H2 declaring that the structures are unsecured. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9I, 1 is the public hearing regarding the abandoned structures here listed. Francis, has anyone signed up to speak?
Mayor.
Yes, go ahead. Oh yeah, do we have your item again here?
Item G.
G, okay. All right, so let's bring up an option for Councilwoman Nice to defer item 9G, I'm sorry, 9I, 1G. All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
No one has signed up to speak under item 9I1, so we'll proceed to entertain a motion to adopt the resolution found at 9I2, declaring that the structures are abandoned, save for any deferred or struck already. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9J1 is a public hearing regarding fiscal year 2021 budget amendment. This was presented at our previous meeting. Francis, has anyone signed up to speak under this public hearing? No. No one has, so we'll proceed to 9J2. This is a resolution adopting an amendment to the fiscal year 2021 budget for the airports fund and other various funds listed here. If there are no questions or comments from council members, we could entertain a motion for adoption of the resolution found in 9J2. We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, now we're going to go into a series of items, really 9K through 9Q are all related to our CARES Act dollars. I believe we're going to have a presentation, city manager, related to maybe all of those kind of collectively first.
Yes.
And then I also have quite a few people who've signed up to speak. And so after that presentation, we may segue to those citizens to be heard as well. But I'll turn it over to you first.
Thank you, Mayor. As Mayor said, we've got several items here that are related to the amendment of our coronavirus relief funds plan, as well as agreements with our partner agencies. You know, the success of us being able to get these CARES funds out into the community to businesses and individuals has been reliant upon these relationships with our community partners. Several of our community partners are on the line today to help answer questions if we need that. Kitty Soodle, Assistant City Manager, and then Aubrey McDermott, Assistant City Manager, will take us through this presentation to show what's being proposed to address the plan amendments as well as the amendments to our agreements.
Good morning, Kenny Soodle, Assistant City Manager. I am trying to share my screen here. I believe that's being shared. Well, maybe not. Francis, I don't know.
We can see it now.
Can you see it? Okay.
Yeah, we can see it.
Give me just a second now. Well, let me control my screen.
While you're handling your technical challenges, I would like to point out that we're all thinking of you, Kenny. It is not lost on us that the person in charge of our coronavirus response from a city perspective is suffering from coronavirus himself right now. We don't send out a press release for the assistant city managers, but that doesn't mean we don't care. And we're glad to see that you're at least sitting upright and seem to be in relatively good condition. But I know you've been quarantining for at least a couple of weeks now. And thank you, Kenny, for all your service. And I think your current situation certainly illustrates the seriousness of this virus and its contagiousness in our community.
I appreciate that. I'm happy to report I'm doing much better. I think I'm almost recovered, and it's certainly made for some fun and ironic conversations with our city county health folks. So, okay, I think you can see the screen now and it's working for me. We just wanted to run through really quickly kind of where we're at with our plan, and we have a plan amendment before you today, but we also have 6 different items that are different individual contract amendments with the different partners. So I'm going to run through very quickly just an overview to kind of give you an idea of where we're at. And then we'll go individually and talk about each of those items that follow that are amendments to the various contracts. So I want to remind everyone where we're at today, that we have three major categories in our plan. The city COVID-19 response expenditures that we allocated $59 million to, council did in previous action back in May, and then there was an amendment in June, and then another amendment in August. There's a third major category that is testing and tracing expenditures, and there's some subcategories underneath that, a bunch of various ones related to the testing and tracing. There was a contract with for planning and research related to COVID-19 that was associated with the START Coalition. We also have a reserve amount there for any future increased response that may be needed, as well as program administration. And then the third major category was community support expenditures, of which there's currently $33.2 million allocated to this program. And within that, the two sub allocations there were for the business support program and resident support program. And there are a couple, even subcategories under those. So that's where we are today. So on the agenda today, the item K is to amend the plan to make some changes to those broad categories. And the most major change would be to reallocate $9.25 million from the city's COVID-19 response expenditures and move that to cover some of the demand that we've seen in the community support, the majority of that going to the business support program. So what makes up that $9.25 million? We're proposing to reallocate $6 million to the small business continuity and payroll reimbursement program, which would take that up to a total of $22.5 million. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in just a second. $2 million would go to the small business technical assistance and business retrofit program, bringing that to a total of $3 million. A little over $250,000 would go to increase the resident support program administration. And then there would be a new allocation of $1 million to the United Way of Central Oklahoma Nonprofit Assistance Program. So this would put, for those two main broad categories, would lower the city's response expenditure category down to $50 million, and overall would increase the community support expenditures to $42.5 million. There's also one other change. It doesn't change the total for testing and tracing, but within that, there's a new program that's being proposed that's related to a sewage monitoring program for COVID-19. As you recall, I mentioned earlier that the Public Health Emergency Recovery Planning and Research Program, which was really that START Coalition, had $1 million there previously. We have allocated all of those dollars to projects, and we became aware of a new project that we're interested in doing. And so there's a proposal here to move $500,000 out of our reserve into that Emergency Recovery Planning and Research Program. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a little bit. So that's kind of where that would leave the testing and tracing. We still would have $5.5 million sitting in that COVID-19 reserve. So overall, if the plan amendment is adopted today, this is what it would look like overall. I do want to point out, I think it's worth noting that when you kind of look at the testing and tracing expenditures versus and the community support expenditures, more than half of our dollars are being placed out into the community. It's 114 total that we have. We would be spending about 50 million of it on ourselves, putting the remainder out into the community. Okay, so now I want to talk about the individual items. I'm going to skip around just a little bit. I want to talk about item P first. This does not involve any change in the dollar amounts. This is the operation agreement that's with City County Health Department. And one of the things we did early on, if you look in our plan, there's a bunch of different categories related to testing and tracing. For example, there's a limit on how much we can spend on testing, how much we can spend on mobile equipment, how much we can spend on advertising and communications, things like that. As we've gone through this process with them, and I have a call with them every Friday, we update on kind of what they're doing to implement this for us. It's become very apparent that not only are things changing very rapidly, the types of technology and things related to tests, but supply chain is also an issue right now. And that's something we're having to adapt and sort of, where we were planning to spend dollars on some things, for example, there's some mobile equipment, vehicles that we wanted to purchase that just the market told us they're not going to be ready till after December 30th. So we have to be ready to be nimble and shift gears. So what we're asking here is basically a contract amendment that would keep the budget the same as it was before, but would allow, with the city manager's office approving, for us to move funds between some of those subcategories. Today, I'm not sure if we'll actually have to do that, but we're almost to October. As you recall, we have to have all the funds spent by December 30th. So we want to just make sure there's flexibility. So if we get down here to the last month or two and we see that we're having trouble receiving equipment, receiving things, getting things purchased, that we would have the opportunity, the ability to kind of shift gears if needed to, without having to come back, with a last second contract amendment. The other big change here is we wanted to make sure that we included language that would allow us, if possible, or if it comes to fruition, to also be able to use some of those funds under that existing contract for vaccinations. Some of you may have seen an article last week about, potential vaccinations that could be available in small amounts for healthcare workers and potentially first responders. Well, a lot of the equipment and things that we're purchasing to be able to deliver mobile tests and things of that nature could also be used to deliver vaccinations if possible. Now, again, some of the word is that there may be some of that available in November. We're unsure, but we just wanted to make sure we're ready just in case that's the case. Item L is the actual agreement with Oklahoma Medical Research Foundation. This was the agreement I was mentioning earlier that's related to the START Coalition. And as I mentioned, we had allocated all of our funds that were currently available under this contract. And we really had come up with a new project that would be to do some monitoring of different wastewater sites around Oklahoma City. Basically, there's some machines that can run a tube down into a manhole, take a sample of the waste, and basically you can do almost like a regular PCR type test to see if there's a prevalence of COVID-19. This is something that City County Health brought to us. It's a sort of a team that's built from a professor at University of Oklahoma, some staff from the Health Science Center, and staff from OU Medical. And we really wanted to do this through OMRF because they're a perfect organization to facilitate our funds going out to them and help us do some of the subcontracting and things like that. But this is a project that's actually already in the works. They've been doing on a small scale, working with our utilities department, identifying a few sites. What this would do would be allowing us to expand this to 15 sites and provide for the personnel and testing to do this. And so by doing that, we can sort of sector off the city into different sectors and be able to get some data on where we're seeing, potential outbreaks or ramp up, where maybe we need to put some more testing or other emphasis in different parts of the city. It's a very interesting project. Item M would be the amendment to the Small Business Continuity and Payroll Reimbursement Program. This is actually the contract with First Fidelity Bank. The proposal to add money to this program also needs this contract amendment with the bank to allow them to pay the additional funds out. Basically, this adding the $6 million here would allow us to completely fund all of the applications that we've received that have qualified, but we ran out of money. And so there are a number of applications sitting there approved, qualified, but we just don't have the funds unless we allocate these additional funds. So this amendment would add funds there, as well as provide a small amount of dollars to compensate the bank for the additional work. Item N is an amendment to the agreement with the Alliance. The Alliance is the group that administers our technical assistance and business retrofit program within our CARES funds. And as you recall, the plan amendment called to increase this by $2 million. Again, we've seen more demand than what dollars we have here. And this would allow us to fund some additional projects in this area as well as provide for some of the administrative costs here for the Alliance as well. So now I'm going to turn it over to Aubrey to talk about our last two items.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me? Okay,
Great.
Yes.
Next items that I'm going to cover are item O and item Q on your agenda. Item O is an amendment to the operation agreement for the resident support program. So if you'll remember, the council allocated $12.5 million to help our Oklahoma City residents cover costs due to the pandemic. So individuals who lost their jobs or their incomes because of COVID have been seeking assistance for things like rental and mortgage assistance, utility assistance, food distribution, job training and placement services, and other types of costs. So the city entered into an operation agreement with the Communities Foundation of Oklahoma to administer that program. And they launched our new community resource center called Community Cares Partners in record-breaking time. They began receiving applications for assistance in the middle of July. So I have some updated numbers I want to share with you about the progress of that, but Teresa Rose Crook is also on the line, and she is on the agenda at the end of the agenda under City Manager Reports to give you an update on the program in more detail. She may actually have some more current numbers than I'm going to share with you because, of course, they're working at breakneck speed. To date, they have received 9,740 applications. They have completed initial screening to determine potential eligibility of those almost 1,000 people to receive different services through various programs. A little over 5,000 of those applications have been initially screened to be eligible. So of those 5,000 applications, 927 have currently been assigned to a case manager who then contacts the applicant, works through what their needs are, matches them to different dollars in programs. So far, the city's funds have been able to pay over $908,000 out to our city residents through the program. And the vast majority of that $908,000 has gone towards immediate and critical needs like rental and utility assistance. About $836,000 of that have gone out for those immediate needs. And about $8,500 has so far gone out to help people with job training and placement services. So you can kind of assess that the community's needs right now are still trying to stabilize in housing over trying to get back into work. So with so many people that are in queue right now that have those immediate needs and the capacity that the Community Cares Partners has, what we're seeking is a way to increase their capacity. So we are proposing that the Community Cares Partners existing staff can increase their hours, and we add 10 additional new full-time and part-time positions so that we can keep up with demand. We also want to make some improvements to the website and online application process so we can help expedite that time between people submitting their application and being notified and then making payments to individuals who qualify. We also want to start really promoting the opportunity for people to take advantage of the job training and placement services. We want to increase marketing of the program, partner with some job placement and education organizations to start getting people back into work once they've been stabilized in their housing. So these improvements that we're recommending would increase the administrative budget by $251,670. Those funds, as Kenny covered, would be reallocated from the city's COVID-19 response funding so that it doesn't take away anything from the resident support program's $12.5 million that will be used to directly support our residents. And that really covers that program. And I guess since we're kind of going through these agenda items, I'll move on to the next one and then we can take questions at the end. The next agenda item I'm covering, if you'll skip down to agenda item Q, is a new agreement. So this agreement is an agreement with the United Way. We're actually establishing this new agreement with the United Way agency because CARES Act and Coronavirus Relief Funds plans allow us to provide assistance to nonprofit organizations. Those organizations who need assistance with payroll or lost revenues are eligible for those funds. And you all have seen this happen through different CARES related programs already through our business support program, which can assist nonprofits. We've had CDBG CARES allocations that have assisted nonprofits, but really the need that's out there in the world that nonprofit supports is growing, it's great, and it's far reaching. So the reason that we wanted to help with the United Way through this new agreement is because they're the only nonprofit in Central Oklahoma that reaches all those human needs through a really extensive and impressive network, 56 partner agencies and 106 health and human service programs. And most of those are located in Oklahoma City. So as everyone has been experiencing from the economic impacts of COVID, that their donations and funds have decreased and they're continuing to decline for the United Way agency and its partner agencies. And with the number of people that are in need and at even greater risk of having fewer resources to help them, this is a way that the city can assist. So the city is requesting to establish this special nonprofit assistance program through the United Way that allows them to seek up to $1 million for eligible expenses. So those business related expenses and lost revenues associated with the COVID-19 pandemic. So just like any other requirement of the CARES Act, those expenses have to be incurred between March 1st and December 30th of this year. The costs have to be necessary due to their financial impacts of lost revenues or costs. So the United Way and its local partner agencies can apply for those funds, provided that the agency's been in existence since February 15th of this year. They have no outstanding business-related liens or judgments. And with all CARES funds, the funds can't be applied if any other form of federal assistance has already been applied for and received for that aid. So this agreement allows the United Way to get increments of reimbursements up to the $1 million. And we've also included an agreement as part, or an application form as part of this agreement, so that any of the partner agencies who wish to seek for that can document all of their COVID-related expenses and submit them to the city for reimbursement. And I think that is all of our council items related to the CARES plan. And I know we have several people on the line who can answer questions, like Debbie Hampton, I believe, is on the line, the Executive Director of United Way. And as I mentioned, Teresa Rose Crook, Executive Director of Communities Foundation of Oklahoma.
Hey, Aubrey, this is David Greenwell. Can you clarify that last item, number Q? So is the $1 million going to United Way for its benefit, or is it going to the United Way and then it will disperse that among all the related agencies that they're associated with?
It can be used in both ways, Councilman. The related partner agencies can request reimbursement for those individual agencies, and the funds can also be used for the larger United Way organization to reimburse their losses.
So let me ask you this: has the United Way submitted their claim to the city for the $1 million?
No, sir. If this action is approved, then whatever losses that they've documented up to date, they can submit claims for. And then as they continue to accrue losses and show revenue reductions, they can submit additional claims up to the $1 million.
So the money won't be dispersed until those documents have been submitted?
Correct.
Okay. Hey, so I've got another question. This goes to Kenny in terms of the business assistance. At what point do you think we can start getting some information in terms of how the money that we've been able to disperse has benefited companies in terms of what industries did the monies go to? What was the size of the recipients, say in terms of number of employees they had, or total assets or total revenues that the company had? Just some additional information. Also, I'd like to know, for example, would these companies have been able to survive without the assistance provided by the city? Was there any additional assistance that they were able to obtain? What's their current outlook, and what's their current employment, say, compared to what it was in January? Can we start getting some feedback on how this money was spent and the companies that benefited from it?
Yeah, Councilman, I'm sure the answer to that is yes, but I don't know is Joanna or Kathy available that could speak a little bit more to the detail of that.
Kenny, I'm on the meeting. This is Kathy O'Connor. We can begin to compile that information. We are still working through applications for especially the second round program and the venue program. So we've been trying to allow the bank to get through those before we began trying to compile some more information about the companies that we funded. Remember that they could apply for our funding, but it was, if they had received like a PPP loan or other assistance through other programs, that was taken into consideration. So they couldn't double dip, so to speak, and use our funds to fund the same kinds of expenses they were using other sources for. But we can certainly begin to try to compile some results about the business. The business sizes were limited by the numbers of employees, just by the definition of our programs. But we can begin to compile some more information for you about revenues and see what the bank has been able to gather and develop through their evaluation of the applications.
Well, so part of the reason for my question is we've already seen large institutions, organizations receive funds from the federal government way back in the springtime. And you question to what extent did they really need that assistance? I think it would be helpful from our standpoint, at least from my standpoint, to see this money was critical for these businesses to continue to operate. And as a result of this, we were able to continue or save X number of jobs. So far, we've gotten zero input, zero feedback. So it's hard to say how has this money impacted our business community.
Yeah, I will say that we have a lot of anecdotal feedback, but we don't have any supported by data from the applications themselves. But we have received a lot of emails and text messages and just anecdotal stories about companies and how much the program has helped them. I think it's also important to remember that the companies had to show that they had a revenue loss or expenses associated with the pandemic in order to qualify for our programs. So, we were about reimbursing expenses and overcoming revenue loss that they had to demonstrate through providing financial information to us.
No, I understand that, and I appreciate the efforts that have been made in all of this. And I just think in our role on the city council, in terms of some responsibility towards this program, we should get some information presented to us that helps us to gain some insight as to the impact that this money has had.
Absolutely.
And to Councilman Greenwell's point, it's unfortunate that we can't pinpoint our minority or Black and brown businesses, because across this nation, they have had the most tremendous impact of loss for their businesses. And I know we do have some on the line to speak to that for our city. So I guess my question now becomes, what are we going to do and what can we do as this city body and this city entity to ensure that we are protecting those minority as well as those Black and brown businesses to stay in business while we have this funding available, because we've done the revenue as far as the venue disbursement. So now it's time for us to focus, and we should have focused on this a lot longer before now, but being very intentional. And I know we're trying to do that, but how can we be more intentional when it comes to those businesses and this programming and this funding?
Okay, well, maybe that's a good segue to, if nobody else has a burning comment to make, maybe we can segue to the citizens who signed up to speak. And there's quite a few. So maybe we'll go there now, and then we can, I think that will tee up maybe some comments from Kathy or others about the specific idea, which I think is what most of the citizens have signed up to speak in regards to. So let's go to Quentin Hughes. I think Francis is looking for Quentin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Quentin. Yeah, I think you know the drill, but state your name and address in 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Quentin Hughes, Senior. My address is 1105 Northeast 13th Street. I'm an educator, business owner, board president for Northeast OKC Renaissance Inc., or NEOKCR. And today I'm speaking on behalf of NEOKCR, where our mission is to be a catalyst for ethical, place-based community development in Northeast Oklahoma City. We were established to support the Northeast Renaissance movement, to ethically revitalize our communities while engaging residents as benefactors and avoiding their displacement. And it's interesting that Councilman Cooper mentioned the book, The Color of Law, and the need for solutions that close the affordable home ownership gap in revitalizing areas like Northeast Oklahoma City. Because this fall, our organization is actually launching a developer training and mentoring program for residents and stakeholders to develop and sell affordable housing in their own communities. I'm here today because the pandemic is devastating our emergent economic ecosystem and placing our renaissance at risk. The COVID relief programs mentioned earlier have provided support to many small businesses throughout the city and offered some much needed outreach and support to engage business owners in Northeast Oklahoma City. However, few of those businesses have had the knowledge, the confidence, required documentation, or technical support to successfully navigate the application process. This has left these businesses that form the backbone of our local economy even more vulnerable for closure. So that being said, along with other Northeast Oklahoma City-based organizations and businesses represented here today, I'm asking for support for lost revenue and recurring expenses due to the number of businesses impacted by the timing of the pandemic, and that the city consider partnering with established local organizations like the Black Chamber of Commerce, the East End Merchant Association, to support minority businesses, which have a host of systemic barriers and unequal social capital that limits the ease of preparing and applying for funding government entities. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Can we follow up with Quentin on that inquiry? I don't know what conversations we're already having, but I mean, I share those concerns as well.
What specifically?
Well, I mean, making sure that organizations like the ones Quentin's talking about are aware of all of these programs, that we're connecting with them in terms of some of the application process. I mean,
So we have maybe about 10 people who've signed up to speak, I think, on this topic. And then it might be best, maybe we'll hear them. My proposal is we hear them and then we kind of address it all at once. Does that sound okay?
Sounds swell.
Okay, cool.
Thanks.
Emmanuel Sosanya?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, go ahead. If you wouldn't mind saying your name, address, and 3 minutes, please.
Yes, my name is Emmanuel. I'm the owner of Intentional Fitness. Address of our fitness studio is 1740 Northeast 23rd Street, Suite A, 73111 here in Oklahoma City on the Northeast side. And I'm actually a tenant of the East Point. We've been in business now for which will be a year, what will be a year as of October 1st. Moved in last summer, the beginning of last fall, and intentionally came to the East Side to provide wellness and nutrition and basically a new sense of community that I know has not been presented here on this side of town in the past. And with that being said, we definitely have been able to make some amazing strides in just a year. Right before COVID hit, we were just above 100 members, and then once COVID-19 happened, because of obvious health concerns, we lost a little over 40 of our members. But we were able to provide and continue to provide a service to our members through our virtual Mind Body app, and also just staying in communication with our members with as many as we could. So when we were able to reopen, many of the members came back, and we are progressing again as we were before. But part of the issue, of course, would be the lack of support or funds because of that COVID hit. Once that happened, of course, we lost revenue, as Quentin mentioned, and it was a struggle. A lot of our members were coming from other parts of town, as we continued to reach out to the community. And now that people are starting to feel a little bit more relieved as far as our current situation, even though it's still somewhat negative, people are starting to show up. People are starting to realize the importance, obviously, of their immune system and their health. And we're here providing a service not only to the people in this community, but around the community. I've been able to employ 8, working on another 3 employees, but I've been able to employ 8 staff members here at my studio. And we are, throughout everything that's been happening, we have still been blessed to be open and not to be completely shut down and grow. And so definitely part of some of the grants that seem to go away rather quickly, like the $25,000 grant and appropriation money for small businesses, was something that I was unfortunately not able to take advantage of. So definitely would love to see other grants made available, so that we can continue to thrive and add on to what we're doing here. I've put up a studio that most likely would be seen on the north side of town or in a place like Norman or Moore. And I came here intentionally to make sure that because certain fitness studios would not take the chance to come here, I wanted to make sure that I was here providing as much as I could for this community and those in the surrounding community. I definitely appreciate the opportunity to speak, and thank you, Mayor and City Council.
Thank you. Joanne Davis?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, this is Joanne Davis. My address is 14621 Wayfield Circle, Oklahoma City, 73142. I am the current executive director for the Oklahoma City Black Chamber of Commerce. And of course, today I'm encouraging extension of any additional funds to help minority and woman-owned businesses survive. Even in today's paper, it indicated with other small business advocates speaking to Congress, that if we don't continue funding, over 28% of minority businesses will fail in the next few months. And so when you think about that nationwide, this will be a great impact in terms of Oklahoma City. We have to do things a little differently when you're speaking to minority-owned businesses. Many of them are in startup. Some of the grants had conditions associated with time in business. Some of the other businesses, for what we've seen, had a lack of financial documentation, which did not allow them to apply for the loan. So we've got to think out of the box to reach those very minority-owned businesses that need our assistance to survive. Small businesses are the engines of our economy, and so when you don't give gas to the engine, it will not run. And that's what's going to happen if we don't continue. So I implore us to do that, working with other agencies like the Northeast Oklahoma City Renaissance Development, like the Urban League, and several other agencies that will assist us. But more importantly, we've got to think out of the box. We've got to release or to identify those conditions that inhibit them from making at least the cut. And I appreciate any time on for the council to hear me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cordell Love.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Name, address, and
my name is Cordell Love. My address is 1740 Northeast 23rd Suite C. I am the owner and creative director of Allure Chanel. I just want to touch on some points about how we were affected for the COVID. We are art gallery, obviously, but we also supply photography, screen printing, and we also front as a event center. So I just wanted to touch on the point that, we had a full calendar prior to COVID, a full calendar already set up for art shows, two art shows a month for 12 months. And we also had a pretty good amount of birthday parties and paint parties and things of that nature already set up. So we were tremendously affected by COVID-19. I'm just here to touch on some points about, I feel like as a minority business owner on the Northeast side, we're not really sure how to go about getting some funding and some loans. Me myself, I can speak for myself. I'm kind of I haven't really been getting too much education on that. It's all I'm all self-taught on this. I also want to thank Okira and the Alliance. They approved us, and it was a pretty speedy process on that. So I'm just asking for you guys to consider the Northeast side when you're thinking about the advancement of Oklahoma City, because I am impressed with Oklahoma City. I am an 8-year veteran. I served my country in Afghanistan. I've been back for 4 years, so I want to serve my community, and I'm just trying to bridge the gap between the Northeast side and the city. So I won't take too much of you guys' time. I appreciate you guys, and just always keep us in mind when you guys are trying to build, because we're trying to get on board and create some jobs and some opportunities for our people. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Sandino Thompson. Sandino, are you there?
All right, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Name, address, in 3 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for allowing me to speak. My name is Sandino Thompson, 1723 Northeast 19th Street. So 3 years ago, Oklahoma City provided critical support to the East Point project. You got a chance to hear some of the businesses and others who invested in that. The first major commercial development in over 30 years along Northeast 23rd Street. Today, after a lot of effort and in no short part due to support from this council, this 40,000 square foot development in Northeast 23rd Rhode Island is doing precisely what was envisioned. It's being a catalyst for new business and investment on the Northeast side to really push the Northeast Renaissance TIF district and urban renewal effort that was started many years ago by the city of Oklahoma City. The first phase of the 20,000 square, the first phase, which is 20,000 square feet of space is fully leased with critically needed community infrastructure, including Centennial Health Clinic and the forthcoming expansion of a community-based grocery option for Northeast Oklahoma City that started as a response to the closing of the last full-service grocery store in the community last year at 23rd and Martin Luther King, just down the street. The second phase, 20,000 square feet of retail space. It's 90% leased. 90% of those are minority-owned businesses, including 60% woman-owned. You heard Joanne talk about the importance of that. And this project was really seen as a way to catalyze these opportunities. Unfortunately, this project came to life in the midst of this global health pandemic. So while there's been a lot of general conversation about the disproportionate impact the pandemic is having on minority businesses, we're witnessing on Northeast 23rd Street firsthand. I would like to ask for some specific things that we feel like the city can do. I will give credit where it's deserved. I know that the city has done quite a bit. We've heard the city manager, the assistant city manager, and others talk about these efforts, and we appreciate them. We just know that it's important that we continue to focus. So one of the things that we would ask for is to expand the Urban Renewal Authority Small Business Grant Program funding with additional dollars. You heard Alori Chanel speak to that earlier. We want to increase the ceiling for those grants to $25,000 in line with other relief programs, such as the Small Business Continuity Program spoken of earlier. Expand the geographic area with dollars that do not have the same restrictions as CDBG so that areas outside of the urban renewal districts can also participate. We know that we're talking about Northeast Oklahoma City and Northeast 23rd, but there are other parts of the city that we think minority businesses are also impacted. And we should prioritize minority business applications similar to what other cities have done with their COVID relief dollars, including Edmond with their micro grant program. And then lastly, we just want to hit on the point that when downtown sneezes, Northeast Oklahoma City catches pneumonia. And we think it's important as we move forward from this pandemic and struggle for economic recovery that businesses, those who are invested in the Northeast side, to make sure that it is inclusive and representative, we don't lose that momentum and the pandemic doesn't set us back decades in our attempts to create a more inclusive more inclusive community. As investment continues to accelerate in the Innovation District. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was Francis. Yeah, just to finish your thought there, Sandina.
So as investment continues in the Innovation District, Lincoln Boulevard and 23rd, we would like to establish a resiliency task force, or in lieu of establishing a new task force, ask that the council would identify an entity that can work with stakeholders and the community in Oklahoma City impacted by the pandemic, including those vulnerable communities, minority businesses, and bring those stakeholders to the table in conversations about how we can create a more resilient community for the future as we navigate as a city and as a community through the current health emergency. Thank you for your time and listening to my comments.
Thank you, Sandina. JB Williams.
All right, can y'all hear me?
Yes, hey JB, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is JB Williams. My address is 2320 Northeast 23rd, and I own a business, right where Alori Chanel is. Cordell and I actually grew up together. And one of the things we talked about as kids is doing what we're doing today, and that's owning businesses beside each other, being able to show the kids of our community things that we didn't see growing up. And it's really been an honor and a pleasure to be able to do that, and do that with one of my brothers who I grew up with. So basically, on my end, my business has yet to open, and we have seen setbacks, and not just setbacks, but loss of revenue, because of new occurring expenses, because of COVID. Everything changed the way we had to structure our restaurant. Our concept actually had to change, and we had to order new equipment, because we changed the concept due to COVID. I've been involved with this project since day one, East Point. I'm sure I've sat down and met with most of you all and talked about these various things before. And we all knew that it wouldn't be an overnight success. We all knew that it was going to take time. I'm just asking that we continue the commitment to this project and to our community. Sometimes we feel on this side that because our businesses don't have this, doesn't have the same presence, a bigger presence as some other ones do, that we aren't able to receive the type of help and things that other ones have. And that's not to say that we haven't been helped. I've been helped so much, and I really appreciate all the help from the city, from everybody. Kathy, everybody has chipped in different areas with this project. So and there are other towns and other cities and places that won't even have these kinds of conversations. So I really appreciate that. I believe we are all excited about the positive changes that are happening on this community. I'm just asking that we continue our commitment to what we started.
Thank you, JB. Brittany Hunter.
Good morning or afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Name, address, and 3 minutes. Thanks, Brittany.
My name is Brittany Hunter. I'm the owner of Spike, a coffee concept. We're at Northeast 23rd in Unit 1732, Suite A. So I'm here today simply because we need help. Currently, the 73111 zip code is the most police and has the highest arrest rates in Oklahoma County. And in between 235 and I-35 and from Northeast 23rd up to Northeast 122nd, there aren't any coffee shops or any kind of safe places in that area for Black and brown people. However, if you just go 3 to 4 miles down the road to Northwest 23rd Street, there are 5 coffee shops within a 3-mile radius. With the current climate of our country, now more than ever, the Black and brown people of Northeast Oklahoma City need safe places, and they need places that look like us. We have to stop ignoring the Black and brown people of Oklahoma City because we have been left behind and our time is running out. Currently, our community deserves to see more. We deserve to be more than just a hood. We deserve the flourish just like Northwest 23rd Street does. We also need more than just pandemic assistance. Spike hasn't opened yet, but the virus definitely slowed us down from doing what we wanted to do and being open by now. So I ask that you guys just truly listen to all of us. Some of our businesses are open, some of them are startups, but we still need help because we want to make Oklahoma City, especially Northeast Oklahoma City, a better community for all of us. So thank you so much for listening to us. Again, my name is Brittany Hunter.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes those who have signed up to speak. Now, I think it would be most appropriate, maybe I think we've teed it up pretty well. Kathy, I mean, I know this has been a point of emphasis for all of us from the beginning. This is not the first time that we talked about being intentional and trying to get support to minority communities in Oklahoma City through our CARES Act small business support dollars. What can we do next, as we don't want to run out of time here? I don't think we're not really in danger of running out of money at this point. So, I think there's probably a high level of interest from this council in exploring the possibilities. So I turn it back to you, Kathy, to maybe talk about that. I know you've thought about it.
Yeah, so we have thought about it and we've been discussing it with various people on city staff and Chamber of Commerce staff about how can we develop some programs that are specifically oriented towards minority and women-owned businesses, the disadvantaged business category. One of the concerns that we have with the CARES Act funding is that all of it has to be spent by December 30th. And so that expenditure deadline has driven some of our thought process on how to go forward. City Council, if you recall, the first round of our small business continuity program was funded through the GOLT bond program. And that money does not have the same expenditure deadline that the CARES Act money does. So one option that we have is to possibly use some CARES Act money to pay back the GOLT bond program, so to speak, if we can find the businesses that qualify and meet the meet the parameters of the CARES Act that received funding from the first round, and use some of that money to set up a small business program that would last longer than December 30th and give us more time to work with small businesses, to do more community outreach, to improve our communications, to really try to target and identify those minority and small businesses that we missed in the first round. Through the urban renewal program that Sandino and some of the other speakers mentioned, we have been able to fund, actually 2 of the people who spoke today have received funding through the urban renewal program. It was very targeted geographically, and it was targeted for micro businesses. So they had to have 5 or fewer employees, and that included part-time employees. So we probably need to figure out some parameters that are a little bit different than that. But we've spent a lot of time working with these businesses, helping them develop the proper documentation, helping them with business planning, a lot more technical assistance and frankly consulting services than we were able to do through the small business program that we received, all told, almost 1,200 applications for. So I could see us doing something to set aside a certain amount of money that's determined by city council to do something in the future. I would have to defer to the city attorney's office about how we can, if we can limit it to minority and women-owned businesses, or if that just needs to be a priority and something that we develop programs and try to communicate and get the word out more to the minority communities. That's really a legal question, and I'm not an attorney, even though they accuse me of playing one sometimes. So I mean, I think that's our option. We've talked about, a grant program, a loan program. The problem with grants is once the money's spent, it's gone. And so we have talked about, establishing some small business loan programs. I think the technical assistance has a more long-lasting characteristic to it. But again, once you've spent that money, it doesn't return to the program. So we would have to make some considerations for that as well.
Okay. Well, I'm certainly interested in, I know that there's nothing on the agenda today specifically on this, but I'm just speaking for myself. I'd love for you to explore everything you just described in the coming days and try to move in that direction. And I don't know if any other council members want to jump in on this specific topic while we're here.
I do. I want to first commend all of the speakers that spoke. And I want all of the council members to realize everyone that you heard on this call, except for one person, has a business in the East Point project on Northeast 23rd Street. All those voices you heard. So that tells you how this has impacted our community in the manner of not being able to either get their business started in a timely manner because of COVID, or to get the funding to help create other streams to be able to serve the community with their business. And also, I want you all to remember as well, when we're looking at this East Point project, and you heard too how important this project has been to our community, it would be a travesty for us to have a building with no tenants. And we spent a lot of money to ensure that this project got off the ground. And Mayor, this is a project that you brag about all across the country. So this would, again, be devastating to our city for us to brag on such a development, and we can't help the people stay in their places in order for them to serve the community with their business. So I ask us, I implore, and I also want to let it be known, while I have these conversations in public, I continuously have these conversations in meetings and in private with everyone to ensure that we can figure out some kind of way to support these businesses. So we have been tasked, and this is what we do for our city council, as a city council and a city body, is to make sure we're taking care of all of our residents. And this is how we do that. And I'm curious as far as this resiliency task force, how we can get that started, and even with the option, Ms. Kathy, maybe you can speak to this, of expanding the geographic area for those urban renewal areas for this micro grant program. And also, as we look at this census count, I want all of us to pay attention to, when we look at the low income census tract, while our community in Northeast Oklahoma City is located in a low income census tract, excuse me, downtown Oklahoma City is located in one as well. So there's not a lot of balance when we're looking at how we can get funding to the same types of low income census tracts without us being intentional about ensuring that we are equitably looking at other spaces in our city. And if we are unable to help these people or this community, not just Black folks, but brown folks and women-owned businesses too, if they can't thrive, then how do we expect our city to maintain and stay a top city? We can't do that without the businesses, and we need these businesses to help keep us at the level where we want Oklahoma City to truly be.
Just to answer your question, Councilwoman Nice, urban renewal is only authorized to work in urban renewal areas, so that if we wanted to expand a small business, like a micro business program like urban renewal did, and we used GOLT bond funding for it or some other funding and did it through the Economic Development Trust or through the Alliance, then we wouldn't have those same geographic restrictions. But urban renewal is only allowed to spend its money in urban renewal areas. And then the CDBG, since the money came from the Community Development Block Grant Program, they put additional requirements on it as well. So we would have a little bit more flexibility if we used a different funding source, but that's really up to the city manager and the finance department to help us figure that out.
And if we do the GOLT, if we go through the GOLT program, are there going to be strict restrictions for us to be able to assist these types of businesses in our minority communities? Do we see that?
I don't see strict restrictions. There will be requirements. I mean, the GOLT bond money is under the state statutes authorized for economic development, which we have felt was very highly tied to job creation and capital investment. So I think if we keep those two things in mind, that we're trying to keep people employed or employ more people, then we're okay. And if businesses can use this money to make capital expenditures like improvements to their buildings or buying equipment, then I think those things meet the broad statutory requirements. But again, Wiley and Amanda will need to look at everything and make sure that we're covering all our bases correctly.
And then thanks for adding all that context and background, Kathy. That's very, very helpful. And then hearing the support from Mayor Holt and Councilwoman Nice is helpful as well. Just three things come to mind for me. One is, I remember when we crafted maps 4, I have a friend who lives on the south side. And I remember him coming to me knowing that Councilwoman Hammond and I, working with a couple of our residents in our respective wards and then some planning staff, had crafted the bikes and sidewalk and trails and streetlight project. And I remember this friend on the south side looking at me and saying, why did you, asking me like why I had, targeted Capitol Hill and Stock Yards, because those are not Ward 2. And my response was very simple, because it's my city. I don't think like that. I'm here, look, I will defend Ward 2 to the last dying breath, like Game of Thrones style if I have to. But like, we're all in this together. And, so I just really think about that. The second thing that comes to mind is, hearing residents talk about Northeast 23rd and comparing it to Northwest 23rd, which is Ward 2. I mean, that breaks my heart into a million billion pieces. Just does. But there's no reason to be despairing because so many Ward 2 residents, when I was knocking doors, told me when I asked them what their concerns for their neighborhood and hopes for our city, they specified making sure that we better connect Ward 2 to Ward 7. That's just who the majority of Ward 2 folk are. So I just see this as an opportunity to do that. And then thirdly, as I noted earlier with Helm Farm, you know, so many of those residents, so many Ward 2 residents, not even just in Helm Farm, we are deeply concerned about displacement. And even though we were able to target in MAPS 4 the placemaking investments from 235 to I-35 along the Clara Looper corridor, my gravest concern has, before the pandemic, has always been that we would make those investments. It'd be this beautifully tree lined, whatever placemaking investments the folk over there want, we'd do it, and it wouldn't see any minority owned businesses and homeowners along that corridor. And this pandemic could make that our reality. And I just think we have I think moral and ethical, and quite frankly, kind of constitutional obligation. So you all have my support. And then I was just finally, I looked up Pew, some research on the economy, and you know, a fourth of Americans have had trouble paying their bills. A third of us have had to dig into our savings, and a sixth of us have had to borrow money. It's just, I just don't think we can act like this is done with us yet. So I really like the idea of a resiliency task force. I love a lot of Kathy's ideas she's saying too. I would also just point out, I'm glad you were saying Black and Brown and women, because, you know, a lot of our indigenous community has been hit especially hard by this pandemic. And I hear it from my constituents and folk outside of Ward 2. So I really would want us to, you know, be talking to on the ground organizations like Matriarch, stuff like that, to see like, what are these concerns and who doesn't have an awareness of what we're doing, and how can we connect them to what they need. So just my 2 cents.
Yeah, Mayor, I think with this, that with some of the things Kathy had suggested, she had been talking about this with, like she said, with staff, and talking about the concepts of coming back and reimbursing the GOLP funds, which would give us more flexibility to be able to use this for the GOLP program. So if it would be okay, Kathy and I can work together with our municipal counselor's office just to make sure that the program we're crafting is in line with the expectations of the council and meeting the requirements of our GOLP funds, and we can come back with a recommendation.
Okay.
Can we have that recommendation at the next council meeting?
We can do our best to get that accomplished.
Thank you.
That would be great. Okay. All right. Well, we still have the items in front of us today. So that is items K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, all of which have been kind of described now in these presentations. If there's no other comments on them, we might just kind of start plunging through and taking them one by one in votes. If the council is amenable to that, then I guess we'd start with the motion for item 9K.
Mayor, I'm sorry, just one more thing. I really loved the slides that you all crafted for us earlier. I think it might be helpful if we can, should these measures pass today, the reallocations, that similar such graphics, if we could make those available from the City of OKC's social media pages so people can see, here's what we spent, here's what today's reallocation means. So just everyone knows. I just think that'd be very, very helpful. I got confused there for a few weeks. So this was very helpful seeing those slides today.
We will do that.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, I'd entertain a motion to adopt item K. Looks like we've got it on the screen.
Mayor, this is David Greenwell.
Yeah, go ahead. Pause.
Can I ask a question? On K, it says resolution amending the coronavirus relief funds plan and the subcategory allocations therein. By approving K, do we automatically approve L through Q?
No, no, no. Well, I mean, no, they're all separate votes. Obviously, they're kind of interrelated in a sense. If you approve of K, you're sort of implying you support you support L through Q, but you're not officially doing that until we vote on them each separately.
Okay, so I'm sorry to be the one trying to break this down, but is K necessary if we're going to vote on these items individually?
Yeah.
So item K is our plan that was approved by the council that we had gone through. It's just kind of been our guiding document for allocating funds. And so we wanted to stay true to that, where the council is giving guidance on how we're going to allocate the funds. And then each one of these agreements below are agreements with these individual agencies for how the funds will be spent.
Yeah, and maybe I'm just slower than the rest of us. It just seems by agreeing to K, we're agreeing to L through Q.
Well, David, I would think of K as the plan and L through Q are the implementations of the plan. So yes, I mean, you're not wrong. If you vote for K and you voted against L through Q, that would be weird. I mean, it would seem like if you're asking for what the consistent vote is here, it's probably all yes or all no. I mean, to be honest with you, unless you have a specific disagreement with a particular item, I guess, and in which case you just have to decide what's more important to you on the vote on item K, because it is inclusive of all of those items.
Yeah, so don't get me wrong. I'll probably vote no on K because I do have some questions about at least a couple of these items.
Okay.
And one of them, not to continue discussion anymore, because I'm just, me as much as anyone else would like to see this meeting, or at least this topic, come to a conclusion. But why are we pre-approving one particular not-for-profit organization, whereas other not-for-profits can also apply for money and we just approve it upon the application?
David, I'd be happy to kind of jump in here because it is kind of a policy choice. My argument would be United Way is really a pass-through agency. It's an umbrella agency for many other agencies. And though it wasn't our CARES Act dollars that we gave to Allied Arts a couple months ago, it's a similar concept that we gave them CDBG funds that were related to coronavirus response. But it wasn't explicitly for them. I mean, it was understood that they probably have their own overhead issues, but it was really for them to support their member agencies. And I think it's understood here that even though, as it was said earlier, United Way may have some overhead they want to address as well, they exist to serve other agencies. They don't really provide services directly. They are a pass-through by nature. That is what they are. And I think that the $1 million that's being allocated here for United Way is understood that even though it may assist them a little bit, it is primarily for the purpose of assisting their member agencies. So they're kind of serving almost as a, in my mind, kind of as a pass-through here, sort of just almost like our agent for just redistribution of these funds to various agencies, not just them.
Well, and I appreciate your answer, Mayor. That's not the response I got earlier when I asked a similar question. And so that's what raised a concern on that.
Well, the response you got, I remember the question, they said both, right? They said it will be passed through and they'll probably keep some to keep their lights on.
Yeah.
And I mean, but I would say that second purpose exists to serve the first. I mean, they have to exist before they can pass through things to other people. You know, so I mean, they exist as a pass-through agency. They are not really a social service provider. They are an agency that serves other social service providers. So, I mean, I don't think it's wrong to think that they may have their own administrative costs, but it is in service to the redistribution of these funds.
One more question then.
Yeah.
In my question, I followed up with the fact that no monies would be released to them until they submitted proper documentation. Is that still true?
Yes.
Hey, we can't hear you.
He asked, will they have to provide documentation? And the answer was yes.
Yes, in the agreement, as they're closing out various campaigns that contribute, they'll have to demonstrate a lower level of revenue coming into their funds.
Okay.
May I ask a question? Because Council Greenwell this inquiry reminded me of one I had noted as well. So while I understand your description, Mayor, and maybe Kathy's the one to answer this, I'm not sure, but of the nonprofits who've applied, I know two, and I won't name them. I don't want to seem like I'm being, favorable to them or whatever, but I know two had reached out to me via text, just letting me know that they had applied several weeks ago. I don't know whether they've received or haven't received. I suspect, I guess I could make that inquiry, but let's say that they or another one has not received those funds, even though they had maybe, all their ducks in a row and we just didn't have the money. Would they be able to, through United Way, apply to try and get money, or do they have to already exist under the United Way umbrella?
I might be able to answer that, Councilman. Yes, this agreement with United Way is for the United Way and its partner agencies. So if the partner agency is one of the United Way's agencies, they would be eligible to submit for expenses.
And I just don't know if these two are. And do we know thusly how a number of agencies who we've had to turn away in terms of being able to receive nonprofit support?
Just Council, just for clarification, under the second round of small business funding, we did allow nonprofits to apply, and some did receive funding under that program. We can try to develop a list and provide that to the United Way of the ones that receive funding under our other program. And also some nonprofits, and I'm almost certain none of these are United Way agencies, receive money under the venue program as well. So there are some nonprofits who have qualified in the past.
Do we know, maybe I just need to make a inquiry via email to find out if these two, like what status, where they're at. Because my worry is that if, and it could just be these two and it could be other ones too. My worry is that if we denied funding to some of these nonprofits, and now if we allocate this portion to United Way, does that leave any money open for one of these businesses who we denied funding, particularly if they're not under the umbrella of United Way? Does that make sense what I'm asking? Okay, so let me put.
Why don't you just send me or Joanna an email and ask us what about the two agencies you're interested in.
Okay.
That's probably the easiest way to solve that.
So, but my worry is that if I vote, I will do that. And my worry is like, if I end up voting for the United Way moment here, and these organizations, could be these two, could be any of them, didn't receive funding, will there be opportunities for nonprofits who are outside of the United Way umbrella to either reach out to United Way, or for us as a council later to be able to set aside more funding for nonprofits?
Our recommendation would be that any additional funding that we do, like if we're doing what we're talking about with possibly expanding the small business program through a reimbursement back to the GOLD program, that we would do it through that program and not through a direct allocation. That right now what we've done, we didn't take this funding from the small business program, so it wouldn't have any effect on other nonprofits having an opportunity for funding. But I would recommend it be through the small business program and not a direct allocation. As the mayor described, the direct allocation with United Way is with that idea that really they're a pass-through agency that's going to other nonprofits, other partner agencies. So I would recommend that be handled through the small business program.
Thank you.
Councilman, as I mentioned, there are several other sources of funds for nonprofits: the Business Support Program, the Community Development Block Grant, CARES funds had money for nonprofits, and then specifically the Allied Arts peel-off that the mayor mentioned. So hopefully there are avenues that nonprofits can pursue under all of these methods outside of just this one program for the United Way agencies.
Is it still
Saying it's
funding in
Aubrey,
those
what
programs?
you're saying, sorry, Nikki.
I'm sorry, is it still funding in all of those programs? That's just my question.
I can check on the status of that. I think that the CDBG funds ran out fairly quickly. I can check on the status of those. And I think that Kathy has a report at the end of the agenda as well on the business support side. So maybe she has some numbers on that.
And I think to Councilperson Cooper's point, that would affect our votes, especially for the fact that if the CDBG program with those grants are gone, and we have nothing for those nonprofits, that means there's nothing there. So that means that would be only 2 of those 3 entities left for people to probably be able to get something from those nonprofits, which may be which obviously is a concern that he spoke about.
Well, this agenda item does have funds allocated to it to increase the small business continuity and payroll reimbursement program, $6 million to that program.
And Aubrey, it's my understanding if council approves the 6 million, that should fully fund all of the applications we've received that have been qualified. So all the qualified applications. So any of those nonprofits or for-profits that are in there that haven't received funding because we ran out, but they've qualified, that's what the 6 million is for.
Okay, thank you.
And then,
I mean, Aubrey, just so I'm clear, what I heard today, there's alternatives, there's alternative funding. The biggest concern is that we do not spend this money by December 31st and have to send it back to Washington, D.C. Is that right?
December 30th, actually. For some reason, they took a day away from us.
Yeah, December 30th.
I think we know that a lot of nonprofits and other for-profit agencies are ready to go to ask for reimbursement that will qualify. And so as many programs as we can put out there to get assistance to the community and the people who need services, the better.
Okay. Any other comments or questions before we vote on item K, and then probably a series of votes? Okay. Hearing none, I do believe we already had the screen up. We actually, I guess, already have a motion in a second, so we can open the vote now. Francis, cast your votes. Councilman McAtee, have you voted?
I don't have any, I don't have an icon to vote on. I'm waiting.
Okay. Maybe we can send somebody to your office. In the meantime, how do you wish to vote?
Yes,
Okay, yes,
correct.
got it. All right, Francis. Passes 6-1. Okay, item L. This would be the previous item, of course, was more of an overarching plan contained in a resolution. Now we're moving to sort of the individual elements. And this is an amendment to the operating agreement with the Oklahoma Medical Research Foundation. Take a motion on that. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Looks like you are back in action. Councilman McAtee passes unanimously. Okay. Item 9M is an amendment to the operating agreement with First Fidelity Bank regarding the small business continuity program. Take a motion on that. Cast your votes. Passes 6-1. And then we have item 9N. This is an amendment to the operating agreement with the Alliance regarding the Small Business Technical Assistance Program. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item 9O, this is an amendment to the operating agreement with Communities Foundation of Oklahoma regarding the resident support program. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9P is operating agreement, amendment to the operating agreement with the Oklahoma City County Health Department regarding our testing and tracing program. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes 6-1. And then finally, on this topic, 9Q, this is the agreement with the United Way, allocating up to $1 million. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay. I cannot express enough appreciation to everybody involved. I don't know that we can ever fully understand how complicated and complex it has been to respond to an unprecedented crisis in our city and allocate, and spend effectively $114 million. And I think all those votes are just as complicated as that, just voting on it seemed. I can only imagine all the work that's gone into all of that. So thank you to Kenny and Craig and Kathy and Aubrey and everybody else in the whole team. Okay, I have to step out for just a few minutes. Councilman Stone, are you there for some vice mayor duty?
I am.
Okay, all right. I sent you a couple texts with some thoughts for the next few items, but which I hope you have. But I'm going to turn the chair over to you for a few minutes, and I will return. But the chair is yours, Vice Mayor Stone.
All right, next up we have item R, which is the resolution authorizing the incurrence of indebtedness by the Oklahoma City Water Utilities Trust.
Yes, sir. We have, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So we have Dennis Whaley with us. He is our financial advisor with Public Financial Management for the Water Utilities Trust, and is going to give us an overview of this debt that the Water Utility Trust will be taking on. Chris Browning and his team are also on the line if you have any questions of staff. Dennis? Dennis, you'll have to unmute.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Craig. We're good now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Dennis Whaley with PFM, and I also have Jen Arndt with PFM working with me as well today. As Craig said, PFM is the financial advisor to the City of Oklahoma City. So we have a brief presentation to talk about a refunding of Aquit debt for savings. Page 2, please. So a little background on Aquit's bond portfolio. Aquit issues revenue bonds supported by ratepayer charges for water and wastewater services. The bonds have a 30-year life, which matches the life of the financed assets. Aquit bonds are sold publicly through either a negotiated sale with an investment bank or occasionally through a competitive bid. Aquit holds a AAA rating from Moody's and S&P. This is the highest possible bond rating and allows Aquit to sell bonds at the lowest borrowing rates. Aquit typically issues bonds with a 10-year call. This call allows Aqua to refund the bonds before final maturity when borrowing rates are low. And this offers Aqua the ability to refund the bonds and generate debt service savings. Due to tax reform in 2018, an advance refunding, which we're discussing today, must be done on a taxable basis. So on page 3. So why would we want to consider a taxable advance refunding now? Well, interest rates are at historic lows, and Aqua can take advantage of these low rates to lock in savings. You'll notice the graph at the bottom of the page. It shows Treasury rates going back to the year 2000. The gray line depicts current rates, and the red dashes show the minimum rates since 2000. So over the last 20 years, the Treasury market is currently showing almost, if not at, the lowest rates we've seen. If Aqua refunded the bonds through its own indenture, a debt service reserve fund would be needed for the refunding. A debt service reserve fund is a safety net for investors that provides for debt service payments in the event an issuer does not make the payment. Aqua does have the ability to go through the Oklahoma Water Resources Board Financial Assistance Program, or FAP. This program allows Aqua to issue bonds through the OWRB without the need for a debt service reserve fund. Page 4, please. Aqua can move forward with an advance refunding of the Series 2011 bonds now. Savings from refunding the bonds now would be approximately $19.2 million. If Aqua waits until April 2021, which would be the call date for a current refunding, the estimated savings would be $19.9 million. Both savings numbers include the liquidation of the debt service reserve fund for the Series 2011 bonds, which is about $4.4 million. So with the potential for market volatility from economic and political events over the next few months, taking the savings now seems to be a beneficial idea. Page 5, please. So in conclusion, Aqua can lock in debt service savings today through a taxable advance refunding with the OWRB. This loan through the FAP program that allowed the liquidation of the debt service reserve fund, which adds $4.4 million in savings. And this year, Aqua has successfully utilized the OWRB for a transaction that saved ratepayers about $5.5 million. That was done in the summer. In addition, Aqua paid off some OWRB drinking water loans earlier this year, and that saved ratepayers $14.5 million in future costs. So if this transaction is executed this fall, Aqua will have reduced debt service by approximately $42 million in cash savings through the 3 transactions in calendar year 2020. And I think that is just a very impressive number and what the water utility has been able to accomplish. So I thank you for your time this afternoon. And if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thanks, Dennis. I did have one question. You did say the 4.4 million was included in the 19 million. Is that correct?
In either the 19.2 or the 19.9, the 4.4 is a part of that number.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have questions for Dennis? Oh, go ahead, Councilman Cooper.
Yeah, not my territory, but I just wanted to clarify. Am I understanding this correctly that because interest rates are as historically low as they are right now, to take on this indebtedness, we are ultimately saving our people about $42 million?
Well, you've already saved ratepayers $5.5 million in in an earlier transaction and another 14.5 million from taking cash to pay off indebtedness you had. And then if you go ahead and complete this transaction, you would save over 19 million. And the 19 million is in present value dollars instead of actual cash. So through the 3 transactions, yes, ratepayers are to the better by $42 million through transactions in 2020.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dennis.
Yes, sir.
With that, I believe that we can accept a motion on item R. We have a first and a second. Please cast your votes. And it passes unanimously. Brings us to item 9S1, resolution approving the request for salary continuation for Corporal Tommy Allen. I welcome a motion. I have a first and second. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Brings us to item 9T1, resolution approving the request for salary continuation for Lieutenant Kevin Warner. I'll accept a motion on this item. We have a first and a second. Cast your votes. And it passes unanimously. All right, which brings us to item 9U1, authorizing municipal councilor or his designee to file an appeal to the Supreme Court of the United States. Before we take a motion on this item, before we really even take a motion to move it to executive session, I believe, Francis, that we've had quite a few people sign up.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and start with that so we can get the citizens' input, and then we can take a motion.
Okay, Allie Taper is the first citizen to speak.
There we go. All right, sorry, I found the unmute button that you sent me. I apologize.
Thanks, Allie. If you could give us your name, address, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Yep, absolutely. My name is Allie Taberer. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a resident of Ward 3. I live at 4516 West Park Place. I come to you today to speak against you approving the city moving to appeal this ruling by the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals. I don't want you to authorize the appeal on this median safety ordinance, which more people know as the anti-panhandling ordinance. Oklahoma City has prided itself for years on the Oklahoma Standard. To quote a write-up by the Oklahoma City National Memorial Museum, it is our embodiment of service, honor, and kindness. If we truly value those things, honoring our neighbors most in need and being kind, we would not criminalize the poverty that has placed them on street medians asking for help from their neighbors. I'm aware of the argument that some panhandlers do this as a job of sorts to scam those who support them, but I can find no actual sources that this is a real problem, just anecdotal stories on a one-on-one basis. In addition to the moral argument, it's an economic argument. The Curbside Chronicle quoted yesterday that over $200,000 has been spent defending this ordinance in court. I wonder what would happen if we could have spent those funds on actually working towards improving the root issues that cause folks to panhandle. Substance abuse treatment, services for those affected by houselessness, for example. The court ruling mentions the city's arguments on this being a safety issue is far weaker than the plaintiff's argument of it being a First Amendment issue. It's likely we'd lose on appeal anyway and just waste many more dollars on a fruitless effort. We're working towards spending more services to help those neighbors with our MAPS 4 program. Let's increase our impact and possible budgetable dollars by letting this ruling stand. Council, I ask you to stand on the right side of history on this issue today. You may have voted for this in 2015, but you can change your mind now. Don't approve the appeal of this issue. Spend the dollars you could have used for this in a way that actually supports our citizens experiencing poverty, not criminalizing them. Thank you for your time. I waive the rest of my time. I yield.
Thank you, Ally.
Next is Rania Ferguson.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Rania. Thank you. Can we get your name and your address, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes?
Yes, my name is Rania Ferguson, 1735 Northwest 12th Street. I'm an Oklahoma City resident, the director of the Curbside Chronicle at the Homeless Alliance, and a member of the Mayor's Task Force on Homelessness. The task force is a group of service providers, philanthropic organizations, and municipal staff who have been tasked with the creation of a comprehensive strategy to address homelessness in OKC. I am elated to see the city looking to address this issue head on with this task force, and I am honored to have been asked to serve on this committee. Thank you for the opportunity. We are currently working alongside a consulting firm and recently provided our feedback on a 163-page draft plan that encompassed a myriad of strategies to combat homelessness. Nowhere in this plan did anyone suggest the use of punitive ordinances like this median ordinance as a potential solution. In fact, we have an advocacy section that speaks to the contrary, where we mention how advocacy can be used to change local policies to better combat homelessness and fight the root causes of homelessness. We have also recommended dedicated to criminal justice reform that explain how involvement in our legal system feeds into homelessness and how fines and fees like those assessed through this anti-panhandling ordinance are often a barrier to escaping poverty. Furthermore, if protecting people's safety is the goal of this ordinance, we are including ideas that protect health, safety, and well-being of our neighbors through services like increased physical and mental health resources, substance abuse programs, a mobile medical team, and increased access to emergency shelter beds to address our current shortage so people have options beyond sleeping outside. There are better solutions to address poverty, panhandling, and homelessness than this ordinance. Myself and many other task force members have spoken against this ordinance numerous times over the past 5 years, making our stance very clear. You have entrusted us to help create a citywide strategy to address this problem effectively. We can't do that while the city simultaneously disregards our advocacy against this ordinance. It's counterintuitive. I've personally talked to and worked with hundreds of panhandlers trying to help them get out of this situation. I can tell you that writing them a ticket does nothing to improve their situation. It does nothing to erase the desperation that put them there in the first place. It does make their life harder. It does make mine and other service providers' jobs harder, and it makes people even more desperate. Instead of spending more money to continue to protect this ordinance, which has been deemed unconstitutional by the 10th Circuit, these dollars should be going to real solutions, which we have plenty of and not enough resources to fund. I urge you to vote against appealing this to the Supreme Court. We are taking steps forward as a community with the Homeless Task Force and allocation of MAPS 4 funding to affordable housing, diversion hub, and essential services. Protecting this ordinance is simply a step backwards. We can't move forwards and backwards at the same time because that gets us nowhere. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rania. Francis?
Dan Strong.
Thank you. Can the council hear me?
We can, Dan.
Super.
We can get your name, address, and please try and limit yourself to 3 minutes. That'd be awesome.
Yes, sir. So my name is Dan Strawn. I operate a business at 1724 Northwest 4th Street. I think you will, the council will hear lots of arguments after this about the relative morality of appealing this ordinance to the Supreme Court, but I'm not here to talk to you as the executive director of the Homeless Alliance. I want to talk to you just briefly, as a former banker and a self-taught economics student, feels to me like just a very straightforward economic decision. And the council has spent the best part of the last 5 hours demonstrating what it means to be prudent, conservative financial managers, and appealing this ordinance to the Supreme Court is just it's a poor financial decision. I pray that the council won't fall victim to the sunk cost fallacy, that since you've already spent $234,000 defending this ordinance, you feel like that's money wasted if you don't take it even further. But that money is gone. It's sunk. So really your only decision is, what's the return on investment going forward? And looking back over the past 5 years, if you ask yourself, did this ordinance reduce panhandling in Oklahoma City? I think anecdotally you would see that it did not. And if you ask yourself, did this ordinance over the past 5 years increase median safety as it's purported to do? And prior to the ordinance, there were 0 vehicle pedestrian accidents where the pedestrian was in the median. And in the past 5 years, there's been 0. So there's been no increase in median safety. And at a time when the national conversation is, is it appropriate to invest in law enforcement to do the work of social workers? It just is not making a good economic sense to me for the city to contemplate spending another $250,000 on defending this ordinance. Between what you've spent in the past and what you may spend in the future, that's 10 full-time street outreach workers that could have a real impact on people standing on our street corners. So I would just urge the council not to tilt at this quixotic windmill. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Dan.
Nick Singer.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, Nick. Name, address, and please limit to 3 minutes.
Sure. My name is Nick Singer. My address is 6032 Smith Boulevard. 5 years ago, more specifically in June and July of 2015, I worked with a coalition of neighbors and nonprofits to meet with the city council about taking action to reduce panhandling. Out of that work was a proposal that would have focused on very modestly expanding the social services and providing of the city and providing alternatives to people who feel the need to beg to survive in the richest country in the world. After meeting with City Councilor Meg Salyer and various departments of the city, we heard nothing for about a month when this ordinance was suddenly announced in the Daily Oklahoman. The initial ordinance was incredibly punitive, focusing on large fines and jail time. And what started as a good faith effort to address a shared concern turned into a fight to prevent the city from making it worse. Ultimately, you passed this misguided ordinance. 5 years later, I am sad and more than a little disgusted. This ordinance has been a complete failure. There are still panhandlers on many corners. We've written more than 700 tickets, which clearly hasn't stopped the behavior, but definitely pushes more people into the criminal legal system. The city has lost multiple times in court at a far greater cost than the original proposal to help people would have required to defend the constitutionality of the ordinance. And now you may soon vote to lose yet again at the highest level. Nobody has asked you to do this. Personally, I don't care that much about the legality. I care about addressing the problem and getting people the help they need. 5 years ago, we asked you to do the right thing and help people who are begging for survival. The answer was to try and punish people out of their behavior, and it hasn't worked. I hope you will vote to abandon this effort and listen to your citizens. With the passage of MAPS 4, the city will start investing in facilities for services, but it is critical that city policymakers support these projects with more than just cutting ribbons. Spending resources punishing people or staying in a protracted legal fight To be able to punish people is the opposite of the intent of the voters and what will move our city forward. Please take this opportunity to end this ordinance and be about the work of building effective services to help people in our city who need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Francis?
Next is Tony Carpenter. Having trouble.
Can you hear me?
There we go.
Yeah, Tony. Name, address, and 3 minutes, please.
All right. Hi, this is Tony Carfang. I live at 2324 Northwest 26th Street in Ward 2, and my pronouns are he and him. I want to thank everybody here for your time to hear from the public regarding this issue. I'm against appealing this case because the city's own position actually undermines its case in attempting to appeal it. The premise of the ordinance was that banning people from standing on medians was essential for public safety. Now, I personally happen to agree that medians are not great infrastructure for pedestrians, but the district court struck it down as there's insufficient evidence showing the dangers of medians for pedestrians. And in fact, the city staff's position is that medians actually enhance public safety. Let me take you back to a couple of meetings in July and August of this year. I serve on the Community and Neighborhood Enhancement Advisory Board overseeing the Better Street, Safer City sales tax. At July's board meeting, city staff presented the street enhancement project for Northwest Portland going from 23rd to 36th Street. There's a residential neighborhood to the west, and on the east side is Will Rogers Park, which includes a playground, gardens, pool, disc golf, wilderness, and more. However, the 4 lanes and 40-mile-an-hour speed limit on Portland prevents the residential neighborhood from comfortably and safely accessing the park. So the street enhancement project's goal is to redesign the corridor to enhance pedestrian safety. Now, a key element of the design proposed included adding pedestrian crossings with painted crosswalks and medians. As the report about this project states, quote, a raised median provides a dedicated safe landing area while providing traffic calming, end quote. In order to add a median, this requires money to widen the road, approximately $200,000. At this meeting, at the board meeting, I objected to this design and proposed several alternatives that, number one, don't incur the cost of widening the road, and number two, are shown to be safer for all users of the corridor. However, city staff rejected my ideas and stuck to the concept of safety brought by the median. All of this is evident from the meeting video on YouTube. Again, the engineering report on this design states, quote, a raised median provides a dedicated safe landing area while providing traffic calming, end quote. Now, this report was signed off by city staff, and in August, it was approved by city council. So we have spent $200,000 over the court case already trying to argue that medians are not safe for people. This Portland project, meanwhile, is spending about $200,000 more to widen the street to provide a median for pedestrian safety, as approved at multiple levels of the city. So if the city wants to appeal the case to the Supreme Court, the design of the Portland project undermines the city's case. So either redesign Portland or don't appeal the case. Thank you.
Hannah Roy.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Hannah. Can we get your name, address, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes?
Yes, Hannah Royce. My pronouns are she, her, hers. Resident of Ward 6, and address is 915 Northwest 7th. Thank you. Good afternoon, rather. I would like to echo the words of the incredible Rania Ferguson, an Oklahoma County citizen that each of you on the council should meet and know if you don't already. I commend her work, Whitley O'Connor's work, and all that they've done and continue to do for the underserved Oklahoma City citizens through the Curbside Chronicle program. Personally, I cherish the big smile on the face of someone that I come across selling the Curbside Chronicle, as it puts an equally big smile on mine. I'd like to quote my favorite female urbanist, Jane Jacobs. She says, quote, cities have the capability of providing something for everybody, only because and only when they are created by everybody. All of us here on this council meeting today know that this policy directly affects folks who, unlike us, aren't able to just hop on a Zoom call to express their thoughts on a policy that actually harms them. Several months ago, you all heard many hours of testimony about the real and regular harm OKC residents, specifically Black, Brown, and/or underserved and disabled residents face when they interact with police. This policy only creates more unnecessary policing interactions. Our city has already spent over $240,000 on legal fees trying to defend an ordinance that does nothing to address poverty or safety of people outside of cars. It honestly breaks my heart that this is even being considered after the city has spent this absurd amount of money, which could have been utilized to better support the folks who are often experiencing houselessness. I'm in full agreement with the U.S. Court of Appeals that an ordinance is not the best way to address homelessness and poverty. There are more effective ways than assessing fines like street outreach, housing, mental health support, addiction programs, and low barrier employment opportunities. Again, our city has now squandered 4 years of legal work and likely hundreds and thousands in attorney's fees defending what I believe is an absolute unconstitutional attempt to sweep panhandlers out of sight. Our city doesn't want to see any more policy that targets people experiencing homelessness, addiction, mental illness, and poverty. We want to continue to work in the vein of the work with the Homeless Alliance, Curbside Chronicle, City Care, and other organizations. Ending with one more Jane Jacobs quote, "The first fundamental of successful city life, people must take a modicum of responsibility for each other, even if they have no ties to one another." This is a lesson no one learns by being told. It is learned from the experience of having other people without ties of kinship or close friendship or formal responsibility to you to take a modicum of responsibility for you. I'm asking for you all to take a modicum of responsibility for the folks who use our public mediums for many things, from political candidates to advocating for a cause, as well as soliciting for life-sustaining funds or protesting police brutality. I am imploring the council to abandon this failed policy once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
Marilee Purium.
Hi.
Hi, Marilee. Name, address, and please try to limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm Marilee Purium, and I live at 1001 Northwest 16th Street. I'm a member of Voice, and I'd like to ask you to let the median panhandling ordinance die. We've already spent over $200,000 in legal fees defending the ordinance, nearly double the social service budget of the city. If we appeal the decision and keep fighting for it, we'll continue to bleed money for no good reason, and for what I think is in fact a terrible reason. I strongly believe that the ordinance itself was a big mistake. It was an attempt to hide poverty that made people uncomfortable, rather than to actually deal with the poverty and use the city's resources to work towards solutions to poverty. So please, instead of spending hundreds of thousands of dollars more in legal fees, let's just let this terrible ordinance die and instead use our city's money and resources to come up with solutions to the problem of poverty in Oklahoma City. And certainly during COVID, there are so many other ways to spend our money that actually keep people safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilee.
Those are all the citizens, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Francis. With that, yes.
I think the first thing that we need to consider, and I'd like to make a motion on it, is that we, on the advice of our lawyers, our city lawyers, move this item into executive session.
Okay, we'll take that as a motion. Been moved and seconded. Please cast your votes. Francis, can you tell who we're waiting on?
Councilman McAtee, have you voted?
Oh, we're trying to.
Okay. You can just tell us yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, the vote passes 7-1. We'll discuss that one later in executive session. Next on item V, we have a request to enter into executive session on advice of municipal counselor, discuss the case of Eric C. Ewald et al., the City of Oklahoma City et al. I'll take a motion.
Yes, go back to them and just to vote again. Yes.
All right, we have a motion, waiting on a second. We have a second. Please cast your votes.
Yes, Mayor, yes.
Thank you, Councilman McAtee. And we're waiting on someone else, Francis.
Tina, are you there?
There we go. The item is passed unanimously. Next, item W, I'll take a motion to enter into executive session on the advice of municipal council to receive a confidential communications concerning potential participation in federal products liability litigation. Can I get a motion? All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Mayor, I vote yes.
Thank you, Councilman McAtee. And that item passes unanimously. Item 10, claims recommended for denial. Francis, has anyone signed up to speak on this item?
No, sir.
It's item 9X, not item 10. No one signed up. I'll take a motion. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Councilman McAtee, how would you like to vote?
Yes. We're back on.
Excellent. All right, that item passes unanimously as well. Brings us to item 11, items from council. whoops, excuse me, 10A, 9XA. Which is claims recommended for approval. I'll take a motion. I have a first and a second. Please cast your votes. And the item passes unanimously. With that, we will move to item 11, items from council. Is Councilman Griner on?
No, he's not on right now.
Thank you. Ward 2, Councilman Cooper.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Mayor, I can't speak. Vice Mayor. Whew, got it.
Can't say you not unanimously, so we're even.
Okay, so just a few items here. One, I wanted to say thank you to local advocacy group Right OKC for inviting Councilwoman Hammond and I to participate in Bike to Work Week last week. They asked us to take over their social media account for a day. Councilwoman Hammond did it on the last Monday, and then I did it on Tuesday. And we walked people through why we bike, the different gear we use, how we plan our routes. And then throughout the rest of the week, we saw other people take over their accounts from Fertile Ground, who does wonderful work with recycling and composting and just sustainability measures in our city. It was just really cool to see that. And thanks to everyone who participated each day of the week. I also wanted to say congratulations and thank you to the city of OKC for the installation of our first protected bike lanes. It's so cool to see something that's been floating around in one's imagination come into existence. And I know there were the residents funded those bike lanes, you know, starting in 2017, and then MAPS 4 showed up and we said, let's go even further. And it's just so cool. It's just so cool. And I just really want to thank staff for their time, their flexibility, and just again, congratulations. For those of you who don't know where that lane is, it's just west of downtown on General Pershing. It's so cool. I can't express that enough, and I can't wait to see all the miles ahead of us and the funding ahead of us as well to connect people, better connect people outside of automobiles to recreation, education, and employment. I also wanted to take time to invite everyone to join Councilwoman Nikki Nice and myself this Friday from 7 to 9 p.m. During First Friday. We are hosting a voter registration drive and face mask giveaway. And again, that's going to be just here in the Paseo during First Friday. The specific address is 3010 Paseo, right near Holy Rollers and Literati Press, two local businesses that I love having in my neighborhood. So yeah, and I just think it's a wonderful time to make sure you're able to add your voice to our democracy and have that face mask to keep yourself safe. A quote that's been on my mind from this is from the late Congressman John Lewis, who of course was a voting rights advocate and civil rights leader, who said in his final words, quote, "The vote is the most powerful, nonviolent change agent you have in a democratic society. You must use it because it is not guaranteed. You can lose it." So this sacred work continues, and I'm honored to be a part of it alongside Councilwoman Nice, and I just want to say thank you to her for joining me. I also want to say thank you to Jefferson Park residents here in Ward 2 for taking Councilman Mark Stonecipher and I on a tour of some of the housing work that they're up to. And I want to thank Councilman Stonecipher for taking time to join us, of course. I wanted to also say, is David Greenwell? Yeah, he's still there. Councilman Greenwell, congratulations. I know you had told me earlier in the year about your teaching endeavors, and one of my Ward 2 residents is your student. So,
So in which class, James?
An accounting class.
Well,
I don't remember which one. Tell me the ones you're teaching.
Will, is it out at Oklahoma Baptist University or the University of Oklahoma?
I think it's OU.
Yeah, that's in the MBA program.
Yep. So yeah, and I've been meaning to say congrats on your new endeavor. So I hope those students are treating you well.
It's a lot of fun. Thank you. Yeah.
Good. And then I just wanted to also say, though I have not been able to participate because I've just been so inundated with schoolwork and council responsibilities, but I just wanted to say kudos to Councilwoman Hammond as she navigates the Zero Symposium Mental Health. Very important work, and I'm glad she's out there doing it. And just want to say thank you to her for that. And extend an open invitation to the rest of the council members this evening. For Councilwoman Nice is going to be joining my OCU students virtually as they finish Toontown. And I want to thank her for that. And then at 6 p.m., Mayor Holt's going to join us at OCU as well. And I just wanted to extend that invitation to the other members as well to think about joining us at UCO or OCU anytime if you're ever interested to kind of add your voice to conversations that our students are having about Oklahoma City's Renaissance story. So think it through, everybody. I'd love to see you one by one, and I would extend that to our city manager as well. And that's all I have. So thank you all very much.
Okay, I am back. Thank you, Councilman Cooper. And we are now going to be forced to take a short recess. We're going to keep this Zoom open. The council meeting is not adjourned. We obviously still have very important business still ahead, but we are running into a water trust meeting that 3 of us of the remaining 7 need to jump on just for a few minutes to honor Carl Edwards, the longtime chairman of Aquit, who has left the trust this last month. It really will just take a few minutes. So we will recess, not adjourn, recess until 2:20. And then we will resume right where we are with Ward 3 presenting items from council. And then of course, we'll still have city manager reports. And then we will return also for our executive sessions as well as a potential vote on item 9U1. But right now we are going to recess the council meeting till 2:20, and all you can stay here if you want, if you're not involved in water trust, or you can leave the meeting, but Francis will keep the meeting open and just come back into this Zoom at 2:20 if you want to rejoin us. Thank you so much. I guess I don't. Okay, so we have some council members who are here, but their screens are turned off. And I'll just go ahead and let them know that as soon as we see them and we have a quorum, we will resume right where where we left off.
So we still got to finish going around the council, right?
Yeah. All right, we just need one more.
We're one short on the city council. So when Larry gets through with Water Trust.
Okay, well, we had a quorum. We lost it. There we are. Oh, I understand. I understand. I always turn off my camera when I want to get a drink real quick. Yeah.
If you all
okay.
have seen the amount of taco mayo I ate earlier off.
All right, well, we have a quorum and we were in item 11, items from council, and we had just finished Ward 2. Now Larry is still over in Water Trust, so we'll skip him for now. We can always come back if he returns, but we'll move on to Ward 4. Councilman
good,
Stone,
Mayor.
thank you. Thank you, and thank you for handling things so ably earlier. You've been a great vice mayor. Ward 5 is not here. Ward 6 is not present at the moment. Ward 7 is eating her lunch, but she probably wants to speak regardless. So go ahead, Councilwoman Nice.
I just washed it down with that good cherry Pepsi. I'm not done. I am far from finished. But I do want to say this has been a very educational meeting, if nothing else, as lengthy as it has been. But to Council Person Cooper's point of us joining each other on Friday, we'll also be together in the Britton District celebrating open house. So we want you to, we want you to come out for the district meetup and open house and just see the great things that are happening in the Britton District and all the plans that they have to continue the revitalization and placemaking for that area. We also have the Northeast Farmers Market. Unfortunately, they're closing out their season, but they had a very successful season, and we're grateful to everyone that were a part of it that came to patron the Northeast Farmers Market at the Pitts Recreation Center. And I want to extend my gratitude again to our Parks Department for allowing them to be able to use that space for community and for also the engagement and to show off the improvements that have been done at the Pitts Recreation Center as well. So we're thankful and grateful for that. And I also want to thank the Parks Department as well for allowing the use of JFK Park. We had a great time last Thursday, and I want to thank the Oklahoma City Thunder. I want to thank the Oklahoma City Zoo and the Zoobaroo. They had the animals out there. We had Rumble out there to get people registered to vote and take census. So we're closing out our month-long dedication of doing that. So I do want to take time to say thank you to the census workers that we had. We had Mr. Dave, Mr. Muhammad, Miss Nairi, and there was another gentleman, I believe his name was John, but all of them, thank you so much. They were connecting to our community. Anybody that came up that needed to get counted or just information for census, they were very eager to give them that information and help them through the process. So I'm grateful to all of them for that. I do want to also thank a young lady that reached out to me to volunteer and come to our voter registration drives and assist, Helen Golden. And she came one Thursday and she said, you know what would be fun if we had food, if we had food for the people in the community. And she planned it all herself. You know, God bless her for that. So she tapped into one of our Black owned restaurants, George's Happy Hog, and ordered food for our community to come last Thursday to be with us. So we're thankful for her and just her community effort of engaging in that effort of continuing to get people registered to vote and all of those efforts. Also Westminster 7th grade class, I forgot to thank them the last time we had our council meeting. They were some very intelligent, asking questions 7th graders about food insecurity, what's happening in our community to replace the food access that we have lacking in our community, and some solutions. They also had some solutions, and I appreciate them for all of their information and being engaged in the conversation. And shout out to Girl Scout Troop 42. I'm going to start volunteering to be a Girl Scout volunteer. I don't know if that's good or bad, so pray for me, please. But looking forward to helping out and being a part of the engagement with the young ladies. And I'll be tapping into you all. So I hope you all are listening. Scouting for Food will be helping that effort. So I'll be calling all of you personally to ask for your help as we scout for food for our community and our city. So I talked about those things. Now, to the best part, I want to continue to say, I drove by Northeast 36 in Lincoln this morning, and the dirt is moving. Ah! So excited. I am so excited. This is a dream come true for a lot of us who have worked through this process for many, many, many years. And it was dark outside, but I saw huge trucks pushing the tree. Well, it was one tree. They pushed it down, but it's okay because we're going to have more trees in its place coming real soon. But again, I get emotional thinking about it because I know we've been asking and working towards this effort for so many years. And I think that's the unfortunate part, is taking this long. But at the same time, there's a lot of gratitude because something is coming for our community. So we want to invite the community. Why not? Come on, everybody. We'll be there, socially distanced, of course. Just want you to know that. And we'll be there Thursday at 1 o'clock, 36 in Lincoln. And I, again, want to continue to give credit to our city staff, the Alliance, our past council members, and our seniors in Northeast Oklahoma City who helped engage in a new conversation when it came to us looking at what could be done for our community. And with that, we'll also Saturday say thank you and cut another ribbon for another grocery option in the community on Northeast 23rd Street. So not only one grocery option, but two are coming to our community, and we are grateful for that, and we'll continue to work through that process. So you can join us for the With Love Project 4 to 7, 1708 Northeast 23rd Street. And this is for the Restore Market to continue the efforts of feeding our community one person at a time. And our young people that intern there have had their hands in the architectural process of this, and they have designed this store. So we're grateful for them. And with that, I think that's, one more, Zoo Trust. Thank you to our Zoo Trust. And I say thank you to them because we have this is the first year since I've been a part of Zoo Trust that our youth council have actually came to some of the Zoo Trust meetings. And we had one, and I want to thank the Zoo Trust because they made him feel so welcome. They gave him a zoo t-shirt. They gave him a little packet about the zoo. So now he is a part of what we're doing and hearing the process of the great things that are happening in our ward and obviously in our city when it comes to the Oklahoma City Zoo. So thank you so much for this time.
Oh, and Councilwoman Nice, I was going to say, I believe the groundbreaking on Thursday is at noon.
What time did I say? I did.
1 o'clock. Yeah, that's all right.
The ceremony, we'll still be there at 1.
No doubt, no doubt. No doubt. All right. Ward 8.
Mayor, I just want to thank you for moving my items from council up to the front of the agenda.
Yeah, poor Rick, if he'd have been here still, that would have been brutal.
I sure am glad that Rick didn't have to stay till 2:40, but thank you.
Is that it? Okay. All right. We will now proceed then. Oh, Larry, Councilman McAtee, did you have anything? You were muted. Did you say that you had nothing? I think that was probably what you said. Okay. All right. We will now proceed to item 12, City Manager reports. Mr. City Manager, go ahead.
Yes, Kathy O'Connor is on. We have several reports on today. We have 4 presentations at the front here. Kathy O'Connor is here to give us an update on the Small Business Continuity Program.
Yes, I think you've probably heard just about everything I'm going to tell you. So with round 1, we only have 1 applicant that we're still working with. So that first round of the program is pretty much wrapped up. On round 2, we will be using the additional $6 million approved today to fund the remaining applications that are qualified funding. On the venue program, we have been able to distribute funding to several of the applicants, but we're still waiting for some missing documents for a few of them, but that's pretty much all completed as well. As you know, you've approved additional funding for technical assistance and business retrofits, and we will be using that money to fund all of the applications that we have on hand. Those projects take a little bit longer to implement and to manage, so we'll be working through all of those as well. I think on the questions about nonprofits, we received in round 2, nonprofits were allowed to apply. We got about 70 applications. Of those, we were able to fund, we'll be able to fund about, what am I thinking? About 33 of those. So we have 27 that didn't qualify for some reason. They were probably missing their documentation, but so that's been pretty much the case with a lot of the businesses and nonprofits that weren't able to qualify. So that's pretty much it. We'll be bringing back some ideas for a small business program that has a minority and women-owned business focus in a couple weeks. That's all I have.
Cool. Thanks for a heavy lift today, Kathy. Appreciate you.
Yep, thank you.
So thank all of you.
So next up, we have Teresa Rose Crook here with us to give us our first presentation on just an update for the resident support program. Teresa is the executive director for Community Foundations of Oklahoma, and then they're providing the CARES program through the Community CARES Partners. Teresa?
Yes, and I hope you can hear me. I can't figure out how to turn my video on. But anyway, so
we can hear you.
Just look at my name, I guess. So Aubrey, during the previous presentation, presented most of the information. I would just add a couple of additional data points. So as the information that she provided, the numbers were as of the end of last week. As of today, I can tell you that we have received over 10,000 applications, and we have dispersed over 1.1, almost $1.2 million of the city's CARES dollars. Just a couple of follow-up points from some of my previous comments. One is, we had talked about trying to coordinate some pop-up opportunities around the city, and quickly realized in working with some of our partners that that was really not the best solution, simply because this isn't a one and done event. This is more of an ongoing documentation and coordinating opportunity. So the pop-ups weren't quite as advantageous. But and additionally, or as almost like a replacement, we have found that we are able to engage in a tremendous number of residents at the courthouse. Sadly, the eviction docket for Oklahoma County has increased from just a couple of dockets a week to now they have 7 eviction dockets a week. We have 3 staff members that are stationed there on all of those days and work just like a little bit of, like a bunch of Trojan horses up there trying to get assistance to the people that are in pretty significant need. We've built some constructive relationships with some landlords, and being able to leverage the city's dollars, the city's care dollars with the state care dollars, we've been able to negotiate and really provide some stabilization opportunities for a number of our residents. Aubrey also mentioned that we're really focusing on ramping up the retraining piece. The amendment that you all approved, which thank you very, very much, because I had already approved the incurring the expenditures. So I very much appreciate y'all approving the additional revenue, but it includes hiring a full-time retraining case manager and getting looped in with workforce, with the Oklahoma City Chamber and their workforce and skill development programs, and really beginning that, as Aubrey mentioned, as we're getting people stabilized now, really trying to get them into a position of retraining so that we can address some longer term sustainability for some of these families. So with that, I'll stop and ask if there's any other questions. If not, thank you so much for the opportunity to serve. We really are incredibly blessed and get to see the fruits of our labor in working with some of our citizens that really are otherwise really don't have any other places to turn for resident sustainability.
Thank you, Teresa.
Yeah, thank you, Teresa. Appreciate your leadership and your partnership.
Honored to do so.
So next up, we have a presentation just on the economic outlook. We've had several discussions with, sales tax being down, but not down as far as we anticipated. And we've had a lot of conversations with council members just about what's happening within the economy. I've tried to give you some feedback from what I'm hearing and understanding. But we have Dr. Russell Evans with us here today to give us an economic outlook update. So that he can just give us a better feel. He's an expert in the field and can really give us a better understanding of what's happening within the economy and especially what's happening locally. So Russell, thank you so much for staying with us this long.
Oh, you bet. Happy to do it and happy to take a few minutes today. It's enjoyable for me to kind of get a chance to listen in and see how local governance, the process of local governance in action. So I appreciate that. I just want to provide a kind of a big picture update, and a lot has been said on economic conditions, either directly or indirectly in today's meeting. And so some of these things will be redundant, but I think even the redundancy, I think there's important emphasis to be underscored in that redundancy. And I want to take a minute and just kind of share a few of the sort of high level thoughts that we're sharing in the community with business leaders and others, just so the council and city staff can be aware of kind of the conversations that's happening right now in the community. And so let me just make a few broad points here. I think the first broad point I would make is the importance right now of listening to anecdotal information. We have said over the years in our opportunities that we're extremely grateful for to work with the city council, kind of using the metaphor of making sure that you're listening to your weather forecast on the 10 o'clock news, but then also looking out your window in the morning before you get dressed to kind of verify whether the anecdotal information you see out your window matches the empirical forecast that's provided from from the 10 o'clock news. And I think this is a time where there's so much noise in the economic data that it's important to listen to some of that anecdotal information to really get a better feel of how the economy is recovering and operating in light of the pandemic and emerging out of some of the health policies that resulted there. And so this is one of the things that we're telling the business community in particular right now is to really have your antenna up and be listening to segments of the population that you may not often interact with or hear from because you're going to get important pieces of anecdotal information there. Empirically, if you just look at the data, you're going to get kind of a bit of a mixed story. But if you are looking at data, what I would, the takeaway that I would have for you is what we've been talking about kind of going into this period, that we expected an aggressive drop followed by a quick rebound and some sort of stabilization. When you look at payrolls in Oklahoma City, when you look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics available data, it shows that in the spring during our most restrictive health policies and their economic consequences, that private employment was down about 55,000 jobs in Oklahoma City. It's bounced back and now it's down about 19,000 jobs from where it was 12 months ago. And so you get this initial bounce back recovery, but you still have a long way to go just to claw back to where you were 12 months ago. We've mostly recovered the retail jobs. We are a little shy of recovering all of the business services jobs. We were down about 10,000 professional and business services jobs during the height of the depth of the restrictions. Right now, we're down about 500 or so. The big job losses, of course, are still in the leisure and hospitality side and restaurant services and those industries. Those jobs are still down about 6,000 based on some of those statistics. But even those data, I don't know that they really tell a full story right now, as there is so much difficulty in the data gathering process to account for these sorts of acute swings in economic activity. Government data collection is really designed to track slower trends through time. It's not really designed to capture these kind of one-off unusual events, these pandemic sort of events where you have a restrictive health policy, changing economic and social behavior immediately. And so and then you have the policy on top of that. There's just a lot of noise in the data. So it's a good time to listen to some of the anecdotal information to really understand the depths of who is being affected and how they are being affected. And I was grateful to hear so much of that already in today's meeting. I think that's an important source of information. The second point that I might make is really a kind of twofold. The first is that the economy has been much more resilient than we would have thought. And so I think we see this in the sales tax collections, general economic activity, much more resilient than we would have anticipated going into this once we were getting into the spring season and really getting into the to the heart of the restrictions. We've been somewhat pleasantly surprised by the resiliency in tax collections and in general economic activity. What we don't know is whether or not that is a function of extremely responsive and immediate policy, or whether or not that is indicative of some fundamental strength, some fundamental resiliency in the economy that will carry into the months ahead. What we do know about the months ahead is that they will not look like the months behind. And so I think the other broad point that we would emphasize right now, and one that we're sharing with finance and budget staff regularly, is that it is way too soon to look in your rearview mirror and think about this experience as being in the past tense. This economic experience is still very much in the present tense and in the future. So we would encourage you to continue to look out of your windshield and not your rearview mirror right now. The economic realities are still in front of us. If you define the economic consequences of the pandemic or the policies and the impending recession, right, as I always get a little nervous when I hear audiences or questions that sort of take a past tense as though it has already happened. It is still happening and about to happen. And so the challenges facing your small businesses, and certainly the challenges facing workers in some of those service industries, those challenges are just now becoming manifest in the economic data. Not surprised at all to hear in the previous report that eviction dockets have gone from 2 a week to 7 a week. That's very much consistent with our general perspective that the economic realities of this recession are just now beginning to become manifest as some of the most aggressive policies, the PPP and the monetary policy begins to sort of unwind a little bit. Also, we are emphasizing right now, as has been emphasized in this meeting already, the reality that this recession will disproportionately affect those who are already the most tenuously economic secure to begin with. It will affect those service industry sectors. Every recession affects different industries and different worker subsets differently. This recession will be particularly challenging for those who were already teetering on economic insecurity to begin with. And so I think it's important to be mindful in terms of policy responses or what we might anticipate going forward, that those are the worker subsets that we would be the most concerned about. So if you take these sort of high level economic views that we have, that it is still unfolding, it's still in front of us. When we look at what that means for a sales tax outlook, what you really get is in our, kind of our most recent run of the sales tax models is this outlook for this fiscal year 2021 that we're in right now. The outlook that we have right now is basically, anywhere, flat, right? And so you get these outcomes that are anywhere from just flat to modestly negative, maybe a little positive, but it assumes a trajectory that we're probably not comfortable with. It assumes that we've had this economic fall, this rebound to a stabilization, and we're going to stay somewhere where our sales tax collections are 3 or 4 or 5% below year ago levels for a time, and so we'll have some negative sales tax checks, but really not the headline making negative checks. And then we'll have a very strong end of the fiscal year as we get into the spring and make up for last spring. So that fourth quarter of the fiscal year will be strong, and it will sort of even each other out just a little bit. But I would still say that there is downside risk to that perspective. I have some concern that the true economic challenges that will manifest themselves aren't quite there yet. And while we are enjoying now a very aggressive recovery, a very aggressive rebound from sort of the depths of where we were spring and early summer, that from here back to full health will be a bit of a long haul. So we still believe there's some downside risk, even in that relatively good news, that it looks like city sales tax collections will hold up reasonably well during this period. Use tax collections will continue to be fairly, quite strong as we see this movement, this general movement towards online and consumer use tax expenditures. And so again, just to wrap up my comments, I would just encourage us to continue to look forward, anticipate economic challenges that are still ahead. Too soon to look in the rearview mirror just yet. But to take some reassurance that the economy and the sales tax collections have been more resilient than we might have thought as we headed into this period to begin with.
Thank you, Russell.
You bet.
Appreciate the report. Are there any questions for Russell? Really appreciate the partnership and the relationship with Russell and his team. They're a great help to us and give us great insight to get an understanding of our revenues and what's expected within our economy.
I couldn't
Thank you, Russell.
Quick enough. I'm sorry. And I kind of stepped over someone saying thank you back to Craig. I'm sorry. So. I think it was Russell.
Go ahead.
No, we're good. We're good. He's been thanked enough. He's going to bill me for this.
I thought that's what accountants did. David Greenwell, wherever you're at. So thank you for that presentation. So I've been concerned from the beginning about the sales tax collections, and I'm very encouraged about, about the numbers we're seeing right now. And just listening to your report, it seems like we might not be able to quite contribute the reasons why it's not as bad. Maybe it's the mask ordinance, for instance, some of the public safety guidance there, or the unemployment benefits we saw from Congress, or just all the different, the business help or assistance, these things. Would it be fair to say while we can't pinpoint, it really could just be any one of those things, and it's going to take a while for the dust to settle?
Yeah, I think, and I loved your words, right? So you said encouraged but concerned. I think that's exactly where I'm at, right? Encouraged by where we've been, but still concerned as I look forward. But yeah, that's our read of the situation, is that we had, in the restrictions, you had this loss of income, and then you had these policies, these PPP loans and unemployment and enhanced unemployment benefits that really that really were designed to replace that lost income. What we didn't know was whether or not that, even if you were successful at replacing that lost income, would it find an outlet such that it would support municipal finances? And I think what we were surprised by or encouraged by is that it did, right? That it did find a way, either through use tax or at general merchandise stores and home improvement stores, right? That income did find a way to get into the system and supports municipal finances. And so, but yeah, that's our read, is that once that dust settles a little bit, we still expect there to be some economic weakness ahead.
So I think that I'm trying. I don't know. I feel like in a liminal space in so many ways, because going forward, especially in the absence of a follow-up congressional relief package, which just does not at all seem like a reality before the November 3rd election. I'm really worried, and I'm wondering if you might be able to quell some of my concerns, or maybe, validate them. But it sounds like your report you just said might be a bit of the latter. I really worry as some of these protections, dwindle as the coming weeks ahead of us arrive. I worry that what we were able to mitigate a few months ago, we won't be able to. I just worry about the absence of federal assistance. On a scale of 1 to 10, where should I be on this?
Yeah. So if you had to put me into one of two corners, right? One being to quell your concerns, one to be to validate. I would be towards the validation end of that spectrum, right? And so it will be a challenge, right? So absent some policy to help recover some of that lost income, the economic realities will become more apparent. And one of the concerns that I have as we look forward is that the economic realities won't happen in big chunks, right? So when they happen in big chunks to big companies with big layoffs, they get headlines, we're all aware of them, we sort of see them in real time. I think instead what we're going to find is that at the individual household level, particularly in those households that are involved in multiple incomes, side jobs, service sector jobs, that you're going to see the hardship hit there, but it's going to hit in a lot of small ways across a lot of people, and it won't manifest itself at the macro level, until those individuals have already experienced the hardship for several months before it adds up and we see it in the macro economic data. And so I do have that concern that as the dust settles, absent additional support, there will be that lost income. And then the concern that I have more generally is that it will take time to replace that lost income. And goes back to that comment I made earlier. I don't think there's not a short path back to where we were before. It's going to take time. It's going to take deliberate effort. I think again, just listening to today's meeting to hear, things that the city is doing, that, Kathy's group is doing, to hear from, Dr. Hughes and some of the challenges being faced on the Northeast Oklahoma City side. I think all of that information, those anecdotes, I think are invaluable in helping us understand that where the economic hardships are going to be felt, where they're already being felt, and that we would expect as we go through time that eventually they become manifest in the aggregate, in the macro level data, like your sales tax collections would be. And so I would be on the end of maybe not not too far in that corner, but I would definitely lean towards validation right now.
I've never wanted to be less validated in my life. So thanks for your patience. I've been wanting to talk with you since like April. So I just have a couple more follow-ups. I'm concerned about our restaurants. I'm very excited about seeing the patio space and the way that the city has moved to help restaurant owners move out into patios and that. But winter is coming, and that's my second Game of Thrones reference. I've only seen season 1. What are we hearing from other economists and or public health advisors about that industry and as we head into the winter months? Again, especially absent any sort of federal aid, if anything.
Yeah, so I think when you look at data on like Open Tables and some of the other platforms with restaurant reservations and kind of get a sense of where reservations are relative to a year ago, you do see that people are frequenting restaurants again, that people are going out again, not to year ago levels, right? So they're still down from where their reservations were a year ago. But what we're really seeing in restaurants in other industries as well is that it's the businesses that are finding a way to adapt to this reality that are having the most success, right? And so who's been the quickest to be able to develop the capacity to order in app or to develop delivery or curbside pickup? Who has the capacity to expand outdoor dining or be innovative in the way that they deliver their services? I think what you're seeing is that whether it's retail or restaurants in general, that's that entrepreneurial sense, that innovative sense, those are the ones that are having the most success. They're the ones that recognize that there probably is no fast path back to crowded in building dining, right? That's what we mean by not going back to the way they were before. There's probably no fast path to getting people feeling comfortable again, seated in close proximity to one another for indoor dining. And so there will be challenges. There will continue to be challenges going into the winter months. It will require business to be even more creative on how they try to handle that one additional challenge. But there is some indication that the businesses that are being creative and innovative in how they handle those challenges are having some success, and that people are returning and eating out and shopping and frequenting some of those businesses.
Thank you. I'll leave it at that.
All right. Thank you again, Russell. I really do appreciate you. I appreciate the relationship and the partnership, and I appreciate your insights.
You bet. Happy to help, and bill's in the mail.
Thank you. So next up is Eric Winger. He's going to give us a report on construction activities blocking city sidewalks. Questions that we had received, particularly from Councilwoman Hammond and Councilman Cooper. Just over the last few months, we've been looking at this. Eric has come back with a solution that really works within the ordinances that we have currently. So I'll let Eric take it from there and give us a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. So Eric Winger, Public Works Director. Over the last year, Councilpersons Hammond and Cooper brought to my attention just some concerns with sidewalks that have been closed in Oklahoma City and not open for pedestrians. And we had several discussions, and I think with that, staff has looked at how we currently practice sidewalk closures and what contractors are expected to do, what our ordinances currently say, and of course, what we can do going forward to make that better. So I put together just a brief PowerPoint, and then you've got also in your packet, really just a summary of what I'm getting ready to also show you. When we look at the background, so the city and the Public Works Department manage all the construction activities that are in the right of way. This is anything that's within the street, but it technically also includes the sidewalk. This ordinance was passed in November of 2007 that required a permit. As a part of a weekly meeting, we've normally had contractors come to Public Works offices pre-COVID, where we coordinated these activities. We looked at plans before they were approved, but admittedly, without the ability to really meet in person, it's been a lot more difficult to do that this year. So we have not had those for several months. But with that, we had regularly been looking at lane and street closures. And there is a $25 fee that's associated with work zone permits, and that was passed in April of 2009. So as we look backwards, street closures, lane closures, those have been a regular permit requirement, but we had not specifically been permitting for sidewalk closures. And there's just a number of closures that are in the work zone, including sidewalks, but this also is for detour routes and other construction activities. And so I kind of highlight this last bullet on this slide. We've always looked at this, but we've just not always included sidewalks. Definitely something that we need to do going forward. And this is what that looks like. So sometimes it's just a lift or a crane that's blocking a sidewalk, like you see in that first photo. Sometimes it's some window washing or maybe some building painting. Other times it's a contract delivery where a truck is driven up onto the sidewalk. So some of those are simple like this, but as we look at some others that are improper, sometimes it's parked vehicles and trailers. And then lastly, we have some that are a lot more extensive and a lot more permanent. We have building construction that occurs in all of Oklahoma City, and it may close the sidewalk for a year or more. It doesn't happen just in downtown. Pretty much anytime there's a building project that requires any type of construction, you'll typically see fences like these that go out to the face of the curb, and then pedestrians are just left to really try to figure out a way around those particular construction sites. This is a few examples of what we would see as proper sidewalk closures. We actually practice some of these in Project 180. And what you'll see by these is that there's some barricades that are placed up to provide a detour. You'll see some ADA accessibility provisions that are provided. And that the locations are just clearly marked, that we clearly have a way around the construction area that's under construction. We actually had staff reach out to a number of different cities to really look at what their sidewalk closure practices were. So we reached out to New York City, Chicago, Phoenix, Portland, Atlanta, San Antonio, and Houston, really to develop this list of what we've found common in each of those cities as best practices. And what you're going to see here is that in most cases, pedestrian traffic construction plans were required just as like you would have a vehicular detour, that we have minimum path widths, that you have ADA accessibility requirements that are met. Clear zones, that would be a space between the pedestrians and active traffic. But that the pedestrian detours where you would actually route them away from the site would only be done when temporary accommodations could not be made. And that we would also just make sure that these were permitted so that they could be inspected. We currently have 2 public works inspectors that cover all of the right-of-way inspections for work zones in the city. They do have the capability to be able to issue these permits for sidewalks as we move forward, be able to review these plans that we're showing here. But as we get to the inspections, I mean, they will be inspecting as much as they can. But again, I just mentioned that we're limited to the 2 inspectors that are currently in our budget. So as we look at next steps, we'll use the inspectors and we'll issue a new policy from Public Works to our staff, to our contractors, and to our engineers that work closely with work zones. Let them know that the requirements that are already in the city ordinance are going to now be looked at closer and enforced, and that will require permits for sidewalk closures. And as we look for offenses, again, those can be turned in, whether somebody calls it into the action center, we'll note that, whether it's on an inspection that we're currently doing, we'll make notes of that with the contractor to get those corrected as soon as we can. So my appreciation goes to the council persons for bringing this to our attention, to let us at least have the opportunity to make a report to you today that we're able to make this change under our current organization, and that moving forward, we should expect to see some changes in construction on or along sidewalks going forward in the future. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
I just would like to say thank you to Mr. Winger and Laura Johnson and Councilwoman Hammond for taking time to walk us through these concerns that we've heard from residents, that we've experienced ourselves. I just really appreciate their flexibility and their patience. Truly, Eric, thank you.
You're very welcome.
My only other request, just keep asking for social media. Could it be possible maybe we share this information on social media, and then I will just share it to my crowd on there as well on Instagram and Facebook?
I'm sure there's some opportunities that we can do that, Council, and we can look and see what we can do there.
Cool, thank you. And again, thank you for this. And something I would say, anybody who's watching this that came out of our conversations with Laura and Eric, is it's really gonna take all of us as residents to report whenever we see something that's out of compliance like this. All the square miles of this city, we just do not have enough staff to be able to just, go out there and find, stuff that's out of compliance. So this really needs to be a see something, say something. Where would they need to say something? Action centers? That sound about right, Eric?
We'd recommend that they please contact the Action Center if they see somebody that clearly doesn't have a permit or that the detour's not been provided.
And thank you again for this. I'm really excited about it.
Thank you, Eric. I appreciate the presentation. We do have several more reports that are on the agenda today. We're not going to do formal presentations on those, but I wanted to mention them. So we have on item E is the council priority update on pursuing social and criminal justice initiatives. And we've got LaShawn Thompson, our Director of Municipal Courts, Chief Gorley, and Jeff Butler, our Planning Director, have data in there from their departments on different facets of social and criminal justice reforms and initiatives. So if you have any questions to follow up on that, we'd be happy to follow up. We also have our year-end budget transfers report that is just administrative, so you know what transfers we've been making, gives explanations on that. And then we've got our year-end performance report. And I just want to thank the budget staff and their work and their leadership, and then all the departments, the staff, they work to put together information on performance, so you really see the results that you're getting for where the budget dollars are going. And it's really important for us to track how we're doing in our performance. So it's a rather lengthy report, but if you want to go in and take a look at it, if you have any questions, we'll be happy to follow up with that as well. And then kind of following on the heels of Russell's presentation, we have our September sales tax report. You can see it. We were down about 5% in September on sales tax. Again, it's about in line with what we projected for the year, but much better than what we had projected for this first quarter. We were projecting to be down about 12% in the first quarter. As Russell explained, I think watching what happens in the rest of the year is really what we need to do. The report shows that we're $6.8 million ahead of target when you combine sales and use tax. Use tax was 3.6% growth actually. And for the year right now, sales tax is down about 4.5%. Use tax is up about 10%. And between the two, we're still about $6.8 million ahead of target right now. But I would watch as we go forward. We're going to monitor that and keep reporting to the council just so you know where we stand. Really good position to be in to start the year off. But we're going to have to see how it goes for the rest of the year, just to see how we believe we can respond to that. So thank you all for your patience today. And if you have any questions to follow up later on, we'd be happy to get back with you. And that's all that we have, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Francis, is my lack of a slip mean that we really don't have anyone who signed up to speak for citizens to be heard? Okay, well, that means we will now proceed to executive session. So we previously voted to go into executive session on U2, V, and W. I should say 9U2, 9V, and 9W. And we will now do that. When we return, we still have the potential of a vote on 9U1. So there is still the potential of a vote to be held after executive session. We will now leave this Zoom, those of us who are part of executive session. Francis, I suppose they received an invite earlier today, those who are?
Yes, about 15 minutes ago, you should have gotten an invite to the signature.
All right, we will now go into executive session and we shall return. Thank you.
Right. Right. Um,
Okay. What we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Hey, Mayor.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Hey, I'm not on Prime Gov, so I'll just need to.
Okay, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, that's the same way for me. Thank you.
Okay.
David Greenwell.
I just have one question for staff, I suppose, that I don't believe is related to anything we needed to talk about in executive session. It's more just a technical. Because this ordinance was ruled unconstitutional at this time, it is essentially ineffective, correct?
It is not being enforced at this time. Because of the 10th Circuit's ruling, the police department has been advised not to enforce it.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to make sure is how are we getting that information to police officers? Because particularly, I know if someone went to municipal court, it would be dismissed, but the activity of having to get to court, as many of us have talked about before, and then I just want to say it again for all of my fellow council members, is not as easy for everyone as it is for some. So especially someone who might be on a median asking for money for whatever reason. So I just wanted to make sure that we clearly know that there are going to be no tickets written, because that just adds more burden to people who are already struggling. So thank you, Amanda.
Okay, I think we have all 9. We are back from executive session. We are on item 9U1, and is there a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we defer this item for 2 weeks.
Okay, maybe let's just handle everything orally verbally, since we have so many people that aren't on Prime Gov. So we've got a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Clerk, please call the roll for a deferral of this item for 2 weeks.
James Grimer,
Yes.
James Cooper,
No.
Larry McAfee,
Yes.
Todd Stone,
Aye.
David Greenwell,
Yes.
Joe Beth Hammond,
No.
Nikki Knight,
No.
Mark Stonecipher,
Yes.
Mayor Holt.
Aye, the item is deferred for 2 weeks. That concludes all of our business, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.